The Billionaire's Favorite Mistake by Jessica Clare. Narrated by Gillian Macy. Chapter 1. Greer studied her skimpy flapper costume and decided that tonight was the night that Asher Sutton would notice her. She was nervous, of course, crazy nervous. Greer was more of a cardigan and flats kind of girl, a blend with the wallpaper kind of girl. She was the one that was always the designated driver, the one with the notes for the test, and the one that everyone counted on. Studious, reliable Greer. And where had that gotten her? Abso-freaking-nowhere. So tonight, Greer Chada Jansen was going to be someone else entirely. She peered into the mirror, leaning close enough for her breath to fog. She kind of had to, because otherwise she couldn't see a thing. But she was not about to wear her nerdy glasses tonight, not when she needed to be her sexiest. She'd had her makeup professionally done, and with an airbrush. It felt thick, but in the brief moment she'd allowed herself to peer through her glasses, she looked awesome. The eyelash extensions were kind of annoying. She kept seeing something out of the corner of her eye and turning, only to realize it was an eyelash. But it was either that or fake ones again, and they had a terrible time of staying put. The costumer she'd hired had selected a flapper dress for Greer because Greer was tiny. The woman at the shop had called it petite and ethereal. Greer was pretty sure those were code words for flat-chested and scrawny. The dress was tiny, though. The fringe of the skirt barely reached mid-thigh, and the top was a little more than a V held up by two spaghetti straps. It was cut incredibly low, but the costumer was right. In this, she didn't look flat as much as she looked dainty, so flapper it was. Paired up with her long black hair curled into a million ringlets, and a shiny sequined headband, shoes with tall stiletto heel, and Greer felt like a new woman, a confident woman, a sexy woman. And tonight, she was going to get her man. She popped her glasses back on her face, headed out to the waiting sedan, and ignored the surprised look her driver gave her. It was nobody's business if she wanted to dress out of character. She was a woman on a mission, and her mission was getting Asher to notice her. As the sedan drove out of the city, Greer stared out the window and thought about Asher. Asher's smiling face, the teasing look in his eyes when he was up to no good, the roguish grin when he'd been caught. The cold, dead look that had been in his eyes for the last 2 years. Ever since his fiancée Donna had betrayed him and nearly torpedoed his business overnight. Ex-fiancée, she amended to herself. He was single now, for the first time ever. He'd been with Donna since high school, before she'd ever known him. And when he'd ended things with Donna, it had been too new, too raw. Asher was in a bad place. She'd left things alone. They had lunch like they always did every Monday, and Greer was supportive and friendly and never ventured into topics that might be awkward. She was the best friend she could possibly be. And he still never noticed her. Month after month went by, and they continued to have lunch and continued to be friends. She'd started wearing lipstick and lower-cut blouses. She'd hinted that she wasn't dating anyone. Nada. She'd made a big move a few weeks ago at Gretchen's bridal party dinner. She'd skipped her glasses, worn makeup, and dressed a little sexier. And what had that gotten her? A smile and a brief hug, and that was it. Okay, so she needed to be more aggressive. She'd make him notice tonight. Tonight, everything started over. When the sedan pulled up to the driveway, the butterflies started in her stomach. Cars lined the front of the house, and she could see people spilling out onto the lawn. Festive lights decorated the front of the grand manor house, and everywhere she looked, there were couples arm in arm. and here she was, solo. She told herself she wouldn't be solo for long. Hopefully. It took a bit of courage to walk up to the front door, announce herself to the man checking the list, but once she was inside, the party was in full swing and she was just another person. Greer slipped her glasses off her face and tucked them into her clutch purse. She wanted to look as awesome as possible for when she ran into Asher. Of course, there was a minor problem. Without her glasses, she couldn't see Asher. She frowned into the sea of blurry faces, randomly following someone who looked like they knew where they were going. She was familiar with Buchanan Manor to a certain extent. She'd been there several times over the last few weeks to discuss wedding stuff with Gretchen. But tonight, it was a mess of color and people. Having her glasses off helped her shyness, though. If she couldn't see people giving her judgy looks, she didn't feel weird or nervous. Maybe she could find the party planner she'd hired. As Gretchen's wedding planner, she was theoretically in charge of all wedding activities. But since she planned to be, occupied during this particular party, she'd hired an outside planner on her own dime, so she'd have more time to focus on mission seduce Asher. The person she was following went into the kitchen. Rats. She'd been following a waiter. Frowning to herself, Greer pushed her heavy black curls off her shoulders and turned around. "Hey there," said an unfamiliar male voice at her side. "Hi," she said absently, trying to peer around him. "You here alone? Can I get you a drink?" Oh, was he hitting on her? She squinted up at him, not that that did much good. He was a blob with very dark hair and glasses, which meant he wasn't Asher. "Actually, I'm looking for a friend." "Well, if you get tired of him and want to party, come find me." "Right, I'll do that." She steered away from the black-clothed blob into the midst of the mingling people, trying not to feel weird about the fact that a guy just hit on her. That never happened. She must look smoking hot tonight. Well, that was nice. "Greer?" A person in a dark outfit and a colorful scarf approached her from out of the crowd. "Wow, I hardly recognized you." That made two of them. Squinting hard, she leaned forward, peering. The woman's hair was a brownish blonde and pulled into braids, and there was no telling what she was dressed as. But the voice was vaguely familiar. "Taylor? It's me! You like my costume?" She twirled, which looked like a blur, of course, and nearly crashed into a person walking past. "Sorry," Taylor mumbled before moving back toward Greer. I can't tell what you are." "Oh, well, I'm a Hogwarts student, Gryffindor. I should really be Hufflepuff, but they were out of those at the costume shop." She patted her scarf. "Which one are you?" "I don't know. I've never seen Harry Potter. Say, have you seen Asher tonight?" Taylor's shocked gasp echoed in the room. "Not seen Harry Potter? Did you not even read the books? How can you not have read the freaking books?" "I don't know." Taylor sure was being loud. But at least she was here, and she could guide Greer around the room, because without glasses, it was rougher than she'd anticipated. Greer reached out and grabbed Taylor's arm. "Can you help me out? I can't find anyone at this party." "It is pretty crowded," Taylor said sympathetically. "I'd rather be home playing Warcraft or Excelsior, but what can you do, right?" She linked her arm with Greer's. "You look great without the glasses." "Thanks." Sure, she was blind, but you suffered for greatness. "You want to go see Gretchen and Hunter? They look super cute tonight. They're giving off more sexual tension than Scully and Mulder." "That's all right. I'm looking for someone else." It was bad form to avoid the bride at the engagement party, but Gretchen tended to have a big mouth, and she'd totally call Greer out on her uber-sexy ensemble. Greer needed to find Asher before she accidentally smeared her eye makeup or spilled a drink down her front or something. "Who did you say you were looking for again?" Taylor asked, steering them through the crowd. "Asher? Do you know him?" "Vaguely," Taylor said, and she didn't sound super happy. "Wouldn't you rather hang out with Chelsea or maybe Sebastian? I saw them over in a corner." "No, I want Asher," Greer said firmly. "Where's he at?" Taylor sighed. "Well, he's drunk and kind of being an ass. He made fun of my costume." "Because you're a Hogwart?" "Oh, my God, how do you not know Harry Potter lingo?" She sighed dramatically. "Muggles, damn Muggles." Greer was starting to wonder if Asher wasn't the only one drinking, but Taylor turned down a hall and started to steer her toward a new area. That was encouraging. She resisted the urge to check her lipstick and fuss with her hair. She'd looked good the last time she'd seen her reflection. She was just nervous, that was all. "So, Asher was drinking?" "Yeah, he and a few of the guys were hanging out in the corner broing down, or whatever you call it when guys act like jackasses at a party." Taylor steered them through another hall. "Don't say I didn't warn you." "I won't." Asher was her objective tonight. Nothing else mattered. She'd stand up in front of a dozen drunk guys in a skimpy costume, as long as Asher saw her. He'd make things worth it. They rounded a corner, and there he was. Sure, he was a blur in her gaze, but the way he threw his head back and laughed, that blob was definitely Asher. She knew that laugh. She knew everything about the guy, from his favorite foods to his favorite music, to the time that his ex, Donna, gave him underwear for Christmas. Some people obsessed over science or gambling. Greer obsessed over Asher Sutton. She had ever since she started college. She'd moved to New York City to attend NYU, but her father didn't want her to live in a dorm. So she'd gotten an apartment close to campus, and while it was nice, it was also lonely. Greer didn't make friends easily, and classes were so large that she didn't feel comfortable speaking up. So she'd put up an ad for roommates. It wasn't that she needed the money. She had a trust fund. She just wanted the company. Gretchen had been the first to answer the call for a roommate, and then Chelsea. Both were so bubbly and fun that life in New York City was suddenly no longer scary and friendless. She had people now. Taylor showed up a short time later and was the enthusiastic computer nerd of their group, and their apartment was full. There was one bedroom left, but they'd decided to keep that for storage or visitors. Until Asher knocked on the door one day. Barely 18-year-old Greer had taken one look at him and fallen in love. He was handsome, cheerful, witty, and talked to her like she was a person. She found herself offering him the last room before she even had a chance to discuss it with her other roomies. She knew from the moment she saw him that this was the man she was destined to marry. It wasn't until he moved in that she learned about his childhood sweetheart, Donna. She'd been devastated, but determined to love him from afar. It was clear that Asher was devoted to Donna, and wasn't there something to be said for a guy that had been with the same girl since he was 15? He was loyal and devoted. Donna was a bit of a flake, but if Asher loved her, there had to be something worth seeing, so Greer had liked her too. Until 2 years ago. Male laughter made Taylor jump, and the spangles on Greer's dress clacked wildly. "Off in that corner," Taylor said, stopping in her tracks. She detangled her arm from Greer's. "Follow the smell of beer and testosterone." Thanks, Taylor. Good luck. She didn't sound very positive. Geez. Then again, Taylor had always been kind of skittish and uncertain. Greer was neither. She was just overlookable. She stepped forward, making a beeline for the darkly dressed blur that was Asher. He was gesturing, talking to someone, and a moment later the nearby men roared with laughter again. They were just having a good time, that was all. Taylor was just being weird about things. Greer smiled and approached, keeping her hands at her side so she didn't hide the fantastic low cleavage of her dress. If she knew anything about men, it was that they could be diverted from anything with a nice pair of boobs. As if determined to prove her theory right, Asher paused mid-conversation and stepped to the side, directly in her path. Greer? Hi, Asher. Her voice was breathless with excitement. He was here, and he was noticing her. In fact, she was pretty sure he was staring at her, hard. You look different. His voice was low, sexy. Yes, he was noticing. Oh, crap. What should she say to pull him away from the others? He had a mask slung in one hand and a drink in the other. What's your costume? Pimp Daddy, one guy said, and the men around him guffawed. Asher turned away from Greer and slugged a guy in the shoulder. Fuck off, guys. This is Greer. She's like a little sister to me. Her nostrils flared with irritation. Little sister? Really? Did he not see her tits hanging out of this fucking skimpy dress? But then the men started laughing and talking over each other all at once, and she nearly screamed with frustration. She needed to get him away from the group of ex-frat boys if she was ever going to get a word in edgewise. Time to use her non-existent wiles. When Asher turned back to a guy telling a story, she moved forward and leaned in, pushing her breasts against Asher's arm. That got his attention. He looked down at her, and she was short, which meant he had a fantastic view of her cleavage. She was pleased when his gaze stuck there, and he downed the rest of his drink, ignoring his chatty friend. Can we go someplace private and catch up, Asher? Sure, they had lunch last week, but maybe there'd be some catching up to do between now and then, right? He nodded, transfixed by her cleavage, and handed his empty glass to a passing server, grabbing a fresh one. You lead the way. Perfect. She took his hand in hers. Oh, it was so big and warm, and began to pull him through the party. A few guys hooted and catcalled after them, but she ignored them. As long as she got what she wanted, they could think anything they wanted. Of course, the further she pulled Asher into the party, the more she needed her glasses. Well, shit. She paused, and he bumped into her from behind. Whoa there, Asher murmured, and pulled her back against him. Oh, good Lord, was that his cock pressing into her back? Greer was shocked and excited. He was aroused over her. This was awesome. You shouldn't stop like that again unless you want my dick pressing up against your ass for the rest of the night. He gave her a crooked grin, as if trying to take the bite out of his statement. Were his words a bit slurred? Maybe, but the look in his eyes was bright, and he was gazing down at her like she was the sexiest thing at the party. She'd take it. With a small smile, Greer took 2 steps forward, then deliberately halted again, glancing over her shoulder at him. You're just being a tease tonight, aren't you? Asher put his hands on her bare arms and rubbed them, and as he did, he pressed up against her again, letting her feel his cock. Is that why you're in that fuck-me costume? So he'd noticed. Perfection. Of course not. I'm like your little sister, remember? She took another step forward and let her hips deliberately sway a bit. This wasn't like her, but then again, being herself hadn't gotten results. They'd been lunch buddies for years now, and it had gotten her nowhere except little sister status. Not tonight, you aren't, he said with a chuckle. His hand went to her waist, and he pulled her close. So, where are you leading me, sexy Greer? She had no idea because she couldn't see 3 feet ahead of her. Hopefully not the kitchen, or a bathroom, or a closet. Depends, she teased. Where do you want to be led? Right now, I'd go anywhere you go. Her heart pounded. God, how long had she been waiting to hear those words? Why don't you lead then? I will, in exchange for a kiss. Her eyes widened. A kiss, huh? He nodded, and his hand went to one of the glitzy, tiny straps holding her dress in place. I don't know if anyone has told you, but you are smoking hot tonight, Greer. Wow, that was pretty forward, even for Asher. Okay, maybe he was a little more drunk than she'd anticipated. But wasn't this what she had intended? She wanted him to be completely into her, and she'd gotten her wish. One kiss, she agreed, removing his hand from her strap. And then we'll see where we go from there. Now that sounds like a plan to me. He leaned in, and she automatically lifted her arms to go around his neck. Greer was barely 5 foot, and Asher was over 6 feet, so the height difference was noticeable, but she didn't care. He could bend to kiss her, damn it. A moment later, his mouth descended on hers, and his tongue pushed into her mouth. Oh, wow. Okay. It was a very aggressive kiss, one with lots of tongue. She tried to participate, but having been Greer the Unnoticed for 99% of her life, she wasn't an expert on kissing. Maybe she was the one who wasn't good at it? Because his tongue seemed desperate to go down her throat and explore every molar. She staggered against him, and his hand grabbed her ass. When she could no longer hold out, Greer pulled back from him, gasping for air. There's your kiss. He growled low in his throat and hauled her against him again, his hands cupping her backside and forcing her to cling to his front. Let's go someplace private, you and me. That's what I want, she agreed. Private, so they could talk, and she could tell him about how she felt, how he needed to get over Donna and move on with his life, how she'd always been his friend, and now she wanted to be more. Asher pressed another mauling kiss on her, and Greer heard a few people snicker nearby. She didn't care. It was Asher, and he was noticing her for the first time in her life as something other than a kid sister. Nothing else mattered. He was being a little wild tonight, but this was just one night. She'd known him forever, and known that he'd suffered in the last 2 years. He was allowed to get a little drunk to take off the edge. He wasn't like this normally. Come with me, Asher murmured into her ear, and then nipped her earlobe. That sent little shocks of pleasure through her body, so when he put a hand on her back and led her out of the party and onto the patio, she was all for it. Out here it was a lot quieter, and there were less people to try and talk over. The night air was rather cool, and she shivered. Cold? He pulled her closer against him. I'm fine. She didn't want to go back inside, not when they were here alone together. I appreciate you coming with me. "The pleasure's all mine," he told her in a low, sexy voice. To her surprise, they didn't sit on one of the stone benches artfully placed around the large porch. Instead, he guided her down the large set of steps and into the expansive, complex gardens surrounding the manor. "Where are we going?" "We'll have more privacy out here," he told her, and his voice was pure seduction. Greer shivered again at that. That did not sound like a bad thing at all, not when he used that sexy tone of voice. So she ignored that her expensive heels sank into the turf and tried to keep up with him. Asher had a plan. He always had a plan, didn't he? That was why he was so successful at such a young age. He'd become a billionaire before he hit 25. And while he'd almost lost that fortune 2 years ago, she knew he was doing better than ever now. She'd seen to that. "Where are we going?" She trusted him, yet she couldn't help but ask. With no glasses and the lights from the house shining behind them, everything just looked dark. Her hand gripped his tighter. "There's a hedge maze up there," Asher said. "We'll go in and have some privacy." "Oh, okay." Even more privacy. She didn't suppose that was bad, because the things she wanted to talk to him about were pretty personal. Plus, time for more kissing. That'd be all right with her. Her lips still felt swollen from the last round of kisses, and she resisted the urge to press her fingers to them. They walked in silence for a short while, and she knew they were in the maze when she started to see small hung lanterns dotting the way. They didn't provide a ton of light, just enough to guide anyone that was lost, enough to wander into the maze late at night, like her. "Good enough," Asher said, after they turned a few corners. He led her to a bench. She sat down, glad that she was no longer going to have to walk on her tiny rhinestone-studded heels. They were fine for a party, but for walking in the grass? Miserable. "I'm glad we're getting a chance to talk," Greer began. "There's so much I've wanted to say to you." "Shh," Asher told her, and sat down next to Greer. He put a finger to her lips. "Let's just enjoy the night, shall we?" "But—" His arms went around her, and then Asher was kissing her again. More deep, mauling kisses that seemed less like fun and more like a struggle not to drown against the tidal wave of tonguing she was receiving. She passively waited for him to be done, noting that he tasted like whiskey. Really strongly like whiskey. He was definitely more drunk than she'd thought. Well, she'd let him finish kissing her, and then when that was done, they could talk. "Greer," he groaned when he pulled his mouth from hers. His hand went to her hair, and he grabbed a fistful of it, dragging her head back and exposing her neck. "You are so fucking sexy tonight. How is it that you're so sexy?" His words sent a shiver of pleasure through her body. "I dressed up just for you." "Did you now? That's sexy." She wanted to giggle at his choice of words. Was everything sexy? The bush nearby sexy? The bench they were sitting on? But his mouth moved to her neck, and he began to press soft kisses there. Kisses very different from the ones he'd been mauling her mouth with. And oh, it was all the difference in the world. Ripples of pleasure moved through her body, and as his mouth moved over her skin, she felt her pulse pounding between her legs, in a need she'd never had the opportunity to experience with another person before. Now they were getting somewhere. She remained very still as his mouth kissed down her throat and then at her collarbone. His hand moved to one strap of her dress, and then he slid it down her arm, and it felt like half of her flimsy dress went with it. Greer gasped when one of her breasts was exposed to the night air, and she tensed. This was further than Greer the Unnoticed had ever gone with any man. But this was Asher. She'd always wanted to be his. Always. Damn, Asher breathed, and his hand skimmed down to brush over the tip of her breast. I never realized you had such pretty tits. Did she? They were small, the nipples dark circles against her bronzed skin. His ex, Donna, had been pale and red-haired, and Greer was brown all over. The fact that he liked the sight of them made her feel ridiculously pleased, like she'd accomplished something. So she arched her back a little. There's a lot about me you've never noticed. I'll say. He pushed her back on the hard concrete bench, and his mouth went to her breast. Another gasp escaped her, because his mouth on her nipple felt incredible. For a hot second. Then he bit her. She jerked, pushing him away. Ow! Did that hurt? He gave her a wicked grin. They just look so juicy. She didn't want to stop, but she didn't want more of that either. I'm not a fan of teeth. He moved in to kiss her on the mouth again. I'll do other things you'll like more than. She turned her head, and he went back to her neck. Greer relaxed. Neck kisses were 10 times better than mouth kisses in her book. She lay compliant as his lips moved over her throat, and his hand played with her exposed breast. That was better. It still made her feel strange, but sometimes when he caressed it right, she felt the intensity tingling in her body. His hand slid under her skirt a moment later and pressed against the crotch of her panties. You're not very wet, baby. I'm not? It might have been impolite to point out that he wasn't a very good kisser, but this was her Asher. His inability to kiss didn't change the fact that she loved him. They'd learn to get better at it together. Maybe you just need a bit more encouraging. His thumb rubbed her up and down, working her folds through her silky panties. And that sent all kinds of new sensations spiraling through Greer. Her hands clutched at his tuxedo jacket. Oh, that was way better than mouth kissing. You like that? He whispered. She nodded. Push your legs wider for me, Greer. I'm going to take these panties off you. Her thighs quivered at the thought. Is someone going to come by? Nope, we're alone out here. His thumb pushed harder against her, as if trying to penetrate her through her panties, and she felt the curious urge to bear down against him. A little breathy moan escaped her, and she let her thighs go wide for him. A moment later, his hands went under her skirt, and then her panties were whisked off her legs. They tangled around one of her heels, and he left them there, as if they were no longer a concern. Now, she felt completely open and exposed. And, okay, she was kind of hoping he'd put his face down there and finish what he'd started with his fingers. Instead, he cupped her sex. One finger dipped between her folds, and he moved in to kiss her neck again, his fingers brushing back and forth through her folds. It was nice, but he kept missing the most important spot, her clit. It was just something else she'd have to learn to be brave about and show him. A horrible thought crossed her mind. No wonder Donna left him. If this was how he handled sex and kissing, maybe she'd found someone better. Her poor Asher. She'd have to train him. She held him close. It was okay. She still loved him. He kept rubbing her folds and pushed a finger inside her. You ready for me? Ready? Ready for what? Surely not sex. Out here? At a party with everyone around? Asher. Shh, he murmured again, and she heard the sound of a zipper going down. Trust me, Greer? Well, of course she trusted him. Even though her instincts were screaming out that this was a bad idea, she put her arms around his neck as he shifted his weight on top of her. Of course I trust you, she said softly. I love you, Asher. I always have. I've just been waiting for you to notice me. I noticed you tonight, he told her, as his weight settled between her legs. Then he pushed inside her. Surprised, she froze. He was going straight to penetration? No more foreplay? No more rubbing or kisses? She'd been expecting, I don't know, a bit more than this. Greer bit her lip as he pushed into her again. You're so beautiful, Greer. He pumped into her once more, then collapsed on top of her with a groan. His cock slid out of her, and she felt wetness slide down her thighs. Wait, that was it? That was all she got? Asher! He groaned against her again, but didn't move. Seriously? After years of lusting after the man? After being his friend through thick and thin? After being there for him when Donna left him? After spending hours dressing all slinky so he couldn't resist her? She got 2 thrusts and no condom. She got the worst sex possible. On a bench in a garden? 2 pumps and he was done? Greer shoved at his chest. All her feelings of love and acceptance of Asher's behavior evaporated in a flash. Hurt and outrage were now the only thing she felt. Get off me. He groaned again and slowly sat up, tucking his dick into his pants. She shimmied away, nearly tripping on the panties still around her ankle. Dear Lord, what had she just done? What the fuck, Asher? Don't worry, I'm clean. He rubbed a hand over his face and then patted his coat pocket and pulled out a flask. You're drunk! And she was an idiot. Yes, I am. He took a swig. You came inside me. No condom! She couldn't stop the hurt from rising up in her throat, and the words came out squeaked around a knot of emotion. Asher, how could you? He didn't answer her, just stared down at the flask in his hands. Hot tears threatened to spill down her cheeks. Tonight she'd thought she was going to win Asher over. Tonight she was going to make him see that she'd been right under his nose all along, waiting for him. God, she was a fucking idiot, wasn't she? She pinched the bridge of her nose and willed herself not to cry. She wouldn't. She refused to. She was just a naive idiot. Show Asher her love? She should show him a boot to the ass. He was a selfish asshole. Why had she wasted so many years pining after him? Greer pulled her panties up and winced when something trickled further down her bare thigh. God, tonight was just a train wreck. She looked over at him and considered asking if he had a handkerchief. Then she realized. He hadn't asked her a thing. Hadn't asked her if she was enjoying herself, or if she wanted him to use a condom, anything. Why should she treat him better than he had her? Stewing, she peered at the front of his tuxedo jacket, saw a brighter patch of color, and snatched it.
What was that for?
None of your business. Like she was going to tell him that she needed to mop up. Like she wasn't humiliated enough. Asher just rolled his eyes and took another swig from his flask, turning to look up at the house. She used that time to clean up as best she could, but she was absolutely leaving this party as soon as she got out of this horrible situation. I can't believe you, she told him, shoving his handkerchief into a hedge to hide it. I can't believe you just did that. She'd wanted sex. That was not sex. That was a mockery of sex.
Hey, you weren't saying no, he slurred at her.
She stared at him in disgust. This was her friend. This was the man she'd loved. What happened to the Asher I used to know? The guy that was always laughing? The smart, loyal, trustworthy guy? The guy I wanted to marry.
He died, Asher said in a cold voice. He fucking died, and there's no resurrecting him.
That's a shame. And it was, because she hated the new Asher. Greer straightened her dress and then opened her discarded purse and took out her glasses. Because, well, she didn't care if Asher thought she looked nerdy. Not now. For the first time since she'd met Asher Sutton, she was pretty well done with him. It didn't matter that he mumbled something that sounded like a drunken apology, or that he put an arm around her shoulders, pulling her against him as they headed back to the house. Because, not 2 minutes later, they ran into Magnus and Edie, both in the bridal party, and Asher slapped her ass in front of both of them. She was almost glad when Magnus and Asher got into an argument, and Asher got punched in the face. He was right about one thing. The old Asher was dead. And Greer really hated the new guy. Chapter 2. Asher woke up the next morning with his head pounding and fuzzy. Light trickled in through the slats of a nearby window. He rolled over to hide his face from the light, and promptly rolled off the couch and onto the floor, busting his nose. That woke a guy up. Holding his throbbing, bleeding nose, Asher peered blearily around him. Where the fuck was he? The room he was in looked like it had been furnished by a grandma. Stuffed antique chairs with a floral print were posed near a fireplace, and on a shelf across the room, old books and curiosities were strategically placed to draw the eye. It made his head hurt, almost as much as the busy Persian rug that he was currently lying on did. How much had he drank last night? And where was his damn handkerchief? He could find it no matter how much he patted down the front of his rumpled, ruined tux. So he just ripped off his jacket and wadded a sleeve under his nose to stop the bleeding. "Wake up, sleepyhead!" Gretchen bellowed as she entered the room with a tray of food. He winced and recoiled, putting a hand to his throbbing temples. "Is this hell? Is that where I am?" "Very funny," Gretchen replied in a sing-song tone. It was clear she had no inside voice. Or she just didn't care that he was hungover. "You're at Hunter's house because you were totally shit-faced last night, and I didn't want you driving home. Your Aston Martin is in the garage. I brought you some coffee and toast, and now you can pretend to be human again." She gave him a beaming smile. He rubbed a hand down his face. Fuck. He'd been piss-drunk from the moment the party started. He wasn't an alcoholic, at least not yet, his liver joked. But something about the wedding festivities really fucking got to him. Maybe it was because every time he saw Gretchen, he pictured Donna. Donna, his high school sweetheart, and the first girl he'd ever nailed. Donna with bright red hair, an even brighter smile, and that sweet way of looking at him that made him feel like a king. Donna, who'd given confidential information about his business to a rival company the night before stock went public, and torpedoed his fortune in one fell swoop. And when he confronted her about it, she confessed to cheating on him, left him, and shacked up with a man in his 50s. So, yeah, wedding shit, it could go fuck itself. There was no such thing as a happy ever after. But Gretchen was a good friend of his, and when she'd asked him to be a groomsman, he hadn't had the heart to say no. Or rather, he'd tried, but Gretchen usually ended up getting her way. Here he was, one hungover, soul-sick asshole, flat on her carpet with a busted nose. "You look like hell," Gretchen pointed out, sitting in one of the ugly chaises and pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Why, thank you," Asher croaked. "Did Greer do that to your nose?" She dumped a spoonful of sugar in her cup, and then clanged the spoon against the side like she was calling cattle to dinner. Asher winced at each bang of the spoon against porcelain, and wondered if she was being obnoxious on purpose. Why would Greer hit me? He knew Greer. Greer was sweet, a bit mousy, and quiet. He doubted she even knew how to use her fists. Gretchen snorted and lifted her cup to her lips. "You tell me. You were the one trying to eat her face last night." "I was?" He sat up, frowning. He didn't recall that. "You don't remember?" "I have vague memories of mixing whiskey with that shitty punch you were serving." And he'd loaded up on punch the moment the guests started to arrive. So no, he didn't remember much about the party. Even as he thought it, an image flashed through his mind, of big dark eyes and even bigger curly hair, spangled sequins teasing over a pair of small brown breasts, his mouth descending on Greer's, and remembering how much he had to bend over to kiss her. Oh, fuck. He'd kissed Greer. And then his brain fed him even more flashes of memory. Being in the hedge maze, Greer under him, her hands caressing him. Greer under him. Shit. His nostrils flared. "I think I fucked up last night." "Do tell." Gretchen stuck a pinky out as she sipped her coffee and raised her eyebrows at him. He was pretty sure he'd nailed Greer in the gardens, but he didn't say anything to Gretchen about that. Hell, what could he say? "I got drunk as fuck and stuck my dick into the nearest pretty girl, and it just happened to be our old roommate and my lunch buddy." That made him sound like the worst kind of asshole, and it made Greer sound like she was disposable, and she wasn't. Greer was a sweetheart. Quiet and calm, he remembered how she'd stared up at him with big, adoring eyes when they'd been roommates, how she'd always had a kind smile and a nice word for him, even when he was at his lowest, how she'd never fussed at him when he was behind on rent payments, as he so often was back in his college days. They'd transitioned from roommates to friends, and for a while all of them would get together on Mondays and have a lunch to catch up. Over time, people drifted away. Taylor's job wouldn't let her take long lunches. Gretchen buried herself in her ghostwriting, and eventually Chelsea went into hiding. But Greer always had time. Every week they met at the same diner and sat at the same table and had lunch together. The talk was always relaxing and easy. Greer chatted a little about her latest clients she was working with in her wedding planning business, and shared amusing anecdotes about bridezillas or strange requests. He'd tell her about his outsourcing business, and she'd offer suggestions or a sympathetic ear. Greer always had time for him. She was a good friend, if unassuming. She wasn't flashy, wasn't demanding. She was comfortable, always there, always ready to lend an ear or a hand. She never pushed, never argued. She deserved so much better than a quick drunk fuck at a party. Asher forced himself to get up from the floor, touched his nose to make sure it wasn't bleeding any longer, and then staggered over to the coffee and poured himself a cup. "Nothing to tell, Gretchen. I just need to talk to Greer. She here?" "Nope, you're the only one. I never saw Greer last night, actually." Gretchen frowned into her cup. "What was she dressed as?" He racked his brain, trying to think. There was glitter, and her dainty, luscious body was practically hanging out of that low neckline. He remembered he could see the tips of her tight little brown nipples when she leaned forward. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Stripper. What? Flapper. God, he needed more coffee. She was cute. Cute didn't cover it. His memories of Greer from last night? A lot sexier than he normally thought of her. Then again, he'd been drunk as fuck. She could have dressed up as Grover from Sesame Street and he'd have probably nailed her. Time to own up to his fuck-ups. "I probably wasn't nice to her," Asher lied to Gretchen. "I am pretty sure I fucked her behind your house. I should call her and apologize." Gretchen patted the tray. "Come caffeinate first. You need to be coherent." She was right. He thumped into a seat next to her, rubbed his face, and then reached for a cup. "Thanks for looking out for me last night." "Oh, this is way more fun than sending you home." The look she gave him was pure evil. "So, can I listen in when you call Greer?" "Nosy." "Of course. You two are my friends, and she's carried a torch for you since, grade school." He choked on the coffee. "Oh, God, don't tell me that." Because now all he could think about were her dark eyes gazing up at him and peeking down her dress to see her nipples. He was such a bastard. He'd never be able to look her in the eye ever again. "It's true. Well, not the grade school part, but her being in love with you?" Gretchen fluttered her eyelashes at him. "You are her knight in shining armor. I'm surprised you haven't noticed it before." He hadn't. Greer was just so sweet. He'd just assumed she was that sweet to everyone. All of this was making him feel worse. He gulped down a burning mouthful of coffee. Gretchen's words had done more to sober him than any amount of caffeine. "I don't suppose you know where my phone is?" "I'm sure I do, Prince Charming." She waved it in the air. Gretchen was enjoying this far too much. A short time later, when his head stopped feeling like it was a drum, he tried calling Greer. She didn't answer, so he texted her instead of leaving a message. "A.S. Hey there, it was good to see you at the party." To his surprise, an answer came through almost right away. Greer. "Okay." A.S. Just wanted to say that I was pretty drunk and I don't remember most of what happened. Greer. "Okay." A.S. I never meant to, take advantage of the situation. I hope we're still good. Greer. "Sure." A.S. You know I value you as a friend. Greer. "Sure." A.S. And I would never try to hook up at a party normally. I was just in a bad place. Greer. "No prob." A.S. I just hope we can still be friends. I'd like to put the whole thing behind us. Greer. "Consider it behind us." A.S. Great, thanks. A.S. I know sex can ruin friendships, but I would rather we stay friends. Greer. "Sure, friends." Asher stared down at his phone. The conversation seemed okay, but He couldn't get over the fact that he felt like something was wrong. Greer wasn't very chatty, he guessed. Weren't women chatty in texts? She always had plenty to say at lunch. Then again, he'd never really tried to carry a text conversation with her before, so maybe this was just how she was. Some people hated texting. He reread the text conversation, then added a final note. A.S. We still on for Monday lunch? Greer. Sorry, going out of town. Maybe next time? A.S. Sure, next time. She was just busy. He was imagining things. Feeling better, Asher poured himself another cup of coffee and tried not to think about the gentle slope of Greer's breasts or the tight pricks of her nipples brushing against his chest. Fuck his brain. She was just a friend, and now she was a friend that he'd put in an awkward situation. At least they were still friends, though. That was because Greer was a genuinely nice person. He was lucky to know her. Greer glared down at her phone, fuming at the text conversation. We still on for Monday lunch? As if she ever wanted to see him again after last night? Hope we're still friends. You keep on hoping, she thought angrily. She closed the text window and promptly blocked his number from calling her phone again. Weeks later. Greer clutched the airline sickness bag to her chest. It was the third one she'd gone through on the flight out to Vegas. She closed her eyes and willed herself to die. Either that or stop vomiting. At this moment, either one would do. Are you all right, Miss Chada Jansen? She opened her eyes and squinted at the flight attendant hovering nearby. The woman's white Dutch bonnet and wench costume did not look comfortable, especially when she leaned in toward Greer. But it was a normal sort of thing, given that she was flying on her father's private plane. Greer gave her a wan smile. I'm fine, thank you. Just something I ate. Well, you just hit your button if you need me. The woman beamed a bright pink-lipped grin at Greer and straightened. Her high-heeled wooden shoes clacked as she headed back toward the front of the plane. Since the urge to vomit was leaving, however temporarily, Greer set the bag aside and curled up on the purple velour couch she was reclining on. It was nice of her vater to send his private plane, but she did wish that it wasn't so very Dutchman. But that was Stan. He was proud of his empire, and he wanted the world to know it. Her father, Stan Jansen, had come to the U.S. with plans to copy the Playboy empire. He'd created his own magazine, The Dutchman, and instead of bunnies, he had Dutch girls in white bonnets, wooden shoes, and chesty wench costumes. He'd been very progressive in the market, and wasn't afraid to experiment with new things, so it made an incredible fortune. And while it hadn't always been easy growing up as the only child of a man that peddled busty, mostly naked fetish magazines, she supposed it could have been worse. Vader was caring in his own way. He just had a very peculiar way. Stan had wanted Greer to visit him in Las Vegas while he received the Businessman of the Year award from Prospectus magazine. He was throwing an enormous party at the Dutchman Castle. Yes, her father had built himself a castle in Vegas, and wanted his quiet, studious, wholly unbusty daughter there. Well, actually, the party wasn't for several weeks, but he wanted his daughter to plan the occasion for him. It didn't matter that Greer was a wedding planner and not a party planner. Stan wanted her because, well, she'd probably work for free. And while her father had assistants that could probably do the job, most of them were like the flight attendant and had been hired for, other assets. It was sweet of her father, really, to call on Greer, even though she was busy in New York, but it had been a while since she'd seen him. And really, she was flattered he'd thought of her, no matter the circumstances. So, she had agreed to go, even though she'd been feeling a bit under the weather lately. By the time they landed, Greer was feeling much more like herself. Her sickness had passed, she'd eaten some crackers, and she was ready to enjoy a few days in Las Vegas. This would be like a vacation, she told herself. A chance to get away and reset from all the things that were currently bothering her in New York City. Like the fact that she was still beating herself up over sleeping with Asher. Or the fact that she'd been avoiding him ever since. Monday lunches? A thing of the past. If she never saw him again, it'd be too soon. The Dutchman white limo was waiting for her when the plane landed, and the driver must have been new because he looked a little surprised to see her. Sure, she was brown and small, and her father was a blonde European. She was tempted to take out her ID and show him her name, but decided to be nice and not cruel to the poor driver. He took her to the Dutchman Castle, on the outskirts of Vegas. Her father adored pomp and bombast, and his home was no different. Most people would be happy with a mansion in Vegas. Not Stan Jensen. He wanted one that looked like a castle, complete with a moat, 2 towers that looked as if they were topped by breasts, and a drawbridge with his initials carved into the wood. She suspected that if her father could get away with a coach drawn by white horses, he'd do that too. No one came out to greet her when the limo pulled up to the mansion. That wasn't surprising. Sometimes her father had a girlfriend who took on the role of hostess, but most of the time they were just fame bunnies looking to spend her father's money and cash in on a bit of notoriety. Greer took her bag from the driver, wheeled it to the staff entrance instead of the garish front double doors, and let herself in. Greer! The moment she entered, there were people to greet her. Marta, the head cook, rushed out and showered Greer with air kisses. Look at you, so pretty, just like your mother. 2 of the elderly butlers came and hugged her as well, and it felt a bit like coming home. Hi, guys. Greer hugged the staff, smiling at familiar faces and shaking the hands of new ones. Good to see you all. How are things? Vader treating you well? Marta rolled her eyes and wiped her hands on her apron. Look at you, carrying in your own suitcase? Lucas, take that upstairs for Greer. Put it up in the yellow room. The man named Lucas, young and very new to the staff, paused. I think Kiki's in the yellow room. Dios mío, Marta breathed, shaking her head. One of your father's new girlfriends. I can sleep in one of the staff rooms. It's no big deal. She'd prefer it, really. No one ever tried to get into one of the staff rooms late at night, thinking there'd be a nubile Dutch girl in the bed. I don't like it, Marta said with a frown, but waved Lucas ahead. Your father, he's got 3 girlfriends right now. 3? Greer wrinkled her nose and pulled up one of the stools near the main kitchen table. There were fresh vegetables all over the table, being cut into various shapes. She plucked a star-shaped wedge of cucumber off the pile and popped it in her mouth. Let me guess. Blonde, busty, and under 25? Marta crossed herself and nodded. Your father definitely has a type. This time it's triplets. Bunny, Kiki, and Tiffy, all vegan. She shook her head and picked up her knife, starting to chop again. Well, that sounds dreadful for you. Marta loved working for Greer's father, but her life got harder depending on the girlfriends in the house. If they didn't eat the same things as Mr. Jansen, it meant more work for the kitchen. Marta shrugged and began to chop another cucumber slice into a star shape. At least they don't eat a lot, but we've been cooking with a lot of tofu lately. I'll note that for the celebration party. Tofu. Triplets. My, this was getting interesting already. If they're still around by then, Marta corrected, raising her eyebrows. You never know with your father. She bustled over to the oven. Well, Marta had a point. Her father had never married and loved having an endless stream of new girlfriends. Some lasted a week, some lasted years. Rarely was there just one. Her father liked variety. Which explains the triplets. Sort of. You're just in time for lunch, Marta said, opening the oven. We're having quinoa, spinach, and tofu loaf. I promise it's better than it sounds. As Marta pulled the pan out of the oven, the smell of the food wafted into the air, and Greer's stomach rebelled. She jerked to her feet and raced for the nearest bathroom, leaving behind a startled Marta and her helpers. Luckily, Greer made it safely to the toilet before she tossed her crackers. When she was done puking her guts out, she oddly felt a lot better. So strange. Greer washed her face with a wet towel, rinsed her mouth, and returned to the kitchen. Marta was eyeing her with a curious look. You all right? She grimaced. Stomach bug. Her hand patted her waist. Caught it a few days ago and can't seem to shake it. Marta clucked and moved to Greer, putting an arm around her shoulders like a doting grandmother. It's good that you're here. I'll fix you right up. You go to your room and sleep, and when you wake up, I'll make you a nice warm soup and take care of you. Greer felt a rush of love for the old housekeeper. When she'd been a lonely child growing up, Marta had always had time for her, and made her special treats to let her know she was loved. Soup made by Marta would fix a million ailments, as would just spending some time in her warm kitchen. This was what she needed to reset all the feelings of misery and unhappiness from the last few weeks. Going up to her room sounded good, but she hesitated. I should probably say hello to Vader. He is not even here. He's on site for a photo shoot. She ushered Greer toward the back stairs that led to the staff rooms. You go rest up, and you call the kitchen if you need anything. Do you want some medicine? I'm fine. She kissed Marta's cheek and gave her a smile. It's so good to see you again. The woman pinched Greer's cheek as if she were a child. Go, rest. So she did. The staff rooms were small and plain, and the single bed she laid down in was laughably small compared to the palatial guest rooms upstairs. But she liked it better with the staff, always had, and she fell asleep right away, despite having napped on the plane. She was home. Several hours later, she woke up feeling refreshed. Greer changed her clothes, pulled her hair back into her typical braid, put her glasses on, and headed downstairs for some of the soup she'd been promised. True to her word, Marta had made a batch of chicken noodle, but she insisted on serving Greer in the dining room. Greer was a Jansen, Marta explained, and she needed to be treated like one. That was how she got to meet the triplets. The dining room in the Dutchman castle seated 24 because her father loved to entertain. The table itself was long and wooden, and the entire room was set up like a medieval dining hall, complete with a massive fireplace at one end and pennants hanging from the ceiling. Crowded around one end of the table were 3 identical blondes, noisily chewing salads. They looked over at her as she entered, but didn't get up. Greer sat down underneath the rose pennant, her usual spot when she was visiting. It also, thankfully, placed her at the opposite end of the table from the triplets. A moment later, soup and crackers was served to her, and Greer gave the staffer a grateful smile before picking up her spoon and tucking in. She'd had about 3 bites of Marta's delicious soup before the whispering started to get annoying. Is she one of the centerfolds? Asked one. Get real, look at her. This was accompanied by a snort. Well, there went her self-esteem. Nothing like being home. She took another mouthful of soup. But why is she here? "She's not a centerfold," said another. "She's got no tits." "You can buy those." At that, she nearly choked on a noodle. "A new girlfriend, then?" "But he's got us." "He'd say something, wouldn't he?" "Stan didn't tell me, and I thought he told me everything." There was a pout in that voice. "I can't believe it. He's cheating on us." After that ridiculous statement, Greer put her spoon down and calmly wiped her mouth. She should probably say something before they worked themselves into a frenzy. She looked over at them. They were all incredibly beautiful, in an overly made-up sort of way. Big, processed blonde hair flowed over tanned shoulders, and all three women had high cheekbones, nose jobs, and boob jobs. They wore bikinis to dinner, naturally, and one was in pink, one in baby blue, and one in purple. They also didn't look very bright. One girl's big lips were quivering, as if she were about to cry as she stared down Greer, her fork poised over her salad. She felt a twinge of pity for them. Their sad, sad little world threatened by her? Man. "Don't worry, I'm his daughter." 3 sets of eyes widened. "But you're Mexican," Pink Girl blurted. "You don't look anything like him." Oh, Lord, not this again. She smoothed her cloth napkin in her lap. "Actually, I'm part Indian." She was half Dutch, too, but to white people, she was other. Ironically, she couldn't claim Desi as her heritage either, because that implied she knew the culture, and, well, she didn't. So she was just a square peg in a round hole. Story of her life. "My father dated my mother in the late 80s. I look like her." Blue snapped her fingers. "I remember that. She's the one in the picture in his room. What was her name? Lacey?" "Lakshmi," Greer corrected, touched. Her father kept a picture of her dead mother in his room? That was oddly sweet. "Lakshmi Chadha." "That's right," Blue said triumphantly. "The porn star." For some reason, that irritated Greer. Sure, it was true, but Lakshmi hadn't gotten into porn until after she'd broken up with Stan. After losing her meal ticket, and with a young, mostly unwanted child in tow, she'd spiraled and gotten into drugs. And porn. Greer didn't remember much about that since she was too young, but she remembered her mother's bright smile and her achingly lovely face. She started out as a Dutchman centerfold. Their expressions grew envious. "I want to be a centerfold," Purple sighed. "I was," Pink said, her voice smug. She sat up a little straighter. Purple scowled at her. "Just because you're a suck-up." "Come on," Blue said. "Behave, you guys." She smiled at Greer. "I'm Kiki, and this is Bunny," she said, pointing at Pink. "And this is Tiffy." Purple. They beamed at her, and all of their expressions were the same. "Has your dad mentioned us?" Kiki asked. Oh, awkward. Greer never talked to her father much, and they never discussed who he was dating. They weren't close like most families. Cordial, yes. Close? No. He'd never wanted children, and Lakshmi's pregnancy had caused their breakup. Her mother had gone ahead and had the baby just to piss off her ex. The only reason Greer hadn't been shipped to foster care when her mother overdosed was that it would have reflected badly on Stan. So he'd taken Greer in, shuttled her off to a far end of the castle where she would be out of the way, gave her a nanny and tutor, and tried to forget she existed. Cordial was really the best word for their relationship. But she didn't want to hurt Kiki's feelings, especially if the girls were living at the castle and would be around while she was visiting. And she knew what it was like to pine for a bit of Stan's attention. He might have once or twice, she lied. Kiki lit up and cast her sisters an excited look. "See?" So why are you here? Purple Tiffy asked, gnawing on a baby carrot she plucked from her salad. Vader is being awarded Businessman of the Year by Prospectus magazine in a few months. He wants to throw a large party to celebrate it, and he wants me to coordinate it. She spooned her soup carefully, but her insides were starting to be upset again. Oh, a party? Pink Bunny wiggled in her seat. Stan throws the best parties. What kind of party? Purple Tiffy asked. A celebration party? What a strange question. I mean, will there be strippers? She tossed her hair over her shoulder. Or will it be a costume party? Do I need to practice jumping out of a cake? Greer blinked. No, you just need to show up. It's a formal party. Oh! Greer pushed her soup aside, because now the smell was starting to be nauseating. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think I need to excuse myself. It's the animal hormones in your soup, isn't it? I can smell it from here, Bunny said sympathetically. You should go vegan. No animals were harmed with celery, Tiffy agreed, waving a stalk at Greer. Greer shook her head and pressed a hand under her nose as she got to her feet. I'm fine. It's not the chicken. Certain smells make my stomach react poorly. Kiki tilted her head. Smells? I'm sure it's just a stomach bug. It's been following me for a few days. The blue triplet nodded slowly. Better at night? Actually, yes. Greer paused. Have you been sick too? Is it something going around? God, I hope not, Kiki said with a giggle. You want to borrow a pregnancy test? Greer was pregnant. She'd taken 3 of Kiki's pregnancy tests, silently willing each one to show a negative. Each time, a bright positive sign streaked across the stick moments after she used it. Well, crap. Asher had gotten her pregnant. That one horrible interlude in the gardens at Gretchen's party had fucked her over. She was unwed, and she hated the father of the child in her belly. Well, this wasn't a situation she'd ever imagined herself getting into, especially after her mother's bad example. Kiki was nothing but sympathy. Don't worry, she said, when Greer emerged from the bathroom, pale and unhappy. There's still plenty of time to take care of things. I know a great doctor. You want her number? A doctor? To get rid of it? Not yet, Greer said faintly. The moment the words left her mouth, she wanted to take them back. Not ever. This wasn't planned, but Greer hadn't been a planned child either. She'd been a mistake between 2 people who no longer liked each other. She couldn't get rid of her own child for the same reasons. Her hands went to her stomach. Like it or not, she was having a baby. And Greer was going to give this child the best, happiest life she possibly could, she thought fiercely. No nannies and tutors, no squirreling her child away to the back of the house because it was inconvenient. Greer's baby would be loved, and know it was loved at all times, even if it didn't have a father in the picture. But it would be a change. A big, big change. Holy crap. She got a little faint just thinking about it. She went to her room in a daze and took another nap. When she woke up, she was mentally refreshed and convinced that the tests were right. Of course she was pregnant. Asher hadn't used a condom. She was getting sick at all kinds of smells, and her stomach acted up in the morning. Her breasts were tender, and her period was due in about 3 days, but she suspected it'd be a no-show. Greer Googled pregnancy symptoms, and it seemed that one could start getting sick as early as 3 weeks after conception. Well, that certainly fit the time frame for her sex with Asher. Actually, she couldn't even call it that. She'd refer to it as an unwanted sperm donation at this point, because sex implied she might have gotten some pleasure out of it, and that certainly wasn't the case. For a moment, she thought about unblocking Asher's number and texting him, telling him he got her pregnant and reveling in his panic. She could force him to pay child support, and wouldn't that be ironic? He was a billionaire, but he was a billionaire only because of her. Back when his business had nearly collapsed, she'd secretly given him $5 million and pretended it was from her father. Milking him for child support would have a vicious sort of justice to it. But she discarded the idea as quickly as it came. She didn't want her baby to be a problem. She certainly didn't want her child to be a weapon between angry, battling parents. Been there, done that. She didn't want to mess with Asher. Actually, she never wanted to see him again. This would be her child, and hers alone. Her hands went to her flat stomach, imagining what her body would look like when the baby started to round it out. A knock sounded at the door. "Miss Greer?" One of the butlers. She sat up. "Yes?" "Mr. Stein's returned home if you want to talk to him." "Thank you, Jonathan." She smoothed her hair and straightened her sweater and slacks. She did have to talk to her father. Not only about the party she was going to plan for him, but the baby she was going to have. As her parent, she supposed he deserved to know. Greer slipped her flats back on and then headed down the stairs and into the main part of the castle, looking for her father. Finding a person in the Dutchman castle was sometimes like finding a needle in a haystack, but her father had a few favorite haunts. He wasn't in the movie room, the library, or taking laps in the indoor swimming pool. She found him in his study, seated at an enormous glass desk, going over proofs of the next magazine issue. "Hello, Vader," she called out as she entered. "Little Greer," he greeted, putting aside the folder and getting to his feet. "I'm glad you made it. I have a lot of ideas for the party." He extended his hands to her, and she put her hands in his, and they exchanged air kisses on their cheeks. "Come, sit down, and I'll go over my checklist." That was about as warm as Stein Jansen got with her, Greer thought wryly. She was treated more like an old business associate than a daughter. There was no asking how one was doing, what she was up to, how her wedding planning business was going. It was always, and always would be, about Stein, and Stein alone. At 65, her father was still an impressive figure. Over 6 feet tall, his hair had finally faded from pale blonde to silver, but his shoulders were as broad as ever, and his face just as tanned. His cheeks were unlined, but the set of his mouth got a little thinner every year, and he was starting to get a gut. Not that Greer would ever say that to him. "You look well, Vader." He shot her an unreadable look. "I should. Those women are working me to the bone. So demanding, all 3 of them. You met them, my triplets?" Ah, yes. Nothing like getting reminded that her father didn't really think of her as a daughter, as if she wanted to hear about his sexual conquests. "I did. They seem very nice." "They're stupid," he said bluntly, sitting back down in his chair and digging through a few folders. "But they're enthusiastic." Calling them stupid seemed cruel. "You do have a type," she said lightly. He shot her another look, and this time it was irritated. "I do not. Your mother was nothing like them." "Yes, and you discarded her and me." But she bit those words back. "Speaking of mothers..." Stein pulled out a piece of paper and then put on his reading glasses, perching them on his broad nose. "Now, let me tell you my idea for the theme. I was thinking something with ice, something elegant, though. This is a showpiece of a party. There will be very important people there, and we don't want to look trashy. So ice. Ice can be elegant. Maybe diamonds. I think—" "Vader," she interrupted. If he got started on work, she'd never be able to broach the subject of her pregnancy. He paused and angled his head so he could stare at her over his reading glasses. "What?" "You should know that." She sucked in a breath and then forced herself to admit the words. "I'm pregnant." He blinked. "Can you work? Is it going to be a problem with planning my celebration?" "No, it won't be a problem." He tapped his glasses, pushing them farther back on his nose. "So, I was thinking diamonds, an elegant theme, like satin and diamonds. Or does that make you think of strippers?" She bit back her sigh of disappointment. Why had she expected her father to show any sort of emotion? He never called her unless he needed something. He never remembered her on holidays. He didn't care about family. Of course he wouldn't care about her baby. Maybe she was still reaching for that dream of family after all. Hope sprung eternal, and Greer had always been an optimist. She idly touched her stomach. She'd just have to be enough family for her baby without anyone else. "Greer, diamonds?" She sat forward in her chair and pulled a blank piece of paper off his desk and picked up a pen. "Perhaps we can tweak the idea, Vader. Maybe not satin and diamonds. How about black tie and diamonds? Or perhaps just call it a black tie affair." "Good idea," Stein said, grinning. "See, this is why I wanted you to do it. You have good taste." And Greer kind of hated that she got a little inward thrill at her father's approval. Chapter 3. 3 months later. The Dutchman castle was crawling with people. Some were photographers, some were celebrities, some were rich stockholders like Asher himself, and some were just skimpily clad girls looking to capitalize on their hotness. So, basically, it was like any other Dutchman party. Asher flashed his invite as he entered, heading for the gardens. He strolled in, put his hands in his tuxedo pockets, and surveyed the area. An enormous draped awning had been set over one portion of the gardens, and the rest was open-air tables nestled snugly on the cobblestone patio that encircled the enormous swimming pool. The pool itself was covered in huge floats shaped like diamonds and blow-up swans. Tacky, but again, typical for a Dutchman party. Each table had wooden folding chairs, a floral centerpiece, and creamy white tablecloths edged with black ribbon. The party was a strange mixture of classy and tawdry. For example, the table settings were gorgeous, but strolling between them were the unmistakable Dutchman girls carrying flutes of champagne. One wandered up to him with a tray in her hands. Her wench costume was cut so low that her breasts were bare and spilled out, and the skirt barely covered her thong. She wore the sky-high wooden shoes that were the Dutchman brand, along with the white cap, and she gave him an interested smile that looked as if he were her prey. "Can I get you anything? Drink? Lap candy?" She winked at him. "I'm good, thanks." "You let me know if you want any service." She licked her lips suggestively and then sauntered away. That wouldn't be happening. Tonight he had 2 missions: to discuss business with Stein and to find Greer and apologize for being an ass. Those things were the only reasons he'd taken time out of his busy schedule to pop into Vegas and show up at this party. The entire thing was a sham. Prospectus Magazine's Businessman of the Year. It was well known among elite circles that it was a lot like one of the Hollywood Walk of Fame stars. You paid to play. They'd write puff pieces about how incredible his company was and how business was booming, and it was all to raise the profile of the company that was otherwise sagging and in trouble. Asher knew this because he had done it last year as a last-ditch effort to save his company, outsource everything. He'd taken a chunk of the money Stein had sent his way, bought a ton of PR, and made a few risky investments in the hope of a quick payoff. It had all worked out beautifully, and his company was now doing better than ever. Asher had doubled his fortune. Now that he knew Stein was in trouble, he was here to help. It was the least he could do after the man had bailed his ass out, no questions asked. And then there was Greer. Greer, who'd woken him up from his self-destructive spiral, whose sweet offering at the party had turned into a nightmare. He'd lost her friendship, and he hadn't even realized how much it had meant to him. Losing her made him realize he was pissing away friendships he cherished and valued, and that it was time to sack up. He'd eased off the throttle at work, no longer spending 16 hours a day at the office. He'd stopped drinking entirely, and he was working on rebuilding friendships that had become strained over the past 2 years, since he'd broken up with Donna and things went into the crapper. He didn't even miss Donna anymore. Now, Greer he missed. He hated that there were no more Monday lunches. He hated that he missed that soft, shy smile of hers as if she were sharing something special with him when she was pleased. Yeah, Greer he missed, but not Donna. That was probably the strangest part of all. Donna had been a big part of his life for over 10 years, ever since he was 16. Her sudden betrayal had gutted him, along with her casual declaration that she no longer loved him, and the fact that she moved to Australia to be with her new lover. He'd felt completely hollowed out, as if there was nothing left inside. He'd felt that way for over a year, and every day waking up without Donna at his side had seemed like an exercise in pain. Somewhere during the past few months, though, that pain had gone away, and he hadn't even realized it. Donna wasn't the person he'd fallen in love with anymore, and he'd been too wrapped up in other things to notice it. Now, oddly enough, when he thought about happiness, instead of Donna's flaming red hair and boisterous laugh, he pictured Greer and her small, quiet smiles that seemed almost reluctant to show themselves. She had to be here tonight. He wanted to talk to her, if nothing else, to apologize for the way he'd acted. He knew she was avoiding him, and it bothered him. It bothered him that he'd taken advantage of a friend, and that he'd been such an asshole to someone who was nothing but kind to him, who'd been supporting him since day one, and who'd always had time for him, even when the entire world seemed to want to forget his name. She'd always been there for him, and he wanted to be there for her. He wanted to fix things between them. And, okay, maybe take her out for lunch or get their Mondays scheduled again. But that was pure selfishness talking, because he missed her. Most of all, he just wanted to know that Greer was okay with things, and he didn't want her to hate him. Asher walked the party, looking for a small figure in plain clothing and big glasses. Everywhere he looked, though, there was no sign of Greer. She was Stein's daughter, wasn't she? Surely she'd be here for her father's award. He mingled for a bit, chatting with acquaintances and scanning the crowd. Lots of scantily clad Dutch girls. No sign of Greer. That was fucking disappointing. He was just about to circle through the party again when he saw Stein Jansen off to one side, talking to a politician. Stein had his arm around a perky blonde in purple, 2 identical girls flanking them. Now was as good a time as any to talk to the man. He finished his bottle of water, set it on a nearby table, and approached the small group. As Asher moved in, the politician left, and Stein's gaze went to him. "Mr. Jansen." Asher extended his hand, putting on his best people-love-me grin. "Great party. Thanks for inviting me." He nodded at the blondes, one of whom had started twirling her hair and eyeing him with a hungry look. "Ladies?" To his surprise, Stein gave him a cool look. "Do I know you?" "I should hope so." Asher's friendly smile remained in place, though inwardly he was wondering what the fuck was up with that. He pulled his hand back, noticing Stein hadn't bothered to shake it.
Asher Sutton. I'm one of your stockholders and the owner of Outsource Everything. I was Prospectus Magazine's Businessman of the Year last year.
Ah.
The look in Styan's eyes grew cunning, and he held out his hand. Mr. Sutton, a pleasure to meet you. These are my girlfriends, Bunny, Kiki, and Tiffy. Tiffy continued to twirl her hair, smiling at him. Yikes. Lucky guy, Asher said smoothly. He shook Styan's hand, trying not to feel distaste for the man. Cold bastard. But he'd saved Asher's ass, so he couldn't hate him. Listen, I wanted to come and thank you personally for what you did for me last year. Girls, give me a moment. Styan turned to his girlfriends and made a shooing motion. One dared to kiss his cheek, and then all three scampered away like naughty children. Which, given the age difference between them and their boyfriend, they very well could have been. Jesus. Once the women had left, Styan's calculating gaze returned to Asher. I'm sorry, but I'm confused. What exactly did you say that I did for you? This was damned odd. How could the man not remember giving him $5 million? I was having some financial trouble last year, and you gave me an endowment to bail my company out. When the man's face showed not a flicker of recognition, Asher began to wonder if he'd somehow gotten the information wrong. The letter he'd received had come from Dutchman letterhead, though. There was no mistaking the company's rather lewd logo of a woman with legs spread over the M in Dutchman. I do not recall this, Styan said slowly. What was the amount? $5 million. The elder man's eyes narrowed at him. I would know if I gave $5 million out to a young, upstart company. His distaste for the man grew, and Asher had to fight to keep the friendly smile on his face. Nevertheless, I wanted to thank you personally and let you know I was willing to do the same for you. That got a reaction from him. Styan's pale eyes flickered with interest. He glanced around at the partygoers to make sure no one was close by, and then leaned in. What is it you think you know about me? The man's accent grew heavier. I imagine, since we both received the Prospectus Award, that you need it for the same reasons I did. Styan's nostrils flared. This is not a good place to talk, but I am interested in your proposition. Shall we meet tomorrow? He reached into a pocket and pulled out a business card, handing it to Asher. He took it, slightly mystified as Styan nodded at him, and then abruptly left, off to greet another man in a tuxedo. Immediately, the three Easter egg-colored girlfriends flocked close once more. The one kept shooting him longing looks. Well, that was damned odd. Asher tucked the card into his pocket. It was almost as if the man had no idea what Asher was talking about. Oh, fuck. Gretchen's voice wafted through his mind. She's carried a torch for you since, grade school. Greer. Stan's only daughter. Other than an employee of the company, she would be the only one with access to Dutchman letterhead. The money hadn't come from Stan at all. It had come from his daughter, who had ample money of her own sitting in multiple trust fund accounts from both parents. Asher wiped his mouth dry, shocked. He was such an idiot. He'd never questioned why Greer's father's company, a fucking titty magazine, would send a telecom company $5 million to help him out. He'd just been awash in his own misery, his life falling to pieces around him, and hadn't stopped to ask questions. He'd taken the money and righted his sinking ship and never questioned the gift. Greer had never said a thing. And how had he repaid her? A drunk fuck in the gardens. No wonder she wouldn't return his calls. He'd hurt her feelings and destroyed their friendship,
and until this very moment, he'd had no idea just how much the friendship meant to him. Until they were gone, he hadn't realized how much their lunches had been such an important part of his week. He'd always thought of Greer as sweet and pleasant to be around, and he liked her as a person. She was quiet, but smart and quick. She always made him think, and her observations had made him smile many a time. Now that he knew what she'd done for him, his affection had grown only deeper. Now that she was no longer in his life, he missed her with a strange ache that he had no idea how to fill. He had billions now, thanks to her help. It wasn't the amount of money that humbled him, though that was pretty fucking impressive on its own. It was that she trusted in him enough to fork it out, no questions asked. Greer had been such a true friend to him in his time of need. It only reinforced his need to find her. She had to be at the party tonight. He'd watch and wait for her to arrive. Her father would be giving a speech soon, and Greer would surely be present for that. He found his place card at one of the tables in the center of the room, a few hungry-looking women already seated there. This party was full of girls on the lookout for a sugar daddy. Again, not surprising, given the man they were there tonight to celebrate. But the avid, calculating looks in their eyes made Asher's skin crawl a little. He plucked his card off the table and switched it with one at the far end of the cluster of tables, so he could watch for Greer. An hour passed. The party was in full swing, people crowding in and getting tipsy. The Dutchman girls were everywhere, breasts exposed as they passed out drinks and posed for photos. How had someone as quiet and unobtrusive as Greer managed to come from an environment such as this? It didn't make sense. People stopped to chat with him, but he kept the conversations brief, his gaze scanning constantly for the one person he wanted to find. Eventually, people migrated to the tables, and the editor of Prospectus moved to the podium and began to speak. Asher's gaze moved over the crowd. Stan was seated at the front table with his 3 girlfriends, all gazing raptly up at the speaker. There were a few other people Asher didn't recognize at Stan's table, but not his daughter. Damn it, where was she? As one speech ended and people began to clap, Stan moved toward the podium. As he got up, Asher's body stiffened. There was Greer, seated directly behind her father at the next table. There was no mistaking the long fall of dark silky hair and the big chunky glasses that swallowed up so much of her face. Her brown skin seemed to glow against the pale blue of her low-cut bodice, and her arms were bare. Immediately, he had an inappropriate boner. Damn it. Asher mentally willed his body to behave, but all he could think about were his few flashes of memory from that night, her soft body welcoming his, the adoring look in her dark eyes, the delicate swells of her dark-tipped breasts. She hadn't noticed him thus far, and he was able to drink in the sight of her unobstructed. She smiled and nodded as someone next to her spoke, but her expression seemed to be guarded, wary. When her father spoke, her expression was attentive, but not beaming with affection or pride. A memory niggled at Asher, of Greer spending holidays back at her apartment rather than going home to visit family. Her expression changed as someone said something to her, and he watched a genuine smile spread across her face, and his body reacted again. It seemed that now his type had gone from redheads to, well, Greer. This was not a problem for him. The speech droned on, Stan taking his time to talk himself up as he spoke of his company and his many accomplishments. Asher watched Greer through the entire speech, noting when her expression grew distant and when she truly smiled. Odd that he could tell the difference, given that she tended to mask her emotions well. At some point the speech ended, and the crowd surged to their feet, giving Stan a standing ovation. People whistled and cheered as if the man hadn't bought himself a damn award.
but Asher clapped along with the rest of them, just to blend in. When the group started to disperse into partying again, he got out of his chair and moved toward Greer's table, stalking her. He saw her heading off with one of the waitstaff and jogged to catch up. "Greer!" She turned, and her face paled at the sight of him. Her mouth firmed into an angry line of distaste, and then she picked up her skirts and continued to walk away. Yeah, he was definitely on the shit list. That didn't deter him, though. Asher headed after her, following her into the house and catching up, despite her efforts to hurry. "Hey, wait up! I think we need to talk." "I have nothing to say to you, Asher." She didn't turn to look at him. He reached out and clasped her arm, noting how warm her skin was and how soft. And damn it all, if he didn't start to get another inappropriate boner. His body really needed to learn to calm the fuck down. "Just give me 5 minutes of your time, all right? Then I'll leave you alone." She exchanged a look with the waitress and then nodded at her. "I'll be inside in a minute. Go ahead." When the woman left, Greer sighed and turned back to him, smoothing a stray lock of hair back behind her ear. "What is it, Asher? I'm very busy tonight with the party." "I can imagine. This is a terrific party. I should have known you were behind it." He knew she'd done weddings for some top-notch clients in New York and always took her job extremely seriously. Of course she'd put on a spectacular party for her father. "Listen, I feel like the last time we saw each other, we fucked up." Her eyebrows went up. Shit, that was apparently the wrong thing to say. "I mean, it was a fuck-up, but not that fucking you was a mistake." God, where was his suaveness when he needed it? Why was he all diarrhea of the mouth when it came to Greer? He could sweet-talk anyone, but the moment he came close to her, he babbled like a schoolboy. "Not that I think we should have fucked, of course. We're friends, and friends don't sleep with each other, not if they want to stay friends. And you've been avoiding me. We haven't had our Mondays in the last few months." "No, we haven't." "It doesn't have to be Mondays, you know. It can be any other day. Or it doesn't have to be lunch. It can be any time you need it to be if your schedule is all screwed." He frowned to himself. I should probably stop saying the word screwed, shouldn't I? Her arms crossed over her chest, pressing her dress tighter against her body. "Is this conversation going somewhere, Asher? Like I said, I'm very busy tonight." Greer's tits looked magnificent in that dress, he realized. They'd been small, perfect handfuls the night they'd slept together, and now they seemed doubly abundant. "Did you get a boob job?" Her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. "I need to go." Fuck, why did he say that? "Sorry, it's none of my business. Listen." He reached out and grabbed her elbow when she turned to leave, stopping her. "The reason why I wanted to talk to you tonight is because I was behaving like an ass that night. I was drunk and I wasn't myself. I was just lost in misery and in booze, and if I'd been thinking straight, I would have never dragged you off to the gardens and slept with you." And damn, if that didn't sound all wrong, too. "Not because you're not attractive, Greer. You are." "You're not winning me over, Asher." Her voice sounded hard. "Did you truly come to this party just to tell me that you find me repulsive and you wouldn't have slept with me if you were sober?" "What? No, that's not what I meant at all. You're hot. I mean, hell, you look smoking hot in that dress tonight." She was all lush curves, which was surprising given that his memories of her were of her daintiness. But her body had changed in the last couple of months, and something about that was bothering him. "I just don't think we should have done that, as friends." "On that, I agree completely. May I go now?" Why wasn't she thawing toward him? He remembered Greer as all soft, shy smiles for him. They'd have been friends, good friends. The cool, remote stranger in front of him? Well, it reminded him of Stan and the polite, disinterested because you are dirt to me expression he wore at all times. You're a good friend, and I don't want to lose you. We can't change what happened, Asher. She hadn't thawed an inch. One of the waitstaff moved nearby with an enormous cake, and she delicately sidestepped on the path to allow them more room. As she did, the long hem of her skirt got caught in a nearby bush and pulled taut against her body, outlining a slightly rounded stomach. Asher's eyes widened as realization struck him. Greer, are you pregnant? She bit her lip and averted her gaze. Oh, fuck, she was pregnant. Is it mine? She looked back up again. Her eyes narrowed. She crooked her finger at him, indicating he should lean down. He did. And she delivered a ringing slap to his face. Go fuck yourself, Asher. I never want to see you again. And she stormed away into the house. Asher rubbed his jaw and watched her leave, shocked. He supposed he deserved that. Once again, his idiot mouth had run away with him. Of course it was his. Greer had never dated in all the time he'd known her. She'd been content to sit on the sidelines, as if waiting for something. Or someone. She's carried a torch for you since, grade school. Well, it was clear she no longer carried a torch for him. It had turned into a brand of flaming hate. Just when he'd seen her, really, really seen her, and wanted more than friendship from her, he'd gone and fucked it up. And now, Greer was pregnant with his child. All right then, he needed to fix this. He could fix this. Asher rubbed his stinging jaw and grinned, oblivious to the strange looks that the passing waitstaff gave him. Greer had loved him for years. 3 months of hate couldn't undo years of longing. He'd just have to make things better. He'd have to show her that he was an idiot, though he'd done a pretty good job of that tonight, really, and win her back. Winning her back would be the tricky part. He'd have to be around her, and for longer than a brief moment, so his brain could stop short-circuiting at the thought of her breasts, and he could actually hold a decent conversation with her. Greer herself would make that difficult, though. She never wanted to see him again, and she'd successfully avoided him for the last 3 months. All right, then. He'd have to somehow maneuver her into a situation in which she couldn't avoid him. As he walked back to the party and rejoined the crowd, his brain worked furiously. When his gaze landed on Stein again, surrounded by his 3 matched beauties, the perfect solution hit him. The next morning, bright and early, Asher returned to the Jensen castle to meet with Stan and brought his checkbook. Greer's father met him in his study, a surprisingly modern and opulent room, given the bizarre medieval look of the rest of the house. I'm glad you came today, Stan said, greeting him with an insincere smile and a handshake. Very much so, Asher lied, as the man led him into the room and they both sat. How's your daughter today? For a moment, Stein's expression grew puzzled. As far as I know, she is fine. Why do you ask? Because she's pregnant with my child. Stan didn't pause. He opened a box on his desk and pulled out a cigar, then snipped the end off it. Forgive me, Mr. Sutton, but I thought you were coming here today to talk about financials. Cold bastard. I'm getting there. He relaxed in his chair. Your company's in trouble, isn't it? Stan lit the cigar and took a puff before answering. Anyone can look at our quarterly reports and see that profit margins have been growing narrower over time. I'm afraid with the internet it's becoming increasingly difficult to compete with free porn websites. I'm prepared to purchase an extremely large share of stock in Dutchman, Asher said bluntly, as much as it takes to gain control of the company. Stayan froze. He studied Asher for a moment, then placed the cigar in an ashtray. Go on. I'm willing to pump money into your company to keep it afloat, whatever you need. My company's worth billions now, and increasing more every day. I can help you turn things around. I've got the capital to do so. That is very generous of you. And what do you want from me? I want you to get married. His eyebrows went up, and his expression reminded Asher of Greer. You what? Stayan repeated. I want you to get married, Asher said again. I've never married. Now's a great time, don't you think? I have 3 girlfriends, triplets. He put a finger to his ashtray, nudging it idly. How am I supposed to choose between them? I don't know, and I don't care. Make it a contest, whatever floats your boat. I don't care if you marry the family dog. I just want your daughter to plan the wedding. I see. I just have one condition. It seems you have many conditions. What else can you possibly want? I want to be your best man. A shrewd smile crossed Stayan's face. Now I am starting to understand. I thought you might. Chapter 4. G-Force. Guess who I saw at my father's party last night? Tay. Who? G-Force. Asher. Tay. OMG, no, Greer, just no. G-Force. Yes, that jerk. Tay. Did he look like hell? Did you want to slap the shit out of him? G-Force. No, he looked good. He always looks good, Taylor. Always. The man can't possibly look bad. It sucks. And as for slapping the shit out of him, I did. Tay. You did what? G-Force. He figured out I was pregnant. Guess I'm showing. And then he asked if it was his. Tay. Oh my God, there are not enough emojis in the world for the expression on my face. G-Force. Right? And then he kept rambling about how it was such a huge mistake to sleep with me. I wanted to kick him in the nuts. I hate him. Tay. I'm glad you slapped him because I would have flown in just to do it for you. G-Force. Thanks, Taylor. Tay. You should tell Gretchen she needs to kick his skeezy ass out of the wedding. G-Force. I can't. She's stressing out as it is, and with Levi dropping out, there's been enough scrambling. Forcing her and Hunter to pick another groomsman goes against everything in me as a wedding planner. I'll just suck it up. Tay. Hugs. Gotta go. Raid soon. Greer clicked off the messages with a sigh and then put her phone down. Taylor's idea of asking Gretchen to boot Asher from the wedding was a good one, but she wasn't brave enough to go through with it. Gretchen had warned her that she planned on being a bridezilla, and so far, well, she hadn't been far off the mark. She'd wept a storm of anxious tears when Levi had bailed on the wedding, and Greer couldn't imagine putting her friend through anything like that again, just because Greer was too stupid to not sleep with Asher. It was just going to be Greer's burden to bear. She could do it, though. She'd see Asher at a few social events between now and the wedding, the rehearsal, and that was about it. She could handle it like an adult. No problem. After all that, she'd never have to see him again. Her hand smoothed down her stomach. It was slightly rounded, despite her only being 3 months along. She was going to be one of those lucky people that did everything early, it seemed. Early to have morning sickness, early to show, and maybe she'd even have the baby early. Is it mine? Her teeth clenched, and she wanted to punch something.
How many people did he think she was freaking sleeping with? The nerve! If she hadn't hated him after that night, that little question had cinched it. She felt nothing but loathing for Asher Sutton. Good riddance. Even as she thought the words, it hurt. It hurt that he thought so little of her that he even had to question it. It hurt that he'd rambled on and on about what a mistake it was to sleep with her. Being around Asher was like pouring salt into an open wound. She needed to give it time. 6 months from now, Gretchen would be getting married, and Greer would be practically ready to give birth. A lot could happen in 6 months, and by the time she had to see Asher again, months would have passed. She'd be completely over him by then. Maybe then it'd even stop hurting. Knock, knock. Miss Greer, your father wants to talk to you downstairs in his study. Greer sat up on her narrow bed. He does? Yes, ma'am. Says it's very important. Can you come down? I'll be right there. Odd that he'd sent someone to come find her. Normally he sent her an email, even when she was living under his roof. Perturbed, she found her shoes and then headed downstairs. The big house was curiously quiet. Normally, someone had the television going, and the endless stream of girlfriends had their friends over, or there was staff running around. It seemed like at the Dutchman Castle there was always someone present. Tonight, it was spookily silent. Ominous. Now she was just being ridiculous. Her father's study door was closed, and she knocked to let him know she was there. Come in. Well, he didn't sound upset. Then again, Stian never sounded upset. Greer entered, the nervous feeling remaining in the pit of her belly. It turned to confusion when she entered and saw that Bunny, Kiki, and Tiffy, dressed in their usual Easter egg colors, were seated next to the empty chair waiting for her. All eyes turned to her, and everyone was smiling. What on earth was going on? You asked me to come downstairs, Vater? I did. Stein clasped his hands and leaned forward on his desk. I have some very exciting news to go over with you. Please, sit. He gestured at the empty chair. I think you'll be pleased. She would? Greer sat, mystified. This wouldn't be business, not with the triplets at hand. But what was so important about his personal life? Was he getting another award? If so, why have a meeting? Why not just send her another email? Stein relaxed back in his chair. I'm afraid this is a bit unprecedented for a man such as myself, but the time has come. He paused dramatically, and then continued. I hope your schedule is free for the next month. Actually, Greer interrupted, fighting the urge to raise her hand and ask permission. I'm in the process of planning 2 weddings back in New York, and I really don't think... Her voice died at the stern look he gave her. What is it? I'm getting married. Her jaw dropped. Stan gave her a smug smile, clearly pleased by her shock. I have surprised you. Well, yes. Flustered, Greer twisted her hands in her lap. I mean, not that it's not a great thing. I suppose everyone wants to get married at some point in their life. It's just that you've never indicated, and well... She looked over at the triplets, all 3 of which were beaming at her. And, well, this was awkward. Which girlfriend was it? In the last few days, she'd gotten to know the triplets a little more. Kiki was the most normal one. Bunny was a bit of a dreamer and very into New Age stuff. And Tiffy, well, Tiffy might have been dropped on her head as a small child. The less said about her, the better. But she didn't know which one her father was going to marry, and wasn't that strange? Then, again, she'd never been able to figure out her father's motives. She suppressed a pang of hurt that he'd been with her mother for several years and had opted to dump her when she got pregnant instead of marrying her. But one of these blondes would get a ring? What did they have that Lakshmi didn't? But that wasn't fair. Lakshmi was long dead, and the past was past. Greer put a smile on her face, because the triplets had been nice to her. Well, nice enough. Which one of you should I congratulate? Tiffy squealed, and Bunny wiggled in her seat. Kiki just smiled. Greer noticed they all three had their hands clasped together in solidarity. Surely, this wasn't going to be a 3-for-1 deal all the way to the altar, was it? I haven't decided yet, Styan said, dragging Greer's attention back to him. Her jaw dropped. Again. Haven't decided? The smile that lit up her father's face was more than a little devious. We're going to publicize the mystery wedding and make it a grand event. I'll decide when I get to the altar which of my 3 girlfriends will be my bride. Tiffy squealed again. Greer looked at the 3 women, then back at her father. They were serious? Her father was going to have a stunt wedding? And the women were going to go along with it? She didn't know which one was more ridiculous. Congratulations, Greer managed to choke out. She had a lot of feelings about this, but her father wouldn't want to hear them. Styan always did what Styan wanted, and what anyone else thought didn't matter one bit to him. It was what made him a successful businessman. It also made him a bit of a prick, she admitted to herself, and she could only imagine how the 2 unchosen sisters were going to handle being rejected at the altar. I want you to handle the wedding preparations, Styan said abruptly. I've no time to deal with such foolery myself, but since this will be a media event, someone will need to coordinate everything. I've chosen you since you did an acceptable job with my most recent party. Acceptable? The praise was just too much. Thank you. I would love to, Vader, but like I said, I'm planning 2 other weddings at the moment, and I really need to check my schedule. You'll do this for me. I'd hate to have my daughter disappoint her father so severely. His voice turned cold. She blinked, taken aback by the abrupt change in his voice. Gone was the jovial businessman. In his place was the cool, cutthroat man that made her cringe, the one that had never given her an ounce of love growing up. And even though Greer knew she was stronger than that, she withered a little under his disapproval. I'm sure I can move things around, she murmured. Excellent. Her father's smile returned, and Greer felt the knot of anxiety in her stomach relax. As I said, I do not have time to deal with the planning of a wedding. My best man will handle anything that requires a decision by the groom, and my 3 potential brides will have carte blanche to do as they like. Since there will be 3 brides, we shall prepare 3 weddings, and only one will go off. This was starting to sound like a nightmare, but Greer kept her hands clasped in her lap. I see. You can continue to stay here at the castle, of course. And if you need to fly back to New York, temporarily, he stressed the word, then you can, of course, use my private jet. Thank you. What else could she say? Isn't this exciting? Bunny asked, bouncing in her seat again. It made her breasts jiggle magnificently. We're all going to be brides. At least until we get to the altar, Kiki said, and gave Greer a little smile, as if sympathizing with her shock. Greer's mind was racing with all the things she'd need to do to plan the wedding. There'd be locations to scout out, press releases, an engagement party, photographers to book, and 100 small tasks that would fall in her lap. It would take well over a year to coordinate properly, but she could just fly back and forth for Gretchen's wedding and make calls from Vegas. As for her other client, she'd simply have to refer her to the competition. When did you say you wanted this done, Vader?
I think a month is enough time for this silliness, don't you? Stian opened his laptop. Now, if you ladies don't mind, I need to do some work.
A month? Greer sputtered. The wintry look returned to her father's eyes. Is this a problem? Is it that you don't want to help your father? No, I do. It's just... a month is fine. She felt faint at the thought, but she also didn't want to let her father down. She'd just have a really, really busy month.
Gretchen, what do you mean you're going to be in Vegas for the next month?
Greer, I'm so sorry. Did you see the press release that my father sent out? He's marrying one of his girlfriends, and he wants me to handle the ceremony. I'm so sorry.
Gretchen, but we have cake tastings on Thursday. Look at how many exclamation points I'm using. Cake tasting!
Greer, I know. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. It's just... he's my father, and it's all very sudden, but it'll be over in a month.
Gretchen, I can't believe you're bailing on cake tastings. Isn't that something prego ladies are supposed to be crazy about?
Greer, can you bring Hunter with you?
Gretchen, only if I want him to give me smoldering looks the entire time and distract me.
Greer, well, that's not so terrible, is it? Smiley face.
Gretchen, you crazy romantic, you. Fine, I'll bring Taylor or Edie or someone. Fine.
Greer, I really am sorry.
Gretchen, I'm just giving you shit. You know I love you, and you know I'll be texting you pictures of everything to make sure it meets your approval.
Greer, this sounds like a plan, smiley face.
Gretchen, so seriously, which girlfriend is he marrying?
Greer, that is the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Gretchen, oh man, I wish I could be a fly on that wall. That sticky, sticky wall.
Greer, gross, Gretchen, that's my dad.
Gretchen, yeah, but your dad's a stud. An old, somewhat creepy stud, but still a stud.
Greer, thanks for that.
Gretchen, consider that visual, subtle revenge for bailing out on the cake tasting. That, and I'm going to get marzipan vaginas to decorate the edges of the groom's cake.
Greer, I'm sorry, and no, you are not.
Gretchen, fine, I'm not.
Greer sat down in the dining room with her wedding checklists the next morning after breakfast. There were so many things to be done, and such a short time frame in which to do it. Every time she thought of the 1-month deadline, she panicked a little. One day at a time, Greer, she told herself. A daily checklist of tasks to be done would help. She'd started late last night, gathering information. Luckily, her father and the Dutchman magazine already had a publicist, so they'd worked together to craft a publicity statement to send to all the major news outlets. Her father had wanted it to be a news event, and it was already. Her personal Facebook was flooded with friends linking to the news articles, and her phone was flooding with texts. She tried not to read most of the articles sent to her, since the vast majority mocked her father, his magazine, and his 3 girlfriends. Poor Bunny, Kiki, and Tiffy. She knew they were excited at the prospect of, possibly, marrying her father, but they were going to be dragged through the mud until then. Heck, probably even after. It was going to be a big mess, and she was in charge of it. Heaven help her. She had a cup of hot tea sitting in front of her, and had been making notes on her checklists while waiting for the triplets to wake up. Her stomach wasn't erupting at the smell of breakfast anymore, which was good. She didn't have time for morning sickness. There was far too much to be done, and too little time to do it in. She'd left a note for the triplets to meet her at 11,
and a note with her father's assistant to contact the best man and to get his information to Greer. She'd been so shocked last night at her father's big reveal that she'd completely forgotten to get the man's name. To her surprise, the best man had agreed to be at the first planning meeting this morning. That would definitely make things easier, considering he was going to stand in for her father, who had left early to be on site for a photo shoot in Tahoe. The girls wandered in late, but all three were excited to begin. They sat down across from Greer, and she pulled out 3 wedding planner checklists. If there were going to be 3 brides, she was going to treat this like 3 concurrent weddings, and just hope that most of the details matched. It was clear that Tiffy wasn't up for much, though. She yawned and mainlined coffee while Bunny and Kiki chatted. Someone obviously wasn't a morning person. Well, that was too bad. Greer had too much to do to cater to Tiffy. She checked her watch. 20 minutes had passed and still no best man. Let's go ahead and start, shall we? We can just loop in the best man when he gets here. When all 3 women looked as if they were going to burst with excitement, it was hard not to share their enthusiasm. Greer smiled at them. Now, let's consider this a brainstorming session, all right? No idea is too strange or too weird. We'll throw it all out on the table, and I'll take notes, and we'll see what we come up with, okay? She glanced down at her checklist. The first thing I'd normally go over with a bride-to-be is the budget, but I'm going to surge ahead and assume we're fine with that. Let's think about venues. Do we want to have the wedding here or at a church? Tiffy snorted, and Bunny giggled. I'm going to guess church is out. Perhaps here, then? What about a destination wedding? Bunny asked. Oh, God, if they wanted to do a destination wedding, she'd strangle the lot of them. I'm pretty sure that if we're planning anything other than an extremely, extremely small wedding, it'd be impossible to book anything at this late a date. What if we move the wedding out another day or 2? Bunny blinked innocently at Greer. Can we still do a destination wedding? Bless her heart. Greer tried not to throw a pencil at her big blonde hair. Most weddings are booked a year in advance. All 3 women made a small O of surprise. Now they were getting it. I bet Stan would like to have it here, Kiki ventured. Do you think we could put a big ice sculpture in the pool? Tiffy asked. That would be cool. Bunny giggled. Cool! Get it? I like the idea of having it here, Greer agreed, charging ahead. That would make her life 100 times easier. Let's go with that, shall we? You can just have the destination for, say, the honeymoon. Ooh, I'm thinking Bora Bora, Kiki said. Oh, please, Tiffy retorted. I want to go someplace with a beach. Yeah, Bunny agreed. The mountains suck. I'd rather wear a bikini than a parka. Bora Bora is a beach, you doofus, said Kiki. Really? I thought it was like where everyone tries to climb that big mountain. Tiffy looked confused. The one everyone dies on? Mount Everest? Greer blinked. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's in Nepal. Tiffy wrinkled her nose. Is that a beach? No. Thank goodness destination weddings were off the list, considering Tiffy didn't know basic geography. Greer was going to get her a map for her wedding present. We can decide on the honeymoon later. Let's talk about guests. How big of a wedding do you want to have? Not very big, Kiki said, glancing over at her sisters. Right? No more than 1,000 guests, Tiffy said solemnly. Each? Bunny asked. Yeah, each. 3,000 guests? Here? Her father's mansion had expansive grounds, but even that was ridiculous. Do you guys even know 3,000 people? Sure, Tiffy said, and began to count off on her fingers. There's my nail lady, my makeup lady, my eyebrow lady, my bikini wax lady, my tanning salon lady, my personal trainer, my—" Greer held a hand up before Tiffy could count off 3,000 people. "This is your wedding. This should be an affair that you want your closest friends and family at. Bear in mind that there's 3 of you, plus my father's friends and family, and so you're going to want to keep things tight, guest-wise." All 3 nodded. "Maybe not my eyebrow lady," Tiffy conceded, "but the others for sure." "Don't forget my eyebrow lady," Bunny chimed in. This was going to be a very, very long month. Greer continued to smile, though her face was starting to feel the strain. "Let's sit back and think logically about how many people we can possibly fit at a party here at the castle." 3,000? Tiffy questioned. Greer's smile grew tighter. A very, very long month. The party from a few days ago was 600, and that was a tight squeeze. "How about 2,600? Bunny asked. "That's a good compromise." "Where are the extra 2,000 going to park their cars?" Greer asked, ever so politely. She'd heard unreasonable demands before. A lot of the time it required keeping her cool and talking the bride-to-be back to her senses. Questions like bathroom facilities and parking usually did that. "Who cares?" Tiffy waved a hand. "Not my problem." "What if they all took limos to come to our wedding?" Bunny suggested. "That's going to get very expensive." Greer was trying not to shoot down every idea. She really was. But these were terrible. "Stan said we could spend whatever we wanted," she replied with a pout. "I do think that's off the list," Greer told her. "I know he said we could spend whatever we wanted, but I'm the one that has to turn in receipts." She noticed Kiki was being very quiet. "What do you think, Kiki?" "Why don't we make lists of who we want to invite and compare them?" Greer could have leapt across the table and kissed her. "That sounds wonderful." Kiki beamed, and Greer found herself hoping her father married Kiki out of the trio. She seemed like the somewhat practical one. "I'll get some paper," Kiki said. "I have these cute feather pens and some scented stationery." "I want purple stationery," Tiffy called as Kiki trotted away in her high heels. As Kiki disappeared out the dining hall door, one of the elderly butlers appeared. "Miss Greer, there's a guest waiting for you in the foyer." "Is it the best man?" "I cannot say, miss." He wouldn't meet her gaze. Weird. Greer got up, smoothing her hands down her dress. It was a simple navy blue dress that she'd worn over and over again, but it was starting to fit tight in the waist and bust, and she had to constantly adjust it. "I'll come greet him then. Tiffy, Bunny, you guys make your lists with Kiki until I come back, all right?" They nodded in unison, excited looks on their faces, and again, Greer felt a twinge of guilt that she was getting irritated with them. One of the trio was going to be her stepmother soon. Wasn't that strange? She needed to get along with them, though, and she really didn't hate them. She just wasn't excited about planning their carnival of a wedding, especially if they had such unrealistic expectations already. 3,000 guests. She shuddered delicately as she strode into the main hall of the castle. The logistics of that were a nightmare, especially given the bride roulette and the media storm that was already on her doorstep. All she needed was for the best man to be just as useless as those 3, and then— She stopped in her tracks as she entered the foyer. The person waiting there was Asher. How? Why? The look on Greer's delicate, pointed face when she saw him was utter shock, followed by mutiny. Yeah, this was going to go over like a lead balloon. He didn't care. He could be the bad guy as long as he got results. Asher knew going into this that she wasn't going to be happy to see him, less so once she figured out they'd be working in close proximity for the next month. But Asher was successful in his line of work because he knew that nothing mattered except results. She could hate him for a week, maybe 2, but he'd convince her that they were still friends. As she strode toward him, and her steps grew more angry, her expression more pinched, he amended that 2 weeks to possibly 3. She looked pissed.
"What are you doing here?"
She scanned the foyer, then pointed at the front door.
"Get out! You aren't welcome in this house."
"Really?" He forced himself to put on a casual air. "Your father told me I was going to be working with you in lieu of him." Her eyes grew wide.
"You're the best man?"
She practically spit the words at him.
"You're kidding. How is that even possible? You barely know him."
Asher put a hand over his heart. "I'm truly touched at being asked, too."
"This is a joke,"
Greer muttered. She spun around on one foot and marched away.
"It has to be a joke."
He followed behind her, amused. She was like a small, angry kitten. It was adorable, really. Greer liked control. One reason she was so passionate about the wedding she coordinated. And he'd taken it from her. In her flat shoes, she seemed smaller than ever, but her figure was smoking hot in that plain dress, and he couldn't help but stare at her tight, perky ass as she stormed away. Not for the first time, he mentally railed against the alcohol that had made him too drunk to appreciate fucking her. He'd just have to not drink the next time he touched her. Because seeing her here, seeing her spitting fire at him, and her body rounded with his baby, it cemented in his mind that there'd absolutely be a next time. It might have taken him a while to realize it, but Greer Chada Jansen was his. It didn't matter that she hated him now. He'd convince her to come back to him, and when he got her in his arms again, it'd be all the sweeter. He followed her as she flung a door open, and then made a noise of distress. Asher peeked in after her, seeing Jansen's office. "Looking for someone?"
"I forgot, my father's gone for the day."
She cast him a baleful look.
"It's imperative that I talk to him and tell him that you absolutely, positively cannot be in the wedding."
He caught her by her elbow. "Is it because I'm the father of your baby? He knows that." She whirled around and gasped.
"You told him?"
Asher shrugged. "Why would I hide it? I'm not embarrassed. The only thing I'm embarrassed about is how I treated you that night. And I want to apologize. I made a mistake." He put on his best woeful expression that had never failed to melt Donna's heart. "You made a mistake," she echoed flatly. Instead of melting, Greer just looked angrier. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She was utterly gorgeous in her rage, so much so that he couldn't stop staring at her. Her dark eyes sparkled with fire, and her fascinating face with its arching cheekbones seemed positively lit up with anger. Her thick, dark hair cascaded around her shoulders, and her entire body seemed to crackle with intense fury. He'd never seen her like this.
"Just one mistake, Asher? You made several."
He did. That took him by surprise. "I know I was a bit of a fuck-up that night."
"Huge fuck-up," she bit out.
"Okay, huge fuck-up." "I wasn't myself. I was drunk, and I wasn't myself. I wouldn't have taken advantage of a friend, not like that." Her glittering eyes narrowed.
"You don't even remember what you did, do you?"
Asher rubbed his mouth. "I know we made love."
"No."
She cut him off before he could continue.
"Making love involves two people having mutual pleasure and sharing feelings. What we did was not making love. It was you lying on top of me and shoving your whiskey dick inside me." She hissed the words and jabbed at him with an angry finger. No condom, no nothing, just 2 pumps and you were at the finish line. He flinched. Okay, that was low even for him, and he'd had a lot of low moments in the last 2 years. That bad? Yes, and then, when you saw me again, you had the gall to ask if it was even yours. Her small fingers stabbed into his chest again. Did you even stop to notice I was a virgin? Oh, God. This just got worse and worse. Looking down at her angry face, he felt ashamed. He'd never even bothered to wonder if quiet, unnoticeable Greer had been a virgin that night or not. He'd just assumed when she didn't point it out. Well, fuck. I didn't know, Greer. That much was obvious when you asked me if it was your baby, as if I'd leap off your terrible limp dick right onto another. She spat the words at him. You knew me, Asher. You knew me all through college. We've met every week for the last few years. Did I ever date? Did I ever have a string of men waiting to go out with me? You were waiting for me, weren't you? It hurt to say the words. Hurt his fucking goddamn black heart. He could have had such a good thing, and he'd fucked it up. Her rage seemed to break, and she took in a deep, steadying breath. Her eyes seemed shiny, and Asher realized with a sick feeling in his stomach that she was on the verge of tears. I've only ever loved one person, Asher, and he never noticed I existed until the moment he took everything I had to offer and threw it away. I'm sorry, Greer. I'm so fucking sorry. She angrily swiped at one cheek, wiping away a stray tear. You hurt me. You really, really hurt me that night. You used me and never even stopped to realize it was me. You never saw me, just like everyone else. Each word was like a dagger in his chest. I was a stupid, drunk fuck. Yes, you were. His hands went to her shoulders. He wanted to pull her against him and hug her to his chest so she could cry it out, but he knew she'd hate that. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I know you've cared for me in the past. She pushed his hands away as if they were diseased. That's right. That's in the past. What I had for you, it's dead and gone. You killed it that night in the gardens. Now please, just leave me alone. With those words ringing in his ears, she headed up the stairs and left him behind her. And for the second time in his life, Asher felt completely and utterly destroyed. He'd fucked up, and he'd fucked up bad. Asher left the Dutchman castle, sick at heart. He returned to his hotel, showered, headed off to the gym, and ran on the treadmill for 2 hours, trying to clear his head. When that didn't work, he lifted weights and then swam in the pool. Nothing helped. He kept seeing Greer's devastated face in front of him, haunting him. What I had for you, it's dead and gone. You killed it. He'd had a good thing, and he'd pissed it away. Greer had been a friend to him through thick and thin. She'd given him the money he needed to save his business in his darkest hour. And what had he done? Taken her virginity, gave her the worst sex possible, and knocked her up. God, he was a shitty excuse for a human being. And to make things worse, now he saw her. Now he wanted her. Now he couldn't get Greer out of his mind. He'd lost everything that night, and he hadn't even known he'd had her. The sense of regret was even keener than when he'd lost Donna. When Donna had betrayed him, it felt as if the world he'd known was ending, coupled with the near destruction of his business, and he'd been in a tailspin. Looking back, he'd perhaps been more upset over the loss of his business than Donna herself, who'd grown distant months before. But this, Losing Greer and finding out that she'd been the one who had his back all along? That was a gut punch. If he was less of a man, he'd return to the bottle and drown his sorrows. That was what had lost her in the first place, though. This time, he was determined to fight. Chapter 5. Greer glared at the florists as they delivered another set of flowers. So far, every hour that afternoon, she'd received a massive bouquet of flowers in a different color, each one with the same note. "I'm sorry. Forgive me. Can we talk?" She'd torn up each card and was tempted to make a bonfire of the flowers, but the triplets loved them. They'd started to wait by the door just to see what would be delivered. At least someone was getting enjoyment out of them. Greer was just irritated. Asher needed to get over it. He couldn't fix everything with a quick apology. Some things just could not be fixed with words or gifts. "I'm sorry," Bunny read from the card. "Forgive me? Can we talk?" She looked up at Greer. "Is this from your boyfriend?" "Not my boyfriend." "Is he single?" Grr, why did that piss her off so much? "You're getting married to my father, remember?" "Maybe," Bunny emphasized, as Tiffy came and sniffed the white camellias. "It's a 1 in 3 chance, and if I'm not, I need a backup plan." Greer gritted her teeth. "Let's just focus on one man at a time, all right?" "Okay, but this guy's loaded, right?" She flicked the card. "Because these aren't cheap flowers, and trust me, I know cheap flowers." She was not going to discuss Asher's wallet with Bunny. She was absolutely not. Brimming with anger, she turned and strode to her father's office. Damn it, he still wasn't back from the shoot. She jerked her phone out and began to text him. Greer. "Vader, I have a problem with the wedding." Vader. "So soon? I'm busy. Have the best man handle it." Greer. "The best man is the problem. I can't work with him." She watched her phone, waiting for the 3 dots to pop up to show that her father was sending a text back. To her surprise, it rang a moment later. Uh-oh. Fighting the vague feeling that she was a child in trouble with her father, she clicked answer and put the phone to her ear. "Yes?" "What is the problem with the best man?" Her father sounded cool, remote, irritated. Greer braced herself for his anger. "I can't work with him." "And what is the reason behind this refusal?" "Vader. He is the one that got me pregnant." She felt her face grow hot as she confessed it and pressed a hand to her cheeks. "He's not a nice man. He uses people." "Do you think he's going to get one of the brides pregnant?" Her father's question stymied her. I don't think so." She was pretty sure he hadn't even planned on getting her pregnant. "Then I do not see the problem." He wasn't going to support her? Greer's heart sank. "Vader, please, I don't like him. I don't want to be around him." "This is business, Greer. Whether we like someone or not has no bearing on our ability to work with them. He is the best man I have chosen for the wedding, and my proxy, and I expect you to work with him accordingly." "He's a problem," she blurted. "Vader, please." "You are an adult, Greer. If you have a problem with him, tell him." And he hung up. Shocked, Greer let her phone fall from her ear. She should have guessed that her father wouldn't have her back. Stan Jensen was all about his own personal comfort, and she'd known that ever since she could remember. Still, she'd hoped. Greer squared her shoulders. All right, then. If this was her problem to solve, she'd solve it. She went through the settings on her phone, unblocked Asher's number, and then sent him a text. Greer. "We need to talk somewhere private and hash out our situation."
Before she could even put her phone away, his response dinged. Asher, you name the time and place and I'll be there. She looked around her. Tiffy and Bunny were still toying with the flowers, and Kiki was on the deck out by the pool, sunning herself. Combine those three with a staff full of nosy servants, a few of whom she was pretty sure were leaking info to the tabloids, and there was no privacy at the Dutchman castle. Not here, then. She didn't want to meet him at his hotel room, either. That would give him too much control. They needed neutral territory, but where? Asher checked his phone, and then the map app to make sure he was at the right place. Yup. Botanical Garden at the Springs Preserve. Kinda random, but wherever she wanted him, he'd be there. He strolled in from the parking lot, straightening his suit. The place was deserted, but that was no surprise given the heat of the day. Vegas in summer was hellish at best. The gardens were full of cactuses and palm trees, and he strolled down the stone paths looking for a tiny, dark woman with a big ponytail. When he spotted a familiar figure near the rose trellises, he headed in that direction. His steps had a bit of anticipation to them. Maybe his flowers had softened her anger. Maybe they'd inspired her, and that's why they were meeting here. When he rounded the corner and saw Greer's stony face, he thought maybe not. That was the look of a pissed woman if there ever was one. You look nice, he told her as he approached. She did, actually. Despite the heat, she was wearing a buttoned-up pale green cardigan that made her dusky skin seem luminescent, and a pair of khaki capris with wedges. For some reason, that demure outfit got him all hot and bothered to the point that he felt the urge to stick his hands in his slacks pockets and furtively adjust himself. What was it about Greer's modest clothing that made him want to touch her even more? Was it because he was the only one who knew what was under those layers? Whatever it was, he might have been the only man in Vegas to get an erection at the sight of a cardigan. He didn't care. She was beautiful, and she'd be his again if he had anything to say about it. We need to talk, Greer said stiffly. She pushed her big glasses up on her nose, and then gestured at one of the nearby benches lining the walk. Sit, I have a lot to say. He sat. He might have also sprawled his legs a little and put his arm on the back of the bench so it'd force her to be closer in proximity to him. A dick move, but he couldn't resist. She was just delicious. How had he been blind for so long? She tucked a tendril of stray hair back behind her ear and frowned at him. Don't look so pleased to be here. I still hate you. I don't hate you, he countered, and just seeing you convinces me that I need to figure out how to make you like me again. She arched an eyebrow at him. Don't flirt with me. I know where that ends up, and it's not a place I ever want to be again. Where that ends up? Her words baffled him, but he'd play along. Go on. My father wants to pull off a ridiculous wedding in the next month, she said bluntly. A normal wedding takes a year to coordinate, and he wants this one done in weeks. It's going to take all of my time and my resources just to try and stay on track, providing my health holds up. Her hand touched her lightly rounded stomach. His own stomach felt as if it dropped into his shoes. Your health? Is there something wrong with the baby? You needn't look so worried, Greer said dryly. I was just referring to morning sickness. It was brutal for the first few weeks, but it seems to have passed. Don't pretend to be concerned for my sake. For some reason, that pissed him off. Just because I was a drunk fuckhead doesn't mean I don't care what happens to you or the baby. Jesus, Greer, give a man some credit. Her eyes went wide and owl-like behind her glasses. She fidgeted and straightened them nervously, then nodded. You're right. That was unfeeling of me. I'm sorry.
Her mouth curved into an awkward smile. My example of fatherhood has been Stein, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't have much faith in men. No wonder she was quick to assume the worst. Stein was a cold bastard, and he couldn't imagine the man in any sort of fatherly role. Forgiven. Go on. She clasped her hands in her lap, looking for all the world as if she were about to beg. What I brought you here to say is that I think you should back out of the wedding. No. She looked crestfallen. Please, Asher, for me? It killed him to have to turn her down. Killed him. Seeing the pleading, unhappy look in her eyes was tearing him apart. Why do you want me out of the wedding? It wouldn't happen, of course, since the wedding was occurring simply because he needed a way to spend time around Greer for the next month. But he was curious to hear her reasons anyhow. Her hands twisted in her lap. I can't work around you. I need all of my concentration to pull this off, to give my father and his bride-to-be their fairy tale. Her expression softened. I want this to be a wonderful wedding. Weddings are the start of a new life together, and it's more than just organizing caterers. It's launching a couple into their happy ever after. Her pointed face glowed. It dawned on him that Greer, quiet, studious Greer with the dickwad titty-mag mogul father, was a romantic. No wonder she'd been so devastated over their interlude in the gardens. He mentally filed that information away. So why am I a problem? Because I hate you and I can't be around you without being angry. Her jaw clenched. Because I need to focus, and the wedding needs to be my focus, not how much I want to punch your face. He grinned and reached for one of her dainty hands. You wouldn't do much damage with one of these. She jerked out of his grasp and jumped to her feet. Don't touch me! You lost that privilege the night you were a sperm donor. You mean the night we had sex, he said flatly. Her constant insults were starting to nick at his temper. Call it what it was. I am calling it what it was, Greer corrected. It wasn't sex. Or if it was sex in the very loosest interpretation of the term. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, Asher, but you're terrible at it. That was unexpected. Greer the Virgin chiding him on how bad he was at sex? I'm terrible? She gave him a pained little grimace. I'm sure no man wants to hear that, but I figure I'm doing the world a service by correcting you. She stepped forward and patted his shoulder. It really was not good, Asher. I'm sorry. He was torn between amusement and irritation. What part? All of it. She gave an emphatic nod. I'm afraid that whatever you think your technique is, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Her cheeks looked flushed, and she was starting to fidget. He was intrigued at her reaction, despite himself. Asher crossed his arms over his chest and did his best to look insulted. Let's break this down so I know what I need to work on then. Kissing? Dreadful. Dreadful? There was entirely too much slobber and tongue. It felt like you were looking for my tonsils. Well, damn. No matter how amused he was at the conversation, something stung. There went his ego, deflating like a popped balloon. He'd never had anyone complain about his kissing before. He'd been drunk, but he'd never thought being drunk destroyed his technique that badly. I see. So, less tongue. Probably a good idea. What about my foreplay? I'm pretty good at that. What foreplay? You groped me once and then pulled my panties off. Okay, he must have been really, really drunk to neglect his partner like that.
He'd always made sure Donna came more than once before he ever got his. If ever there was an incentive to remain sober for the rest of his life, there it was. Point taken.
Don't ask me to critique the rest, she said, and she looked embarrassed. It wasn't pleasant.
Would you believe me if I promised you that it was all the alcohol, and I swear I'm much better at sex than you think I am?
Oh, Asher, she said softly.
She gave him a pitying look.
No, I don't believe you.
He barked with laughter. Fair enough. He'd deserved that. He was just about to ask her to critique his package when she wove unsteadily on her feet and her face went white. Greer? Her hand went to her forehead, and he saw it was shaking like a leaf.
I don't...
He shot up from the bench and grabbed her before she could collapse. Greer! Her body felt fragile against his, and he cradled her against his chest. Her face was beaded with sweat, and her lips were pale, mouth parted. Her glasses were askew, and he pulled them off her face, gently tapping her cheek. Asher's heart pounded in his chest. Greer, talk to me, baby. Let me know you're okay. Her eyes fluttered after a moment.
I'm fine, she breathed. I just need a moment.
You're not fine, he growled, and picked her up in his arms. She was so light, her body so damn fragile. He sat her down on one of the benches and ripped off his blazer. You nearly passed out. She sucked in a deep breath.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry, he told her, wadding up his jacket to act as a pillow, and guided her to lie down on the bench. It was so damned hot out. Why had she asked to meet out in a garden, in the desert, in summer? Tell me what I can do.
Just give me a moment, she said, pressing a hand to her forehead and closing her eyes. I'm sure it's nothing.
Oh yeah, everyone faints all the time. They drop like flies at my office, he said sarcastically. I'm constantly catching women in the elevator. He was pleased that her mouth moved in a half-smile.
I didn't eat breakfast today. Too stressed. Probably just catching up with me.
That's not smart, he told her, in a low, gentle voice.
He brushed the sweaty strands of hair off her forehead.
You need to remember that you're eating for two now.
She nodded. Sometimes I forget.
You stay here, and I'll get you some water and a snack, all right? When she murmured agreement, he raced down the path, looking for a snack machine or a gift shop, anything. By the time he found it, he was drenched in sweat, some of it from nerves at the sight of seeing Greer collapse like that. But he got a bottle of water and a package of peanut butter crackers, and then raced back to where he'd left her. When he came back, the stubborn woman was sitting up on the bench. She managed a wan smile for him.
I'm really sorry, Asher. This wasn't how I planned today would go.
Quiet, he told her, and pulled the cap off the water and then knelt at her side, holding it to her lips. Drink, and then you're going to eat these crackers. She sipped at the water obediently, and his heart slowed from its mad, fearful gallop in his chest as the color returned to her face. She held a hand out, and he gave her a cracker, then watched with a bizarre sense of satisfaction as she nibbled on it, then asked for another. Minutes passed, and Asher's entire world consisted of feeding Greer and making sure she drank enough water, taking care of her. Hell, if she'd have let him, he'd have ripped her shoes off and massaged her feet, but he was going to take what he could get. When she finished the last cracker and the bottle of water was empty, he put a hand on her knee. Feel better?
Much.
She primly removed his hand from her knee. Thank you. He tried not to feel disappointed at that small rejection, but damn. Good. I'm going to walk you back to your car. You need to get out of this heat.
and then I want you to go home and eat a big meal, lots of proteins and carbohydrates. Then, when you're done with that, take a hot shower and relax for the rest of the day." He picked her glasses up and held them out to her. She plucked the glasses from his hand and scowled at him. "Don't tell me what to do. I have entirely too much going on to take a day off. I have to call a dozen caterers and see who can squeeze us in. And then there's staff for valet parking for the day of the wedding, and I need to call about cakes and—" When she stood, he stood too, and tried to pick her up in his arms again. She batted at him, angry. "What are you doing?" "If you're not going to relax and take it easy, I'm going to force you to." He ignored her flying, ineffective fists and cradled her against his chest. "The wedding can't go on if the planner passes out all day." "Fine," she bellowed, shoving at his chest. "Fine, you win. I'll go home and eat an enormous meal and then spend the rest of the day in bed." He put her down. "With my phone," she amended, "and my laptop, but in bed." Small victories. Even though Greer swore she was fine, Asher insisted on following her home and didn't relax until she was pulling her rental car into the driveway at the Dutchman Castle. Only then did the breath he'd felt like he was holding all afternoon escape him. God, he'd felt as if he'd aged 100 years in an hour. Seeing Greer collapse like that had made him realize just how delicate she was. And just how much she meant to him. They'd been such close friends all through college, and he'd taken her for granted. The late nights she'd stayed up studying with him, the times he was sick and she'd made him chicken noodle soup, the unwavering support she'd given him, the way they both liked the same sappy black and white movies. Seeing her faint had just clinched in his mind that she was his, and he'd do anything to win her back. It was clear that his Greer had a spine of solid metal under that sweet, demure exterior, though. He mentally replayed her quiet removal of his hand from her knee over and over again. He needed a plan to win her back. All right, then. If he was going to create a fake wedding just to get her closer to him, he'd take advantage of that closeness. If Greer was around him daily, there was no way he couldn't break down those barriers she'd erected. She'd loved him once. He could get her to love him again. He hoped. He needed more than just being around her to win her back, though. Hell, he'd been around her today, and where had that gotten him? She'd been so stressed she'd forgotten to eat and had nearly passed out at his feet. Furtive meetings weren't the answer. They had to be together, and constantly. It was so easy for her to shoot him down now that she was convinced he was terrible at sex. All right, then. He'd have to convince her otherwise. But how? As he drove back to his hotel on the Strip, a plan began to form in his mind. "Augusta, what's this meeting on my schedule at noon?" Greer studied her phone, frowning, as she headed into her father's personal assistant's office on the second floor of the Dutchman Castle. Augusta looked up from her laptop, a pinched frown on her long face. "Mr. Sutton asked me to set that up. It's a daily check-in on the wedding proceedings. Make sure you and the brides and the groom, or his stand-in, are all on the same page." Ah. She stood there like an idiot as Augusta went back to work, her gaze returning to her computer. "And is Mr. Sutton going to be there?" Please say no. Please say no. The look on Augusta's face was something between "Really?" and "I don't have time for this shit." "Of course." "Of course," Greer echoed, and turned and marched out of the room. Well, nuts. A daily meeting was a good idea, because herding Bunny, Tiffy, and Kiki was a lot like herding cats. But seeing Asher daily, That she could do without. It still hurt her down to her soul to see his handsome face. This was not going to help her heart heal any faster. But she was low on choices, wasn't she? Her father had been scarce ever since announcing the wedding. He was in California meeting with the stockholder today and would return in a few days for the engagement party that had been hastily thrown together. Just 200 of his closest friends. And representatives from every media outlet available. Greer's stomach was in knots just thinking about it. Today, though, she remembered to eat. She munched on a protein bar as she went over her notes from the endless calls she'd made yesterday. She'd found a wedding baker willing to take on the task of the ornate cakes for the upcoming wedding for a hefty rush fee, but caterers were still iffy. Even though it would be a massive media event, most places were already booked. It was too much for Marta and her assistants to handle on their own. The poor cook was already baking up a storm in preparation for the engagement party, had enlisted 3 of her grown children to help her. Greer had promised them all bonuses. But a wedding with an ever-changing guest list of hundreds? She wouldn't inflict that on Marta. She'd just have to call further out, check a few outlying cities. Maybe they could even fly in a caterer if they could get him or her experienced temp staff. She nibbled on the protein bar as she considered options and wrote notes to herself. She could make this happen. It would just require thinking a little more outside the box. "There you are," Kiki said, interrupting Greer's train of thought. The blue triplet was wearing a baby blue string bikini with a scarf tied at her hips. She was stunningly gorgeous, and her smile was friendly. She was also standing in front of Asher. "Look who I found." "Lucky you." Greer sat up straight in her chair and adjusted her glasses on her face as Kiki and Asher entered the dining hall. She hated to think it, but they would have made a really magnificent couple. They were of a similar height, given that Kiki was in stiletto heels, and her big blonde hair was artfully tousled, held off her face with a pair of designer sunglasses. And, of course, Asher looked like the type of billionaire playboy that would be with a high-maintenance blonde like Kiki. He wore faded jeans with a navy blazer and a pale blue shirt, the sleeves of both rolled up at his forearms. It was paired with a navy skinny tie and sunglasses, and Asher's hair was swept back off his face in his usual casual style. On a lesser man, it would have looked like he was trying too hard. But on Asher, he just looked perfect. Breezy, cool, and too chic for someone like Greer to have ever slept with. Why did that make her stomach sour? Why did she care if he looked like the perfect match for someone like Kiki and not someone like her? Greer smoothed the front of her yellow summer sweater that she had over subdued gray slacks. Both were tight in all the wrong places. And she'd just brushed a boatload of crumbs off her boobs. Ugh! "Are you both here for the meeting?" She hid her wrapper and pulled her paperwork closer to her spot at the table. "We're missing 2 triplets." "Buddy and Tiffy are getting manicures. They should be here soon." Kiki sat down in a chair directly across from Greer, and Asher sat next to her. Greer had to work hard to keep the frown off her face. There were only 20 empty chairs after all. Why not pick the one right next to the hot blonde? "Did you make your guest list?" Her voice came out with more of a snap than she'd anticipated, and she mentally cringed. "I emailed it to you," Kiki said. "Oh. Wonderful." She tried to sound enthusiastic, but all she could notice was how like a matched pair Asher and Kiki were sitting across from her. Like Malibu Barbie and Billionaire Ken. Of course, Billionaire Ken would nail Barbie's dark, half-Indian little friend in private.
In public, he would totally end up with Malibu Barbie. Teeth gritted, she opened her mail app on her phone and flipped through emails until she found Kiki's guest list. Her irritation vanished at the thought and detail Kiki had given her in the list. You numbered them? Numbers were important, right? So I tried to keep things small and crucial. She had. 80 guests was extremely reasonable given her siblings. And the others? I'm making them do spreadsheets too, though Tiffy's not very good with hers. Once we get them finalized, I'll have them email them to you. Can we have them by this Friday? I need to make reservations for outdoor furniture rentals, and then there's the question of how much food we need to cater, and how big the cake will be, and we're already on a tight schedule. Kiki nodded. Friday works. Asher drummed his fingers on the table. I'll work with Stein's secretary to make sure his list is to you by Friday, too. What happens on Friday? Bunny trotted into the room, followed by Tiffy, who was slurping on an iced latte. She blew on her hot pink fingernails and sat down right next to Asher. Hey, you! Her smile grew cat-like. You need to get your guest list in, Asher murmured. To give the man credit, he didn't even look over at Bunny's pink corseted glory. Tiffy sat next to Kiki, and all four of them looked expectantly at Greer. That's right, she said, clearing her throat. Finalized guest lists must be in by Friday morning. I need to get invites printed, and we have to start planning for how many people, so there's zero wiggle room if you don't get it in on time. It's hard, Tiffy whined, sticking her lower lip out in a pout. Kiki is making me keep my list under 150 people, and I don't know who I'm going to take off the list. God bless Kiki for having a clue. 150 is still a large number, Greer told her. Remember, this is your closest friends and family. Everyone else can just send you gifts. Or you can have a separate party with them when you return from your honeymoon. And that would be a party she would not be organizing. Ooh, gift registry! Bunny pulled out her phone and began to type. I totes need to register at all my favorite places. 2 seconds later, the other triplets had their phones out and were typing. Right now, we need to talk about theme, Greer said, feeling desperate. Can you put your phones away so we can focus? What about rainbows? Asher offered. Rainbows might be a nice theme. Rainbows? For a wedding? Unless there was an LGBTQ couple, rainbows would not work. We need to think romance. Think fairy tales. Think... Unicorns? Tiffy asked. Asher's lips twitched. Not unicorns, Greer bit out. When I said fairy tales, I meant that you should think along the lines of happy ever afters, ball gowns and... We could do unicorns, Asher interrupted. There was a wicked gleam in his eyes that made Greer want to choke him. You could just rent a bunch of white horses and strap horns on their faces. Tiffy squealed. Oh my God, I love it! And I could ride in on a horse! No, horses were such a bad idea. They pooped everywhere, they had to have handlers, and any sort of animal was hard to control in a crowded party environment. I really don't think unicorns are a good idea. What about mermaids? Bunny asked. We can make the guests wear fishtails and swimsuits, and they could sit in the pool. You can't ask your guests to sit in the pool. I'm not dressing as a mermaid, Kiki protested. Just the guests, Bunny assured her. We're totally going to be rocking out some couture wedding gowns. I want a two-piece one, a halter on top, and a hot pink skirt on the bottom with lots of layers. I thought traditional might be more appropriate, Kiki said uncertainly, casting a worried look at Greer. Yes, traditional. We should focus on that. You can still have a lot of fun with a more traditional theme.
And when I mentioned theme, I was thinking more like how you could use the same sort of symbol on the invites and on the monograms for the tablecloths, not unicorns. It's my wedding, and I want to ride in on a white unicorn, Tiffy said stubbornly. It's my wedding too, Bunny said, and I like the idea of mermaids. You are the one that suggested fairy tales, Greer. I'm just going with your suggestion. No, I said you should think of this as your fairy tale, something magical and romantic. I didn't say that everyone should dress up like they're in a fairy tale.
Maybe you should be clearer, Asher said, and Greer could have sworn his lips twitched with amusement. He was doing this to piss her off, wasn't he? Wasn't it bad enough that she was having to put together this farce of a wedding in a month's time? Why was he making this worse for her? She jumped to her feet. Can we talk in private, Mr. Sutton? Ooh, Tiffy whispered. Someone's in trouble. I'll spank him, Bunny cooed. She gave Asher a lascivious wink as he got to his feet. You just tell me where you want it. In the study, please, Greer barked, and pointed at a nearby door. She then pointed at the women. You three stay here and come up with which theme you want. We'll talk about it more when Mr. Sutton and I get back. One of the girls gave her a quick salute, as if Greer were a drill sergeant. Greer ignored that and marched into the adjoining study. She held the door open until Asher sauntered in, and then closed it firmly behind him. They needed to talk. Greer turned, leaning against the doors, her hands still on the handles, so she wouldn't inadvertently reach out and choke the man. What do you think you're doing? She whispered at him. He leaned in. I'm helping. And the bastard grinned at her. You're making it worse. You're supposed to be here to help me out, not to turn this into a three-ring circus. 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 Are you kidding me? Asher crossed his arms over his chest and rocked back on his heels. Your father has turned marrying those poor girls into a game. They're the laughingstock of every tabloid in the nation at the moment. Or haven't you been paying attention? She glared at him and stepped away from the door. Actually, she'd seen a few articles on the upcoming wedding that were downright unkind, and she'd stopped reading after that. Don't talk so loud, they'll hear. You think they don't know that people are going to make fun of them? You think they're not stressed out over this? Asher shook his head slightly. If anything, you should be mad at your father for taking what should be a wedding and making it a pure publicity stunt. He's not going to come out of this any worse for the wear, but those three are going to be labeled as gold diggers for the rest of their lives. I think if they want a few stupid unicorns on the day that they might potentially marry your father, and the odds are 1 in 3 at the moment, unless something changes, then they have every right. Greer glared at him, feeling helpless. He wasn't wrong about the situation, and that made her feel worse. Was her father making this a joke? Yes. Could he be dissuaded? No. That's why it's so important for the wedding to be classy and beautiful, Asher. It needs to be something that everyone can look at and realize that, however it seems on the outside, we took it seriously. They're nice girls. They deserve to have a wedding they can be proud of. No matter who the groom is? He arched an eyebrow at her. I'm not going to discuss my father right now. Though really, he wasn't saying anything she hadn't thought herself. She clasped her hands in front of her.
But this is why it's so important that I have your help to keep things going. We need to think classic and elegant, since we're already in a time crunch. I don't need you filling their ears with ideas about unicorns and flying doves. I never said anything about doves. He took a step closer to her, smiling. She hated that his smile made her feel weak in the knees. After this, she was totally taking that 6-month sabbatical to get over him. She'd need it after being in close proximity for a month. I need your help, she repeated. Please, please help me keep them on track. Asher leaned in closer. Want to make a bargain? Her brows drew together. A bargain? Yep. You want my help with the wedding. I want your help with something. We both get what we want. Seems simple to me. There was a calculating look in those bright blue eyes that she didn't trust. This sounds like a trap. It's not a trap, I promise. You want help with the wedding, don't you? I do, she ventured, still skeptical. She knew Asher, and she knew he was up to something. What do you want from me? He leaned in, ever closer. So close that, for a moment, she thought he was going to kiss her. And then she mentally berated herself, because of course he wasn't. And she hadn't pulled away either, had she? I need, he began slowly, your help with seduction. She must have heard that wrong. Beg pardon? I want you to help me with my seduction techniques. Chapter 6. It was the perfect plan. It was completely and utterly ridiculous, of course. Demanding that a woman practice dating and seduction with him when he knew he was already perfectly good at it? It was ludicrous. But then again, so was the wedding that Greer was desperately trying to pull together. At least he had her full attention now. He watched as her jaw dropped, and she stared at him, aghast. You want me to what? When he'd come up with the plan last night, he hadn't quite imagined her sounding so very horrified. Damn. He'd been worse at drunk sex than he'd thought for her to recoil like that. No matter. He'd chosen his path. She already hated him, so it wasn't as if he was losing anything. Right now, Asher was swinging for the fences. I'll help you herd those 3 and keep Stan's end on track, provided that you help me with my big problem. I want you to help me get better at wooing women. When she stared at him, he added, You did tell me I was terrible at it. I took your words to heart. Her mouth worked silently. After a moment, she squeaked out, Me? Of course you. You're gorgeous, and I want better memories than a drunken fumble. I want you to love me again. I want you back so we can experience everything we should have before when I was too dumb and too blind to see it. You're perfect for this. Why am I perfect for this? Well, for starters, you have exceedingly low expectations, so you'll be able to tell me when I improve. That's important. Also, I can't get you pregnant. And I can't wait to touch you. Her mouth shut and her jaw clenched. Her nostrils flared, and he could tell she was about to explode. That was okay. He'd kind of expected that. You want to blackmail me into having sex with you after what happened last time? You're shouting, he murmured, calm. And we don't have to have sex. We can just work on seduction. Kissing, coaxing a woman, things like that. Her eyes widened, and she stared in horror at the double doors to the room. Her gaze flicked back to him, and she lowered her voice. Are you the world's biggest idiot, Asher? I'm an optimist, actually. The way I see it, we both need something. You can help me practice, and I can help you put together the wedding. Think of how much easier it'll be if I can get Tiffany— Tiffy, she corrected. God, whatever. Tiffy, off of her unicorn kick. You want them to choose flowers? I'll lobby for roses. You want simple? I'll suggest everything that's as basic and simple as possible, and play it up so it seems like a genius concept. You'll make this ridiculous wedding seem like a masterpiece. A look of disgust crossed her face. But I'll have to let you touch me again. Jesus, she sounded really revolted at the thought. Did he think she'd deflated his ego before? She was taking the remnants of it and grinding it under one of her ballet flats. That's the catch, yes. You must be crazy. Just desperate to have you back. Is that a no? She sputtered. It's most definitely a no. He shrugged. Suit yourself. Greer shook her head at him, as if utterly astonished at his request. Did she not realize how desperate he was to get her back, to make her realize that she could love him again? He watched, full of longing, as she opened the doors and marched out of the room, her back stiff. All right, then. He'd let things play out as he thought they would. Asher followed after her and returned to his seat between two of the women. They were all so similar that he had a hard time keeping them straight in his head, and he'd be damned if he could remember their names. They were nice girls, and beautiful in an overly processed sort of way, but they were generic. His tastes had gone more to dark eyes, dark hair, and a small mouth that was even now frowning fiercely at him. Now, Greer said, as she picked up her paper again, smoothing her hair. Where were we? Talking about themes, one of the girls said. I think we should have Justin Bieber sing our wedding song. I don't think, Greer began delicately, that Mr. Bieber will find the time in his schedule to sing for you. He could write it, too, Blue Girl said. I'm sure he writes several songs a day. Like I said, Greer began again, at this late a date. I know, the pink girl clapped her hands excitedly. Doves! We can release doves when we come in! Greer's eyes went wide. She shot him a startled look. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, trying not to smile. Hell, he hadn't even had to say the word doves aloud. This was almost too easy. Blue Girl squealed. Oh my God, doves are an amazing idea. I am positive that horses and doves are not the way to go, Greer stressed. Pink Girl ignored Greer, turning to her sisters. All those in favor of doves, raise your hands. Blue Girl's hand shot up. The other remained down. They all turned and looked at him. You're the tiebreaker, said one triplet. What? Greer shot to her feet. Asher, I need to talk to you again in private. Now. Yes, ma'am, he said, oh so casual. Inside, he was gleeful. He was getting somewhere now. Good. He whistled as he sauntered back into the study after her. The moment she slammed the doors behind him, she whirled and smacked his arm. Do not say doves, not under any circumstances. It took everything Asher had to not break into a grin. Does this mean you want to take my deal? No, I don't want to sleep with you. You don't right now, he agreed, but just imagine how much better it'll be once I improve. You're impossible. I am, and this wedding will be impossible unless we work together. For a moment, Greer looked as if she were about to cry. This is blackmail. You know that, right? I didn't say anything about doves, and you know it. But the thing is, those girls aren't listening to you. They're walking all over you, and you're letting them. You want my help? I'll offer it, but you know my price.
When she didn't look convinced, he changed his voice to coaxing. "Come on, Greer. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours." "If all you wanted was a back scratch, we wouldn't be in this situation," she said glumly. Asher grinned. He smelled success. She wasn't glaring at him any longer. If anything, she just looked frustrated. Maybe a little defeated. That meant she was considering his offer. "Look," he said, and modulated his tone to the one he used in board meetings to ensure everyone saw things his way. "Helping me out won't interfere with your work on the wedding. We can meet in private somewhere. We can do this quietly, and we can take it in baby steps. 1 week we can practice kissing. The next week we can move on to foreplay, since apparently that was bad." "Not just bad, but non-existent," she corrected. "Non-existent," he agreed. She was wrong, but he'd let her believe he was so damn terrible at touching a woman that he didn't know the first thing about foreplay. "After that, we move on to the bigger stuff. By the time the wedding hits, it'll be a beautiful, low-key success story, and I'll have some pointers on how to please a woman." She hesitated, her gaze on the double doors off to the side, as if weighing her options. He tried to imagine what she was thinking. A wedding full of fake unicorns, doves, and whatever madness the triplets could think of? Or a few weeks of letting him fumble at her again. The fact that she was hesitating for so long was a bit of a blow to his ego, but he ignored it. Once he had Greer in his arms, and she was no longer fighting him and declaring her hate for him, she'd change her tune. "I need more incentive than just you spouting off logical things in the wedding planning meetings," Greer said suddenly, turning to him. "What do you mean?" She wanted something else from him? "I want an agreement between us, drafted by lawyers so it's ironclad, that you'll give up any and all rights to the baby if I agree to this." Asher's entire body went cold. Give up any claim on his child? Like hell he would. If he did, he'd never see her or the baby ever again. It was a gut feeling, and it hurt, because she was still thinking about how quickly she could get him out of her life. And here he was, thinking about how to keep her in his, forever. He swallowed hard. "Why do you want that?" "Isn't it obvious, Asher?" She gave him a small, tired sigh. "You never wanted this child or me. It's not fair to force a child on someone who wants nothing to do with them. I don't need your money. I don't want child support. I just want to be left alone once this is done." As she spoke, his mind raced. All right, he could fix this. He could give her what she wanted and still manage to come out on top. He'd bring in his best lawyer and add a loophole or a codicil of some kind that would give him an out, and he'd just have to throw enough money at her lawyer that he'd overlook whatever out clause Asher added to ensure that he could still have control of the situation. There was no way he was going to give up any claim to Greer and the baby. He wanted them too fucking much. It gutted him to even consider agreeing. But he needed Greer, and this was his Hail Mary pass. If he couldn't get her to agree to this, he didn't know what he could do to bring her back to him, to get them back to rights. So he swallowed hard and nodded. "Fine, it'll be as you want." Was that a flicker of disappointment in her expression? She masked it quickly with a firm nod, and then stuck her hand out. "I suppose we have a deal, then." "I suppose we do." And he had some strings to pull on the flip side, but for now, he'd just gotten Greer to agree to let him woo her. It was a start. She lifted her glasses and rubbed her nose, as if trying to ease an oncoming headache. "I can't believe I just agreed to this." "It'll be beneficial for both of us," he soothed, and pulled out his phone. "So, what time should we set up tonight for our first kissing lesson?" "Tonight?"
Her glasses dropped back into place, and she looked startled. "We're starting tonight?" "We've only got a month, Greer, and I think we'll both agree that I need all the help I can get," he lied. "So it's best that we start right away." Greer felt as if she'd just made a deal with the devil. She studied her reflection in the mirror, oddly nervous. A short time from now, she was scheduled to meet with Asher at his hotel room so they could go over his first kissing lesson. Kissing. She was going to teach the man kissing, as if she were the expert. It was to laugh. Except, she didn't feel like laughing. She felt like panicking. She'd agreed to help him get better at seduction. Why did this feel like she was returning back to the lion's den? She didn't want anything to do with him, especially not in a sexual manner. Last time, it was frankly terrible. It was disappointing and sticky, and she'd gotten nothing out of it except a lot of broken dreams. Oh, and a pregnancy. Couldn't forget that. Her hands nervously went to her stomach, where she felt a tiny flutter inside. She didn't know if that was the baby or her nerves. Could be both. More than anything, she wanted to back out. The thought of spending a month with Asher practicing kissing on her was upsetting. Like getting scheduled for a month of dentist appointments. But what he'd dangled in front of her had been too tempting to resist. It wasn't just the help with the wedding, though God, that had been a blessing after all. Once Asher had decided to stop making things worse, they'd quickly settled into a theme all of them could agree on, fairy tales. There would be a horse-drawn carriage to bring the brides up to the ceremony, since Tiffy desperately wanted a horse involved, and they would use glass slippers as decor, and do some fun nods to other subtle fairy tale ideas. The girls had decided to go with their regular colors of pink, blue, and purple highlights, along with bridal white. Now she had a game plan, and could charge forward with place settings and colors for napkins and tablecloths and the like. More than anything, the wedding would be classy, sweet, and easy. No doves, no horses, other than the carriage, which she could deal with. No costumes for guests, and no one sitting in the pool. And true to his word, Asher had helped her rein in the others when their ideas got too crazy. Now she had to hold up her end of the bargain. He'd done his part to help bring the wedding together, and her lawyer was scheduled to call his lawyer in the morning to discuss the paperwork about abdicating his parental rights. And so now, well, she supposed she had a date to make out with the guy to help him practice his seduction. She ran a brush through her hair and considered whether she should put on some makeup or nicer clothing. Then she scowled at her reflection. What was she thinking? This was Asher the jerk. It'd serve him right if she ate a fistful of onions before showing up. But because she was a nervous Nellie, she brushed her teeth anyhow, then packed up her purse and the folder of printouts she'd made, and drove her rental over to his hotel. He was staying at the Cromwell, which was exclusive, but not so exclusive that she'd feel weird about showing up. Once her car was taken care of, she sent him a text so he could meet her in the lobby. And then she waited, clutching her folder, feeling like an idiot and a bit of a harlot at the same time. She gave herself a pep talk while she waited. This will be harmless. You can just tell him about how kissing should be for the woman. You can explain how a girl wants to be touched by a man. Give him some pamphlets, chat about what he should consider changing in his technique, and then skip out. 0 emotions need to be involved. None. This is just a mutual scratching of backs. By the time she was finished, she felt better, calmer. 1 month of meaningless makeout sessions coming right up. But then the elevator dinged, and Asher got out, all sexy grin and tanned skin, and she felt flustered all over again. He was wearing the same shirt from earlier, sleeves rolled at the elbows and collar open, but gone were the tie and the jacket. And even though she now hated the man, she couldn't deny that he was utterly delicious for her eyes. His casual saunter toward her, and the way his expression looked like a cross between predatory and seductive, her nipples were getting hard just from him looking at her. Greer clutched the folder tighter and reminded herself that he was nothing but packaging. She'd unwrapped the present, so to speak, and had been less than impressed. That calmed her hormones down. She stuck her hand out for him to shake. "Mr. Sutton?" "Stop it, Greer," he said playfully, and ignored her hand. He moved to her side and put an arm around her shoulders, tugging her closer to him. "We both know each other a lot better than that." "Yes, but tonight is about business, remember? I just want to make sure the correct lines are drawn." "Oh, I'm well aware of the lines you've drawn." Now what did that mean? Greer frowned to herself as he steered her toward the elevator. Luckily, it was empty, as she didn't think she'd be able to stand making small talk with another person as Asher led her up to his room for seduction lessons. They got off the elevator on one of the top floors, and Asher kept his hand on the small of her back as he led her to his room. She hadn't been to this hotel before, and pretended great interest in the marble flooring and the black and white decor in the kitchen area. Anything to avoid the bedroom. "Thanks for coming," Asher said, his arm sliding away from her back. He took her purse from her shoulder and set it down on the counter. "Why are you thanking me? You blackmailed me to be here." "I don't think of it as blackmail, just persuasion." Asher gave her a winning look. "You could have turned me down." "And made my life more of a hell? No, thank you." His easy smile faded. "Is your life hell, then?" For some reason, she felt as if he was worried about her. That was silly, wasn't it? "This month it is," she said tartly. Then she thrust the folder at him. "Here, I printed these out for you." "What are they?" He opened the folder and started to flip through the pages. "Instructions on how to kiss properly. Apparently you can find anything on the internet." She shook her head. "Honestly, Asher, I'm not sure how you managed to keep Donna for so long without knowing any of the basics." His lips twitched. "Indeed." Was he laughing at her? "You have to take this seriously, Asher." "I'm very serious." He tapped the printouts. "This was very thoughtful of you." "I like to be prepared." She crossed her arms over her chest and rocked in her shoes. "So, do you want to go ahead and get this over with?" "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" She was too nervous to eat anything and shook her head. "Some other time. Where should we do this? The bedroom?" His brows went up. "We can go to the bedroom if that'll make you more comfortable." What? No! Where did you want to do it?" He shrugged and turned around, gazing about the expansive hotel room. "We can move to the sofa if you like." "The sofa is wonderful, thank you." She charged ahead and moved toward it. It was, like the rest of the decor, black, and she grabbed one of the throw pillows on it and hugged it to her chest as she settled in on one end of the couch. For a guy that needed lessons, he sure was making her feel like prey. "Bring the printouts and let's go over them together. We need to get this right." "I'm sure that, just like anything else, a lot of it is practice." He tucked the folder under his arm and moved toward her. Yeah, she definitely felt like a gazelle stalked by a lion. "Lucky for us, we have an entire month to hone my skills." Lucky wasn't the word she wanted to use for it. She gave him a tight smile and pushed her glasses farther up on her nose. He sat down on the couch next to her, their thighs touching. Goodness, that already felt rather intimate. At least he wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was reading the first page of the printouts she gave him. She leaned forward to see what he was reading, and the picture on the page was of two people, their tongues barely caressing as their lips parted. For some reason, that picture felt incredibly intimate and embarrassing. She tucked her hands tight around the pillow and tried not to squirm at the rush of heat moving through her. This isn't going to be fun, hormones. Remember how bad he was? Calm down. Thing was, pregnancy hormones sort of escalated everything, even the need for sex, which was doubly awkward considering she'd never wanted sex before, and now she really felt cravings at the most awkward times. Like right now. This was the equivalent of wanting to eat something you knew tasted bad. She knew Asher was terrible at sex, but her body was still responding to his proximity. Her nipples pressed against her cardigan, and she was grateful that she was hugging the pillow because they'd probably be rather noticeable. Asher picked up the first page, read it, and then set it down on the sofa on his other side. All right, I think I have the gist of it. Shall we begin? Might as well. He leaned in, and she felt the absurd urge to giggle like a schoolgirl. What? He gave her a curious look. This is so very ridiculous. His smile made her insides feel warm. Yes, but how else will a man like me learn? Hookers? Very funny. I trust you. I don't trust a lot of people, but I trust you. For some reason, that made the laughter bubbling in her die. He didn't trust a lot of people, it was true. He'd been lonely growing up, like her, and had escaped his foster home the moment he was of age. He'd had Donna, but after they'd broken up, she realized he'd lost the only person in the world he'd ever let his guard down around. No wonder he'd been such a mess. She understood that. She was very careful herself about who she trusted, and it made her hate dissipate, just a little. Greer remained still, her gaze on his face. It was an oddly tense moment, both of them leaning close together, faces near each other, but neither one moving closer to seal the deal. It was a moment in which she could look at how beautiful Asher was, how close he was to her, and still feel the old ache of, I wish she would notice me. He looked at her, expression thoughtful, and then reached out and brushed his knuckles over the line of her jaw. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. That broke her from her reverie. Greer's mouth twisted into a half-smile. You need to do better than that. You have to make this believable, Ash. Asher looked surprised at her response. You are beautiful. Your skin is like... He paused, studying her and thinking. Like... Coffee? She chimed in. Chocolate and cream? Do you know how insulting it is to refer to someone as a food? Shall I say that you look like a nice bowl of tapioca yourself? Well, I was going to say your skin is like silk. Oh. But I can go with something else if you'd prefer. He picked up one of the printouts with a flourish, studied it, and then turned back to her. Greer, my sweet darling, your face is as lovely as a blooming rose. She giggled. The page says that? Nah, it just says to woo her with words. He crumpled up the paper and tossed the ball of it over his shoulder. Why don't you think you're beautiful? Why were they going back to this? Does it matter? It matters to me. Greer sighed. I'm a small, dark, half-Indian woman. I grew up in my father's household. Have you ever noticed that every woman in his magazine, with a few rare exceptions, is tall and blonde? Big hair, big breasts, big hips. I have none of those things. I'm quiet, and I'm short, and I have to wear these. She gestured at her glasses. No one ever notices me. Why should I think I'm beautiful? I think you're beautiful. Oh, please. You're the one I tried to get to notice me for the longest time, and you never did. Your words hold no weight now. Not now that he'd hurt her and left her pregnant with his baby. He looked surprised. You did? When I was with Donna? I wouldn't break up a relationship, but after that, yes. But you were too drunk to ever see me. She shrugged, wishing the words didn't still cut like a knife. Until I threw myself at you, and then you just nailed me and left me pregnant. By the way, thanks for that. He rubbed a hand down his face. Every day I learn a new unpleasant thing about myself, it seems. He looked sad. That bothered her, and it shouldn't have. She didn't want to make him sad. She just wanted them to be done with each other. Can we please just kiss now? Asher's smile returned. Didn't realize you were so eager, Greer. I'm not. Really? You just demanded that I kiss you. He slid a bit closer to her on the couch, so close that her legs were practically in his lap. Allow me to oblige. She closed her eyes and braced herself, waiting for the onslaught of tongue. She could get through this. Lots of people kissed every day. She'd just have to be patient until he got better. His amused chuckle broke through her thoughts. You're bracing yourself as if I'm about to power wash you with my tongue. Aren't you? She retorted, opening her eyes. That's what I seem to recall from last time. He threw his head back and laughed, collapsing backward on the couch. Damn, my ego is completely shredded around you, Greer. He clasped his hands to his breast, as if shielding his heart. You never go easy on a guy. A smile twitched at the corners of her mouth, but she refused to let it grow. Should I? I'm just being honest. It really was not good, Asher. Though maybe I should have told you that you were incredible so I wouldn't be stuck here tonight. His laughter sobered, and he gave her a warm look. I'm glad you're here tonight. She said nothing, just hugged the pillow tighter. When they were like this, oh God, she could see falling in love with him all over again. The laughter, the teasing, the simple joy of being in his presence, of seeing that gorgeous smile beaming down on her. It was easy to forget that he'd shattered all of her dreams such a short time ago. But everything was different now, and she needed to remember that. Can we just do this, please? It's been a very long day, and being pregnant makes me tired. Of course you're tired. Here, you get comfortable on the couch, and we'll approach this in a different way. Asher leaped up and moved across the room, heading for the TV. He picked up the remote and started to flick through to the movie rentals. Do you know of any good movies that feature a lot of kissing? Maybe for tonight we could just watch it on the screen instead, and slowly move into the real thing. Oh, goodness, that sounded so much better. Kissing movies? Yeah, nothing porny, because that won't show me how to kiss properly. Just normal sorts of movies, where normal people kiss the women they love. And you expect me to know of one? She teased. But oh gosh, she had a dozen. When Harry Met Sally, Dirty Dancing, Romeo and Juliet, Love Actually, Pretty Woman. You're the romantic. She was. How about Ghost? Have you seen that one? He typed in the letters and then pulled it up on the rental screen.
With Patrick Swayze?
That's the one.
Haven't seen it. He clicked the button and returned to the couch. Rented it, though.
To give the man credit, he didn't mock her for her choice in movies. He must have remembered that she was a hopeless romantic, though she did her best to keep it a secret.
You want a snack or a drink? I think the fridge has some cookies and bottled water. Or we can order something.
Cookies and bottled water is fine, she said, giving him a grateful smile. Tonight had turned out to be a lot less painful than she'd envisioned. She'd been imagining letting him maul her for hours on end, and in actuality, they'd talked and now we're going to watch a movie. No kissing. She was oddly relieved and yet strangely disappointed at the same time. He returned with an enormous oversized cookie for her and a bottle of water, and then sat down in the center of the sofa. Instead of giving her space, he put his arms around her and hauled her against him as if it were a date and they were snuggling. And she was going to protest, but his body was warm, and she was sleepy, and the movie was starting. So she ate her cookie, drank some water, and let the story carry her away. Greer was almost nodding off into sleep, more tired than she'd expected, when a soft brush of something against the back of her hand woke her up. She opened her eyes sleepily and realized that Asher had her hand in his, and he was gently kissing the back of her hand. What are you doing?
Just practicing. Your sheets said I should practice on my hand.
His lips brushed against the back of her hand again, and goosebumps prickled over her body. Her nipples were hard and aching, and terrible, distracting urges were moving through her. You're supposed to practice on your own hand, she whispered, watching breathlessly as he moved his mouth in a kiss against her hand again. Goodness, she should not be that turned on by watching a man pretend kiss her hand. He glanced down at her, a roguish look on his face.
I like yours better. You don't mind, do you?
Did she mind? God, no. She watched him press another sultry kiss to the back of her hand, and her entire body prickled with awareness again. It had to be the pregnancy hormones that were making her that aroused. Had to be.
Watch the movie, he told her,
and then brushed his lips against her hand again.
I'm getting some great pointers.
He expected her to concentrate on the movie when he was making out with her hand? She turned back to the screen and settled in against him again, trying to ignore the fact that her nipples, and her sex, responded each time he pressed a kiss against her skin. And when he stopped, that bothered her almost as much. A weird sort of possessive pleasure took over Asher as Greer drifted off to sleep against him again. He gently lay her hand down and let the droning of the movie lull her deeper into sleep, though he hadn't been paying a bit of attention to it. He'd just wanted to distract her, to get her to relax. It had worked, too. She'd entered his hotel room looking as if she were about to go into a war zone. Now, she was curled up peacefully against him, sleeping, her hand still twined with his. Having her there against him gave him a fierce sort of satisfaction, like she'd finally found the spot where she belonged. He wanted to reach out and touch the fine lines of her sleeping face, but her words about exhaustion made him hold back. He'd be content just to have her rest against him. He didn't need more than that. Well, his cock did. It ached and strained in his pants, insistent that he should claim Greer as his own. Asher ignored it, though. He knew that if he had a shot in hell of winning Greer back over, he'd have to go slowly and give her control. He could be patient. It might take every ounce of his self-control, but he'd do it. The next night, Greer seemed less edgy when she arrived at his hotel room. Her hair was pulled back into a fat knot at the base of her neck, and it made her glasses seem huge on her pointed face. She wore a plain red blouse with short sleeves and a high neck, and a pair of skinny jeans and her favorite flats. He loved that she didn't care how short it made her look. It was clear that she dressed for her own pleasure and not for his. Something about that confidence just made him that much crazier for her. "You look great today," he told her. She really did. The red made her lips look like cherries ready to be tasted, and when she moved, he could see her breasts sway under the thin fabric. So yeah, he was digging it. She waved a hand at him, dismissing his compliment. "You don't have to suck up to me. I'm stuck here whether I want to be here or not." Ego on the floor once more. Chuckling, Asher shut the door behind her. "Did you read the notes I printed for you?" she asked, setting her purse down and moving into the living room. "I studied them all last night," he told her. He might have also jerked off while imagining Greer's mouth moving over his cock, but he was a guy, not a saint. "Great. So then if you've got them down, this shouldn't be too onerous." She actually looked pleased. "Maybe we can get this done quickly and I can go back to the castle. I've still got several calls I need to make." Get it over with quickly? Over his dead body? "Don't get too carried away. Like I said, I'm probably going to need a fair amount of practice." "Yes, but you've been educating yourself. That should go a long way." She looked entirely too pleased as she gestured to the couch. "Should I sit again?" "Please do." She moved to the couch and sat delicately on the edge, then crossed her feet and clasped her hands and looked expectantly at him. The urge to push her down on the couch and cover her body with his was nearly overwhelming. "Down, boy." "You should take off your glasses so we don't smudge them." "Because I fully intend on kissing that patient look off your face. That, and I don't want you to notice the massive hard-on I'm sporting simply by being in your presence." "Good idea." She folded her glasses and set them on the end table as he took the opportunity to move next to her. When she squinted at him, he wanted to grin. Why was it adorable that she was as blind as a bat? "You ready?" he asked. "Lay one on me," she said cheerfully, and then she braced herself. The woman really did clobber his ego every chance she got. Time to show her that he wasn't as incompetent as she assumed. He put his hands on her waist and pulled her closer. She stiffened, but relaxed when he didn't attack her. Nor did she position herself as if she was waiting for his kiss. She just looked up at him, a little impatient. "I read we should probably both tilt our heads," he told her. "The angle helps things." "Oh, okay." She tilted her head a little and pushed her chin out toward him. "How's this?" Damn, she was cute. Asher leaned in and put his fingers to her chin, coaxing her form to the perfect angle for his mouth. This close, he loved looking at her. The deep red of her mouth was inviting, her lips full and lush. Her eyes closed as he approached, and her long lashes looked like they'd been dusted with dark feathers. How had he never noticed Greer before? He couldn't stop staring at her now. Hell, he felt like he could gaze happily for hours at the sharp line of her cheekbone, or the way her face formed a perfect heart when her hair was pulled back, like it was today. "Are you going to kiss me, or do you have buyer's remorse?" she murmured, eyes still closed. "Just working on my plan of attack," he told her. "Be patient." One eyebrow raised, and he wanted to kiss it. Actually, that was what he decided to do. Leaning in, He brushed his lips over her brow in a gentle kiss. She jerked backward, her eyes going wide. What was that? A kiss? Greer looked adorably flustered and so confused. I thought we were going to practice, on the mouth. That's the part you were bad at. She was breathing heavy, her breasts rising and falling in that silky top. Great. Now he was imagining her dark nipples again. Fuck. I figured I should cover all the bases. All kinds of kissing. And here you said I wasn't any good at foreplay. How he managed to keep a straight face, he didn't know. We've still got 3 days left in the week to conquer the rest of kissing. Oh. Her voice was soft. Well, all right. She licked her lips. God, those lips. And then moved closer to him again. I'll need you to stay still, he chided her, unless I do something wrong, and then if I do, you need to tell me that you didn't like it, all right? She nodded slowly. I will. Her eyes closed again. Asher wondered if she'd hit him if he pulled her against him and buried his face in her gorgeous high breasts. Probably. It'd probably be worth the hit, too. But he restrained himself and cradled her smaller form against him, intent on his original plan. He leaned in and kissed her brow again, and noticed that a tremor shot through her, trembling with desire? Fear? You okay? She nodded again, silent. You should probably put your arms on me somewhere. If we were dating, you'd probably want to touch me. Her eyes snapped open at that. We're not dating, and maybe I don't want to touch you. Maybe I'm not the only one who needs to work on my love words. Her cheeks flushed, and she slapped a hand on his bicep. Happy? Thrilled. Asher leaned in again. She shivered as he leaned in close, and his dick got incredibly hard. God damn, she was reacting to him, wasn't she? He pressed a kiss on her other eyebrow, and then pulled back. Her nipples were hard against the thin fabric of her shirt, and he had to bite back a groan. Fuck. This was going to be pure torture. That okay? His voice sounded ragged even to his own ears. She gave him a quick nod and tilted her head back, waiting patiently for more kisses. Her hand on his bicep had curled into the fabric of his shirt, as if she had to hold on to him. He loved that. Asher leaned in and put his hand to her chin, tilting her face as he gently kissed her cheekbones, her nose, her forehead, her jaw, everywhere on her face that he thought she might like a kiss. She didn't pull away. If anything, she seemed to lean into his touch. Her mouth was soft and inviting, slightly parted, and just begging for his lips. But he forced himself not to move too fast. How am I doing? He asked, as he gently nipped at her jaw. She shivered against him again, and he felt her fingers flex against his shirt. I think this is good. She sounded distracted, distant. Her other hand went to his knee, as if trying to pull him closer. Just good? He'd have to do better. Pressing his lips to the curve of her cheek, he moved toward her ear. What about over here? You want to kiss my ears? Sure. They were as pretty and delicate as the rest of her. His hand went to her ear and gently caressed the shell of one. Unless you think it'd be a bad idea. No, go ahead, she breathed. A quick glance down told him that she was panting lightly, her breasts heaving under the silk blouse, nipples pointing. Christ, she was beautiful. His hand went to the nape of her neck to hold her, and he leaned in and gently took one earlobe between his teeth, nipping it. She audibly sucked in a breath. He should have teased her a bit more, asked her if she still liked it, but all the teasing in him had been forgotten. Instead, he gently flicked his tongue against her earlobe and then sucked on it, running his tongue over that tiny bit of sensitive flesh. And she moaned. Fuck, that was sexy. Asher swallowed his own moan and continued to make love to her sweet ear, tonguing and licking her lobe and lavishing it with attention. Her nails dug into his arm, but she was drawing him closer. Her hand went to his hair, and she clung to him, holding him there. Holding him to her ear so he could tongue fuck it. Sexiest thing ever. He pulled back, though, because he wanted to wait and see how she'd respond if he stopped. She whimpered and pulled him forward, her hands demanding. She wanted this, wanted his mouth on her. That was all the encouragement Asher needed. He returned to making love to her ear, tonguing and licking and nipping to see which motions got the most results from her. She loved when his tongue traced the shell, but she also quivered against him when he bit down gently on her earlobe. Hell, she loved all of it, and he wanted to hold her and perform this sweet torture on her for hours. But he wanted more. He wanted to claim her soft, sweet mouth, to feel her open up against him and press her tongue to his, to lick at her mouth the way he was licking at her earlobe, to drive her wild with his kisses, to prove to her that he could arouse her. Asher pulled back and cupped her face in his hands. I want your mouth. Her lips parted. Her eyes were glazed with need and soft with arousal, and fuck, she was gorgeous. Give it to me, Greer. Asher leaned in, closing the distance until his mouth was close enough to hers to kiss, but just far enough away. He wanted her to seal the deal. Her gaze flicked from his eyes to his mouth, as if trying to make up her mind, or simply trying to think with a brain drugged from his caresses. Did she need encouraging then? He brushed a thumb over her full lower lip, then pressed it down in the center, parting her mouth just a bit more. She leaned in, and then she was his. Their lips met, hers barely brushing against his mouth. It was enough. She was crossing the distance between them, and he'd take it from here. Asher nipped at her lower lip, pressing gentle, soft kisses there. Greer was motionless against him, making soft little noises in her throat with each brush of his lips against hers. Did she think he was a terrible kisser? All tongue and no finesse? He'd show her just how careful and patient he could be, and everything he could do with his lips. So he continued to press light, sweet kisses to her mouth, over and over again, coaxing her to part her mouth against his. He was desperate to brush his tongue against hers and see how it'd be received, but he was a patient man. He could wait. So he kissed her, over and over again, quick kisses, slow kisses, brushes of his lips against hers, fierce nips and coaxing caresses. With each one, Greer seemed to melt in his arms a bit more, and with each press of his mouth to hers, Asher's body ached for release. The need to claim her as his own was staggeringly strong. When her tongue meekly brushed against his, Asher's control nearly came undone. With a groan, he gave up on holding back and kissed her as hard and fierce as he'd wanted to. His tongue slicked into her mouth, and he took over, tasting her sweetness over and over again. There was no turning back for him now. Any thought of giving up on Greer and moving on with his life utterly vanished. She was his. This sweet, giving mouth, his. This timid, eager tongue, his. The passionate woman in his arms, all his. With every coaxing flick of his tongue, he was letting her know that she belonged to him. When she was gasping for air and making small mewing sounds in her throat, he gave her one last fierce thrust of his tongue and then released her. His hands remained on her cheeks, cupping her face. It would force her to make eye contact with him, and he wanted to see the look in her eyes. There it was, he thought, with fierce satisfaction as she gazed up at him through her lashes. The need in her dark eyes making them liquid with desire. The softness in her gaze as she looked at his mouth and then back up at him, as if asking for more without saying it aloud. And God, that dazed, needy expression in her eyes, that was almost as good as fucking. Almost. He leaned in and gently kissed her mouth one last time. How am I doing? She blinked. At kissing. He nipped at her lower lip and loved it when she shivered again. How am I doing so far? Oh. She licked her lips, her little tongue darting out to sweep over the taste of him on her mouth. It made his cock ache all over again. I think there's definite progress. He grinned. But not perfect, right? So clearly we need to practice more. Clearly, she breathed, and raised her arms to go around his neck again. He was all too happy to give her more. Chapter 7. By the time they called the kissing session for the night, Greer staggered back out to her car, dazed, and was shocked to see that only an hour and a half had passed since she'd first stepped into the hotel room. My goodness. She sat in the car, staring ahead of her, keys in the ignition, and all but forgotten. Okay, so that was kissing. Real kissing. Greer touched her mouth in wonder. It felt swollen and just a little bit raw from all the kissing she'd done. And it felt wonderful. More than wonderful. It felt sexy and powerful and needy at the same time. All of her was needy, actually. Between her thighs, she throbbed with heat, and her nipples felt like they'd turned to stone, they were so hard. Her entire body felt liquid and delicious. And aching. If the night in the gardens had been like this... It was confusing, too. After the marathon kissing session, where Asher had done nothing but kiss the hell out of her and ask her if he was doing it right, it was clear the man knew how to kiss. It was clear that he hadn't picked it all up from her printouts or from watching a romantic movie or two. Greer might have been naive, but she wasn't stupid. It was obvious that Asher was pretending to need to practice with her. But to what end? That was the part she kept coming back to. Did he want to be friends again? Friends didn't give friends scorching tongue kisses. Friends didn't suck on the earlobes of other friends and ask them if they liked it or if they wanted more. Friends sure didn't ask friends to give them their mouth. And friends didn't shove themselves against other friends like wanton hussies and demand those kisses. She pressed a hand to her flushed cheeks. She'd known the moment he'd started to nip at her earlobe that this was an experienced man. She should have pulled away and demanded answers. Instead, he'd come close to kissing her, demanded that she ask for more, and what had she done? Thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him. So she was complicit in this. She was so confused. She put her seatbelt on, started the rental car, and drove back to her father's mansion, her mind replaying the evening over and over again. Kissing practice, of all things. More like an excuse to kiss her for the next few days. No, wait. The next week, and then they would move on to, heaven help her, to more intense sessions. Her entire body prickled with awareness at the thought. She should have been mad. She should have been furious that he'd clearly lied to her about his skill. Or, rather, she'd told him he was terrible at it, and he'd never corrected her. It had suited him to let her think that. But why get a month of sex practice out of her? Out of her? That was the part she kept coming back to. What was it about Greer that he wanted? She wasn't so naive that she thought he'd somehow fallen in love with her. And Vegas was full of women who would take their clothes off, or more, for the right amount of money. It wasn't like he couldn't afford sex. Heck, she doubted he'd even have to pay someone. He could just flash his charming smile at them and they'd fall into his arms just like she did. It had to be something with the baby then. A surge of protectiveness shot through her. It was her baby. He didn't deserve to be in their lives, not after that night in the gardens. But if it was the baby, why had he agreed to give up all parental rights? She'd seen the contracts sent by his lawyer and had sent them on to hers to look over one last time before she signed. All was in motion, and they were both upholding their parts of the bargain. Could it be that he really didn't think he was good at sex? She was so confused. She was intrigued, too, as much as she hated to admit it to herself. Tonight's kissing had set her body on fire. It had made her want more. It had made her wish desperately that she had a vibrator to let off some of the tension in her body. So as much as she was frustrated with Asher and didn't trust him, she was going back to his hotel room tomorrow night for the next session and not saying a thing about figuring out his plan. If she kept her mouth shut, she got a month of sex practice with him. Practice that involved him doing his best to please her and make her feel pleasure. What was the harm in that? It wasn't as if he could get her pregnant. It was just harmless sex. And she was honest enough to admit that she was looking forward to more of everything. By the time she pulled up into the long, winding driveway of the Dutchman castle, she was feeling a bit more like herself. Greer smoothed her hair, adjusted her glasses, and then plucked her purse out of the passenger seat and headed in via the staff entrance. "That you, Greer?" Marta called from the kitchen the moment Greer shut the door behind her. She winced. Sometimes it was really frustrating having the staff entrance be right off the kitchens. Marta liked to know everything that was going on, and this was one particular thing she wouldn't have minded keeping a secret. She hesitated, then took a few steps forward and peeked into one of the kitchen doors. "It's me, just heading up to my room." "Sit, sit," Marta encouraged, gesturing at the near-empty kitchen. A fleet of cake pans was laid out on the main stainless steel table, and flowers seemed to be everywhere. There was no escaping. Steeling herself, Greer pasted an, "Everything's totally fine, and I wasn't just making out with the guy that got me pregnant," smile on her face, and headed in. "Working late?" "The engagement party is tomorrow night," Marta said, scraping a wooden spoon on one of the batter bowls. "I have to get these cakes ready for icing in the morning." She set down the bowl and then bustled over to the refrigerator. "I made you some tarts as well. You need to eat more." I don't want to bother you. The cook tisked and pulled out a foil-covered tray, unwrapping it and setting it in front of Greer. You eat those, and I'll get you some milk. You need to feed that baby. The pile of apple tarts did look awfully appetizing. Each one was made with a distinctive flower shape cut into the dough, and gooey frosting had been drizzled on the tops. She picked one up and took a bite. The crust melted into her mouth, and she wanted to moan with pleasure. Maybe she could steal Marta away from her father and drag her back to New York. This is wonderful, Greer told her, wiping away a mouthful of crumbs. Marta placed a tall glass of milk in front of Greer, beaming. Gotta figure out something to keep food down in that belly of yours. As Greer began to drink, Marta patted her on the shoulder and then bustled back to her cake batter. Once you've finished eating, maybe you tell me what you're doing sneaking in so late? Greer froze. She took another sip of milk and pretended to keep drinking. Come on, mamacita, I know you better than your father does. Scrape, scrape went the spoon. Put down that milk and tell me who you're seeing. You've got a guilty look in your eyes. She put down the glass and picked up another tart. Would you believe me if I said it was nobody important, just business? I would, Marta agreed, if it wasn't for the fact that you've got stubble burn all over your cheeks. Oh, mercy. Greer felt a flush heat her face. Busted. Busted indeed. Marta put the bowl aside and picked up a round cake pan, tapping the side of it with the flat of her hand to get the bubbles out. You need to think about that baby, Miss Greer. Your mother, God bless her, was not much of a thinker, and you need to be different. That baby needs its mama. She knew. I promise, it's no one important, just... Oh, goodness. How could she possibly explain? It's the father of the baby, and we're just practicing kissing together like two teenagers instead of grown adults. That would not fly. Just trust me when I say I have it all under control. Great. Now she felt like a guilty kid. I promise, I'm being smart, Marta. The cook sighed and put the cake pan down. She shook her head at Greer, and for a moment looked so sad that it made Greer's heart ache. I know you're smart, baby girl. I worry. Since you arrived on the doorstep, 8 years old and no mama, I worried about you. Your father... She rolled her eyes and wiped her hands on her apron. Your father is good with business and terrible with family. I know you know, but that's why I look out for you, Greer. I think of you like one of my daughters. Tears blurred Greer's eyes. She got up from her seat and went to hug the cook. I'm so stealing you when I go back to New York. Psst! Marta hugged her and patted Greer's back. Your father would riot if he didn't have my pancakes every morning. I'll pay more than him. It's not always about money, Marta said, beaming at Greer. She tucked a lock of hair behind Greer's ear. You're not the only one I have to look after here. For a moment, she looked sad. Your father... He did not think about those 3 girls when he decided to put together this wedding. Guilt surged through Greer. The tabloids were not getting kinder with every day that passed. You noticed? Marta shook her head. Like I said, your father... Good with business, not good with family. He should be nicer to those girls. They adore him, and he treats them, well, like they're servants. She raised an eyebrow at Greer. Dirty servants, but still servants. Now there's a visual, Greer murmured. The cook patted her on the shoulder again. I just don't want you finding yourself making a mistake you can't escape, Miss Greer. Look at those 3 girls.
One of them is going to marry your father. The other two are going to... What? Have a career in porn once he's done with them? Greer flinched. Her mother had done porn once she'd broken up with Stein. It had not turned out well. Marta clucked. I didn't mean it like that, baby girl. I'm just running my mouth. Go, sit, eat. She put her hands on Greer's shoulders and turned her back toward the table. I just like to worry over everyone under my roof. As Greer sat down and dutifully took a bite out of a third tart, Marta placed cake pans in the oven. She wasn't wrong, though, Greer thought. One of those girls was going to marry her father, and the other two would... What? End up the laughingstock of the internet? Hide away until the Fuhrer went down? Start a life in porn like her mother did? None of the options sounded like good ones to her. Maybe Marta was right to worry. Asher. Morning, you there? Greer. I was just about to start our daily wedding meeting. The triplets are here. Where are you? Asher. That's what I'm texting about. There was a work emergency and I had to fly back. Greer. To NYC? Asher. I'm afraid so. I'm hoping to be back in Vegas by the weekend. Greer. But what about our deal? Asher. Guess we'll have to skip a few days in kissing week. Or should we extend our deal by a few days? Greer. No. We said we would be done by the wedding and we need to stick to that. Asher. You're in charge. We'll just skip some of the kissing lessons. I thought we did okay. What did you think? Greer. Gotta go. When will you be back? Asher. Friday or so. Maybe Saturday. So, kissing? Scale of 1 to 10? Greer. I'm not rating you. Asher. I'm going to take that as at least an 8 then. Maybe 8.5. Greer. Shouldn't you be working? Asher. Shouldn't you? Greer. I am warning you. I'm texting if something comes up that needs a Stein decision. Asher. Fair enough. I do need to go, though. Meeting. Later. Asher smiled down at his phone, then tossed it aside onto the empty spot in the hotel bed next to him. She didn't rate him, but she didn't disagree with his 8.5 or higher. That was a good sign. He'd noticed that when Greer got nervous, she tended to try to change the subject. He was learning all the little tells she had. Or, rather, he was remembering them anew. He relaxed and stared up at the ceiling. Now, what to do for the next 3 days? He hadn't flown back to NYC like he'd told her. That was a lie. It was just that, after she'd staggered out of his room last night, he'd realized that he was moving too fast. He'd been hoping for the kissing to last several days. After last night's heated makeout session, he'd have been lucky to go a week without bending her over the couch and nailing her. The days away would give him a break. It'd give her time to think, too. He wanted to give her space. This little plan of his wasn't about crowding her. It was about making her realize that she still wanted him, after all. And if that meant he'd have to forego a few nights of kissing, he'd just have to masturbate a hell of a lot to make up for it. Or work. He supposed he could do that. He grabbed his laptop off his nightstand and logged into his email. Even though he'd recently hired a new CEO that was good at taking things off of his plate, he still needed to check in now and then. And then he'd masturbate to thoughts of Greer. Gretchen. So, I'm thinking about wedding flowers. You busy? Greer. Not too busy. What's up? Gretchen. Are roses for the wedding too cliché? Greer. Not at all. Gretchen.
Oh, good, because you know Hunter has a thing for roses. It would just make things pretty special for us. Greer, not a problem. We could do some nice arrangements. Gretchen, okay, so I was thinking of one particular rose. Greer, hey, so what do you think it means when you make out with a guy and he leaves town the next day? Gretchen, the rose Blue Girl has a special meaning for us, so I was thinking that one. Gretchen, wait. Gretchen, back the fuck up. Gretchen, did you just say you made out with a guy and then he left town? Greer, is that bad? Gretchen, pretty sure it ain't good. So who did you make out with? And are we talking like fourth base or first base? Greer, first. Geez, Gretchen. Gretchen, don't get all huffy with me, Missy. You're the one that's knocked up. Greer, good point. Gretchen, you gonna tell me who it was? Greer, Asher, duh. Gretchen, I thought you hated each other. Greer, I'm experimenting in hate fucks? Gretchen, I am so calling you. Also, Blue Girl roses, remember that. Greer's phone rang a moment later, followed by an incomprehensible stream of squealing and babbling from Gretchen's side. She held the phone away from her ear for a moment, waiting for her friend to calm down. Well? Gretchen prompted after a moment of silence. Well, what? What do you want to know? Why it is you hate the guy and are ovening his bun, but you're hate-fucking him? There's a disconnect somewhere around here that I am just not getting. Greer sighed. I still hate him, and it's part of a deal we made. I fool around with him this month, and he gives up all parental rights to the baby. There was a long pause on the other end. Hello? Greer said into the receiver. You still there? My brain just temporarily short-circuited at the thought of Asher giving up all rights to his own kid. Why the hell would he do that? Because he doesn't want to be a dad? Oh, please. Like anyone wakes up in the morning and thinks, wow, I'd really like to change someone's shitty diapers for the next 18 years. Diapers for 18 years? Slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean. No one's ever ready to be a parent, but when there's a baby on the way, you sack up and take care of things. A wistful note entered her voice. I'm just shocked Asher's bailing out. It was my idea, and she was not going to feel guilty about it, damn it. You don't even want child support? Why would I? I have millions of my own. Yes, but he has billions. And think of how miserable you could make him. Doesn't the fun of misery count for something? Greer smiled. I don't want my baby to be used as a tool to make someone else miserable. She'd had first-hand experience in that, thank you very much. I just want him or her to be surrounded by love. Aw, that's really cute and all, but I think all this goo-goo diaper talk is drifting away from the real reason for this call, which is you telling me all about why you and Asher are hate-fucking. Now hold on and let me get some popcorn, because I have a feeling this shit is gonna be good. It turned out that Asher's lie came back to bite him in the ass. The pretense of being pulled away for work turned out to be very real when one of his overseas offices had a security breach and another employee's laptop was stolen, containing client information for hundreds of small businesses. It was a bit of a nightmare, and his new CEO's first opportunity to right the ship, and important enough that Asher himself wanted to be there to ensure things were running smoothly. Okay, he was still struggling with being hands-off, but he was getting better all the time. Nevertheless, he wanted to be there for this particular situation and chartered a private jet back to NYC, then spent the next 3 days closeted in meetings to discuss contingency plans, future disaster scenarios, and security breach statements. He missed the engagement party he was supposed to be present for, and while he didn't give 2 shits about toasting Stan or his 3 potential brides, he'd wanted to see Greer in a hopefully slinky dress and spend more time with her. He really wanted to spend more time practicing kissing. Wasn't it just his luck that reality decided to intrude on his bubble? Asher was returning back to his apartment when his phone buzzed with an incoming text. Greer, I can't figure you out. He waited impatiently in the elevator while it crawled up 40 floors. He wanted to text Greer back immediately, but it felt too personal to do it in an elevator crowded with people. Hell, even one person would be too many. Probably because he got a lot of inappropriate hard-ons when talking to Greer. He raced to his apartment, shut the door, and then flung off his suit jacket and expensive Italian loafers. He took his phone into his bedroom, relaxed on the bed, and then typed out a response to her. Asher, because I'm mysterious and alluring? Greer, because you took all the trouble to set up this whole practicing kissing thing, and now you're not showing up for any of the lessons. Are you avoiding me? Fuck. Did she really think he was avoiding her? His entire body craved being near her. She was in his dreams at night, and the image he saw when he stroked his cock in the shower every morning. Avoiding her. If she was in the same room as him, he'd have been all over her. He wouldn't text that, though. He'd call her instead, if nothing else so he could hear her voice. He dialed her number and waited as the phone rang several times. Was she not going to pick up? Fuck, he hadn't even thought about that. This was a woman that had blocked his calls for months on end. If she was mad at him, she'd be perfectly fine ignoring him until... The phone clicked over. Hello? Greer's soft, smoky voice made his balls instantly tighten. Any playful, flirty things he was thinking about saying to her went flying out the window. Why would you think I'm avoiding you? Well, she began, you went to a lot of trouble to force me into this bargain we made, and now you're not showing up for it. What am I supposed to think? You could think that I'm kicking myself for not being there to cash in, because it's the truth. He rubbed his forehead. This has been a hellish week on my end. If I listen to one more person complain about contingency meetings, all the while failing on that end, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm sorry, she said, but her voice sounded amused instead of sympathetic. How's your week been? He asked, settling in on the bed. His cock was aching, and he pictured her sitting on her own bed, maybe surrounded by fluffy pillows. She'd be reclining, her shirt unbuttoned low, toying with a lock of her thick hair. Christ, that was a sexy image. His hand went to his cock and he rubbed it through the fabric of his slacks. My week? She sounded surprised. The throaty chuckle escaped again. About as well as you can expect. I found a caterer willing to work on short notice, found a baker to create 3 different cakes, and the girls went dress shopping. The bridal parties, all 3 of them, mind you, were finalized, and that meant deciding on dresses and colors for each person. She yawned. No one agrees on anything. It's been a marathon, to say the least. You need me to do anything? Offer my opinion on anything for your dad? Mostly, he just wanted to know if she needed him. I'm good. You did make a few decisions, by the way. I had you pick out the cut of the tux, and you selected the groom's cake, since I needed that information in a hurry.
I did, huh? How'd I manage that, considering we haven't talked in days?
Longest week of his life, too. He absently stroked his aching cock again, entranced by her voice. Well, here's something interesting. Her tone turned amused. I would text you pictures, and you'd decide which one you liked. It worked out very well. That little sneak. She hadn't texted him a thing all week. And no one called you on your bluff? Not a soul. Turns out that you have excellent taste, Asher. Her voice dropped to a husky note that made his body react. Hell yes, he did have excellent taste. He was starting to think the smartest thing he'd ever done was get drunk and nail Greer, because it forced him to really pay attention to her, to really see her for the first time. And damn, he liked what he saw. I'm glad I could be so helpful. He hoped she didn't notice the tension in his voice, or pick up on the fact that he was unbuttoning his slacks so he could free his cock. Jerking off while on the phone? He hadn't done this since he was a teenager, but he craved Greer, and not having her in his arms, this would have to do. Her small sigh made his senses go on alert. I'm afraid that's the only thing that's gone my way this week. What is it? What's wrong? The need to fix whatever was troubling her was overwhelming. Oh, it's just the tabloids. Greer made a small noise of disgust in her throat. They follow us the moment we leave the Dutchman castle and trail me and the triplets everywhere we go. They spit questions at those poor girls, and they have no idea how to answer, so they just make things worse. I swear, there are new insulting things printed about them every day, and it breaks my heart. I know it's upsetting to Kiki, even if Tiffy and Bunny are too absent-minded to notice things. Absent-minded? He would have used the term thick as a brick, but Greer was nicer than he was. Is it just the online tabloids? He could have Stan's lawyers send them a few cease and desists if he dropped a few words in the right ears. Have you seen the weekly magazines? They're all speculating over which girl's going to end up marrying him, and digging up every terrible thing they possibly can about each girl. Tiffy was an escort at one point, Bunny a stripper, and Lord only knows what they've dug up on Kiki. They're being referred to as the gold diggers of the century and made a laughingstock. She paused. It's hard. Asher hesitated. He didn't exactly feel sorry for the triplets. After all, they had started dating Stan because of his money and his business, not because he was a stunning conversationalist. And the fact that they all three shared his bed? Of course people were going to talk. The wedding was a 3-ring circus, and he'd heard Dutchman magazine mentioned more times in the last week than he had in the last decade. Stock was through the roof, and he was pretty sure Stan was thrilled with the results. And the wedding hadn't even happened yet. So no, he didn't feel bad for the girls, or for Stan, who was a ruthless, calculating bastard. But this made Greer unhappy, and he didn't like her unhappy. She was working too hard on this wedding for it to be laughed at, and he wanted to fix things for her. Do you want me to step in? Step in? What do you mean? I mean, if the tabloids are causing you problems, we grease the wheels in the other direction. We buy up some puff pieces and throw some money in their direction, so they print positive spin articles. I can get a publicist on this full-time if you want. A private publicist, not Stan's, he corrected. Stan's publicist was probably one of the guilty parties feeding some of the more lascivious bits to the public. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Would that work? It would, he assured her.
It's all about perception. I'll get the rumor mill grinding on the other end, and hopefully we can staunch some of the bleeding."
"Thank you." Greer sounded grateful and tired.
"Anything for you."
She was silent. Okay, clearly she wasn't ready to hear that sort of thing yet. He'd come back to that. Asher circled back around to a topic he knew she'd talk about, the wedding.
"So, you finalized the wedding parties?"
"I did."
"Should I know who's in them?"
It probably wouldn't hurt. For the next few minutes, he half listened as she rattled off a list of names that meant nothing to him. Stein's groomsmen were all stockholders, and Asher wasn't sure if that was the closest thing the Dutch millionaire had to friends, or if it was a business ploy. The girls were each limited to 3 bridesmaids and 1 maid of honor, and had tried to get around the limitation with having endless amounts of flower girls and assigning friends to be ushers, provided they got to wear long flowing dresses in the matching bridal colors. He would have been amused at the lengths that the triplets were going to in order to try and squeeze a few more people into the wedding, if it wasn't for one glaring omission.
"I didn't hear your name," Asher commented when she was finished.
"What do you mean, my name?"
"I mean, what's your part in the wedding?"
"My, you have been gone for a while, haven't you?" She gave him another throaty chuckle that made his cock push against the front of his slacks. He tugged them lower, freeing himself as she spoke again. "I'm the wedding planner."
"You're also Stein's daughter. His only daughter, I might add. You should have some sort of place of honor in the wedding."
Now he was getting pissed on her behalf. "I don't." She didn't even sound upset. "Come, Asher, you know my father. You must be close if you're his best man. You know he isn't the sentimental type." There was a difference between sentimental and straight-up asshole, and he knew which category Stan fell under. Asher made a mental note to have a talk with the man when he saw him again. Fucking bastard.
"I don't get why you care so much about this wedding when your own father treats you like a second-class citizen."
There was a pause on the other end of the line, and for a moment he worried he'd offended her. But then she gave a tiny sigh and spoke. "I'm not too proud to say that part of me would like for my father to recognize how much work I've put into things. But it's not about me, truly. This is the first time he's married, and no matter who my father picks, that woman is going to be part of my family. It's the least I can do to welcome her and make her feel loved and important." Ironic that it would fall to Stein's often-forgotten daughter to make his new bride feel important. But he understood. To Greer, it wasn't about who he was marrying. It was something else entirely.
"Family's important to you, isn't it?"
"It's been the one thing I've never truly had." Her voice was soft. "My mother died when I was 8. And the only memories I have of her are not pleasant. She was in a very bad place for as long as I can remember, but she still loved me and made sure I had a caring nanny. Then, when she died, I went to live with my father and, well," she paused. "You can see how loving and attentive he is. But like I said, I did have nannies. And the staff at my father's home has always been wonderful to me. They're my family more than my father has been. My father's parents were dead before I was born, and he had no brothers or sisters. There's just only been him." He didn't miss that wistful note in her voice, though. The tone that said, as much as she accepted the past, she still hoped for it to someday change. And he hated that. And wanted to fix it for her. He wanted to give her the big family she craved. He'd never had one himself, but he'd also never felt the loss like she had. Asher had grown up in a series of rigid foster homes and state care, and the moment he was old enough, he'd escaped their control and set off on his own. What about your mother's side of the family? Did you ever visit them? How come they never took you in? My father wouldn't let them when I was younger, Greer admitted. I think it was a vanity thing more than anything else. When I turned 18, though, before I went to college, before we met, I went to India and visited my mother's family in Agra. You did? He'd never known. How was it? It was wonderful. The wistfulness in her voice nearly broke his heart. India was like nowhere I'd ever been before, and I loved it. The people there looked like me, not like Barbies. Everything was so vibrant and alive. But you didn't stay? I didn't, she sighed. To them, I was still too American, too different. I didn't know the culture or the language. And my mother's family was extremely traditional, and my mother, well, I mentioned she did porn, yes? You have. It sort of polluted things before I ever set foot there. India was beautiful, but I still didn't fit in. I didn't fit in there or with my father's world, and I eventually realized that if I wanted home, I'd have to make my own for myself. She paused, and then her voice grew lighter. Happens to everyone, I imagine. He knew what she meant. Having been bounced from foster home to state care facility as a teenager, he'd had no one he could call his own, until Donna. Maybe that was one reason why he'd latched onto her so hard. He'd wanted a family of his own, too. You could always go back, you know. I could, she agreed. I could take lessons in the language and learn the culture, but it still wouldn't be a perfect fit. I love India. It's beautiful, and it makes me realize who I could have been, but I'm not that girl, so I came back. He hated to hear her say that. I think you're beautiful. She chuckled. Oh, come on, Asher. We both know you're just sucking up to me because you want to extend the deadline for our bargain. He wasn't. To him, she was beautiful. Not in an exotic way, but in a comforting way. She was brown-skinned and dark-eyed because it was who she was, just like her stubborn adherence to flat shoes despite her diminutive height. She was who she was, and she owned it, and he loved that. To him, that subtle confidence was 1,000 times sexier than all the overly made-up bunnies and tiffies in the world. I don't need to extend our deadline. No? Her tone of voice was difficult to interpret. Are you giving up, then? Not at all. His hand went to his cock, and he stroked it absently, his mind picturing her curled up in her bed again, toying with her long hair. I've got you right now, don't I? What do you mean? I mean, tell me what you're wearing. There was a little pause on the other end. Phone sex? She sounded scandalized. She also wasn't hanging up, was she? That meant she was intrigued. Yeah, maybe I need brushing up on it, too. If it's anything like the rest of your technique, probably. Oh, so tart. He loved it. He loved the mock outrage in her voice, and the fact that she wasn't abandoning him at the thought. So, tell me what you're wearing. Clothing, She laughed. You've got to do better than that. Did he? All right, then. I'll get more specific. What kind of panties are you wearing? Greer hesitated for a moment. Nothing exciting, I'm sorry to say. Beige granny panties. Fuck, that's hot. It is? A giggle escaped her, and that small laugh made his cock jerk in response. Just listening to her laugh was pure masturbation material. He loved it. Hell, he loved everything about her. And it was time she realized how much. You wearing beige panties is sexy to me because it tells me that you don't give a shit what anyone else thinks. I love that about you. Instead of sounding pleased at the compliment, she gave an unhappy little sigh. Yeah, the few times I tried to change to get someone's attention, it's never worked out in my favor. You mean me, don't you? Maybe. I think it worked out just fine. Look at all the attention you're getting from me. His hand moved up his shaft, and he squeezed just under the crown of his cock. He pictured her hand on his skin, her fingers exploring him. A tremor of pleasure shot through his body, and he had to bite back a groan. Her breath caught. Are you touching yourself right now, Asher? I am. That bother you? Why? Her voice was breathless. Because you're sexy as hell, and I get hard every time I think about you. Why wouldn't I touch myself when I talk to you, when I hear that sexy little laugh you do? She got quiet. Tell me what you're thinking. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. A long pause, then her voice returned, but quieter than before. I'll tell you what I'm thinking, if you'll tell me exactly what you're doing. Oh, fuck. She wanted to visualize it, did she? He'd give her everything she wanted and then some. What do you want to know, baby? Greer hesitated, then said, Where's your hand at, Ash? It's on my cock. Asher gave it a quick stroke, working the length expertly. I keep picturing you curled up in bed and my dick got hard, so I decided to stroke it while I talked to you. He heard her suck in a little breath. Just being around you gets me hard, he told her, continuing on. Thinking about you does it for me. Hearing your voice, even more. I had to wait to answer your text because I was in the elevator, and I knew if I started thinking about you, I'd get hard. He could have sworn he'd heard her lips part. Oh. So, I came into my apartment and headed straight for the bed so I could think about you while touching my cock, imagining you touching it. Fuck. He almost came just saying the words aloud. Pre-cum dotted the head of his cock, and he pictured her leaning in and tasting it, tasting him. She was awful quiet. Am I shocking you? He asked. Yes, she breathed, and her voice was so sultry. Damn. But you're not hanging up. I'm not, she agreed faintly. And then her breath caught a little. Ah, fuck. You touching yourself for me, Greer? He heard her inhale. Maybe. Asher groaned. You need to describe it to me. Where's your hand? On your breast or in your panties? His own was working his cock a lot faster now that he knew she was into this too. Panties. Fuck. Perfection. Are you wet? Is your pussy all slick at the thought of me touching myself when I think of you? She whimpered, and the sound nearly made him come undone. Was she too shy to talk dirty back to him? All right, he'd take the lead. I'm picturing you in one of those little sweaters that you like, and some pants. No, wait, a skirt. And you've got it pushed up around your waist with your legs spread so you can play with your pussy while I talk to you. Am I right? She made a soft sound that might have been agreement. Close enough. He'd keep going. I'm picturing you all slick with honey. So slick that when your fingers touch your skin, they just glide over it like a whisper. His own cock was as hard as granite, his balls tight against his shaft, desperate to spill into his hands. He wanted to coax more of a response out of her before he lost his load, though. If I was touching you right now, I bet I'd find you soaked. Your pussy and your thighs would just be creamy with your honey, wouldn't they? Her breathing escalated. She was quiet, but he could tell she was listening, and judging by the small, soft sounds she was making, she was into it. I can't stop touching myself picturing you, Greer, he told her, and his hand worked his cock harder. When he got to the head, he'd squeeze tight, trying to pull himself down off the ledge long enough for her to get what she needed out of this. I'm picturing coming up behind you and lifting that little skirt of yours and finding your panties all soaked at the thought of me touching you. Hell, I wish you were here right now and it was your hand on my cock instead of mine. I'd love to watch you stroke it for me. You would? Ah, Christ, there was so much tension in her soft little statement. Her breathing was faster than ever, her voice husky and almost as raw as his. Hell yes, he growled. I'd lie back and just let you touch me however you wanted. You could use me how you liked. And if you put those sweet, honey-smeared thighs in my face, I wouldn't complain. I'd just hold them tight and start licking. Her breath caught in a little half-gasp. So, she liked the thought of him licking her, did she? God, when he saw her again, he was going to hold her down and tongue her pussy for hours on end. Endless, endless hours. Should I start with your clit, Greer, baby? Or would you want my tongue deep inside you, thrusting like I'm going to do with my cock? She made a little mewing noise on the other end of the phone. You touching yourself for me, baby? Spreading that wetness all around? Her whimper sounded like a yes. Play with your clit for me, since I can't be there to do it for you. Rub your finger all around the hood and tease it good. Get your pussy all wet and juicy for me. Greer whimpered again, and it turned into a little high-pitched whine. Her breathing stopped. It was silent on her end of the phone. Then her breathing started again, deep and panting. Ah, fuck. Did you just come for me, baby? Oh my God, Greer breathed on the other end of the phone. I can't believe I just did that. She sounded so shy and awed at the same time. He loved it. He pictured her holding the phone to her ear, her legs sprawled in her bed with her hand in her panties. That was all it took for him to finish, and finish fast. With that mental image, he stroked his hand hard up and down his cock, working the head, and came with a hiss of breath. Hot cum splattered on his clothing and his hand, and he kept pumping his cock, seemingly coming forever. When he finally felt the last quaking moments of the orgasm finish rolling through him, Asher groaned. Did you just... Greer let the words delicately trail off.
Hell yeah, all over the damn place.
She giggled. I'm picturing the horrific tragedy of cleaning your maid is going to have in the morning. He chuckled, amused that she was making such a filthy joke with him.
Okay, not that bad. It was a strong one. Probably the best orgasm I've had.
The skepticism had returned to her voice. We back to flattery, Ash?
Nah, just telling the truth. And here's another truth for you, Greer baby. When I see you again, I meant every word of it. You'd better be prepared to have me go down on you for hours.
It was gratifying as heck to hear her suck in a breath all over again. Chapter 8. It was going to be another damn day before Asher could return to Vegas, and it was killing him to miss all this time with Greer. It was only one more day, but he wanted to touch her. He craved the feel of her skin and the sight of her smiles. He'd managed to wrangle phone sex out of her again last night, but she refused to Skype. Too shy, he guessed, and it made him feel protective of her, and made him vow to be that much dirtier in his talk. The moment he wrapped up his last meeting, he was taking a flight back to Vegas and getting out of the city and away from his business that should have been running itself. Asher glared at his CEO as the man bluffed his way through another high-level meeting and wondered if he'd been too quick to pass off control. But damn it, he didn't want to spend 16 hours a day for the next 10 years grooming the company for someone else to take over. He wanted to live his life. He wanted to spend time with Greer. He wanted to see his baby born. While the meeting, the third one of the day, droned on, he picked up his phone and started to Google Dutch baby names, and then Indian ones. Staring at a long list of choices didn't help much, though, considering he had no idea if the baby would be a boy or a girl. It didn't matter to him, because he'd love either one, but he liked the thought of a baby girl with Greer's dark hair and eyes. At what point in the pregnancy would she find out the sex, he wondered, and Googled that, too. As early as 12 weeks. Huh. He pulled up a calendar and counted back. It had been over 12 weeks. He immediately texted Greer. Asher. Got a moment? There was no response right away, which meant she was probably busy with something, and he impatiently put his phone aside and tried to focus on the meeting. It was probably a good thing she wasn't answering, since he wasn't supposed to care about the baby. That was getting harder and harder to pretend, though. He wanted to ask about it every time he talked to her. Wanted to know if she was feeling well, or if the baby had started moving, and if she could feel it. He wanted to experience it with her, and hated that he was being held back. As the meeting droned on, Asher rubbed his jaw, staring down at his silent phone. Mr. Sutton. He glanced up and looked over at Ishikawa, his recently hired CEO. Yeah? Did you want to temporarily adjourn the meeting to go over the latest reports? Asher nodded and got to his feet. Any excuse to get him out of there. I need to take care of a few things, actually, so I'm going to hand this off to you. Ishikawa looked pleased, and the others on the board a little concerned. Fuck it. The man had to take control at some point. Asher grabbed his phone and laptop and left the conference room. He returned to his office where he could have a little privacy and was disgruntled to see that there were still no messages from Greer. Normally she responded faster. He decided to contact Stan's assistant. Augusta sounded annoyed to hear from him, but he didn't care. Is Greer at the castle today? Last I checked, she was upstairs napping. Do I need to install a video camera to monitor her actions? Sarcasm. Fun.
I'm just checking on her. Augusta made a noise of assent, or maybe irritation. She's probably just tired, been napping every day lately. She has? Worry threaded through him. Maybe he needed to push Stein and insist that he get Greer an assistant. She was pregnant, after all, and this wedding, the wedding he'd concocted, was a lot of work. Yeah, and today was a doozy. Augusta snapped her gum. Can I help you with something in particular, Mr. Sutton? Doozy? How? What happened? Augusta cleared her throat. Something about the girls not liking the designs on the tablecloths. And then there were the centerpieces, and the people providing the tables and chair rentals tried to back out. She was up here in my office for a few hours, faxing contracts and arguing with people. That sounded rotten. What can I do to help? Why are you asking me? Yeah, good point. If you see her, tell her I need to talk to her. I'll take down the memo, Mr. Sutton. Same message for Mr. Jansen, Asher told her. He needed to talk to Stan. It would do Asher no good to try and squeeze time in with Greer if she was working herself to exhaustion for her father's ridiculous wedding. It's imperative that I talk with him. Today. Because his Greer was not going to wear herself out for this stupid shit. Even if he had to tell Stan to cancel the wedding, Asher was fairly certain, or at least hopeful, that Greer had gotten over her seething hatred of him and had moved on to simply mistrust. He could work with mistrust. There was no longer a need for the wedding to go on. He hung up his phone and let his assistant know he was unavailable until further notice. Ishikawa could handle all meetings from this point onward. He opened his desk drawer to find a pen, and to his surprise, a framed portrait of Donna stared back at him. Fuck. He must have shoved this in his desk a while back, unwilling to toss it away. He pulled the picture out and studied it for a moment. Donna was smiling, her red hair blowing in the breeze, her yellow bikini bright against the Mediterranean background. They'd taken this on vacation after he'd graduated from college. Even in this picture, though, she looked bored, complacent. He remembered her wanting to go out every night rather than spend time in the room with him. Funny how he'd been okay with that just a few short years ago. Without another thought for the woman he'd once thought he'd loved, he dumped the photo in the trash. Hours passed, and by the time Asher's phone rang again, he was on edge. More so when he saw that it was Stan and not Greer. About time, he snapped at the Dutch businessman when he answered. Can I help you with something, Mr. Sutton? Stein sounded equally annoyed. Augusta tells me you had an urgent message for me? Yeah, this bullshit wedding we're putting on? Call it off. Tell Greer you changed your mind or something. She's running herself ragged trying to please those 3 girlfriends of yours, and I don't like it. Cancel things, and I'll hold up my end of the bargain. You want me to cancel the wedding? Stan's accented voice was flat. After demanding that I have one? That's right. Like I said, I'll hold up my end of the bargain and give your business the shot of cash you need. I'm not canceling. Asher's eyes narrowed, and he paced in his office, glaring at the Manhattan skyline visible through the windows behind his desk. What do you mean you're not canceling? I mean that our sales have been exceeding expectations ever since the wedding was announced. We have received several endorsement deals, and I am in talks with another company to monetize the story. This has been the perfect media event that I needed for Dutchman magazine. Was he serious? You don't even want to get married. Calling it off will get you just as much attention as an actual wedding. Did you need anything in particular, Mr. Sutton? I need to go to dinner with my fiancés. Stein sounded bored. Asher gritted his teeth. I'm telling you, call this off. I changed my mind. I'm not giving you any funding if you don't pull the plug on this shit. Are you trying to blackmail me, Mr. Sutton? Because if you neglect to hold up your end of the bargain, I shall have no choice but to tell my daughter that you manipulated the entire scenario simply so she would be forced to spend time with you.
Mutual blackmail? Anger shot through Asher. He was fucking cornered. The moment Greer found out Asher was pulling the strings, she'd go right back to ignoring him. Also, she could have a scrap of attention from her father.
Fuck you, Stein. Don't you say a thing to her. I'm glad you've come around to my point of view, Mr. Sutton. I look forward to seeing you at the rehearsal dinner.
Asher hung up and then flung his phone across the room. That cocksucker. He wanted to play hardball. Asher could buy his pissant little company and slash and burn it. He could make Stein choke on his sales if he liquidated his stock and sold his shares to a competitor. He could do a dozen things to make the man's life miserable because Asher had enough money to do so. And then Greer would hate him. Again. Fuck. He stormed across the room and picked up his phone. Like it or not, he'd have to ride this bullshit out. Even if he did, though, he was going to make sure that Greer was taken care of. She was his top priority. She was his only priority. Greer left her doctor's office and got into a cab, stifling a yawn. She gave the driver the address and settled into the back seat, lost in thought. Here she was, back in New York City for the day. She'd flown in at dawn to keep her appointment with her obstetrician and scheduled lunch with Taylor and Gretchen while she was here. She'd go over some quick wedding updates with Gretchen, scarf some food, and then fly back to Vegas so she'd return in time for a planning meeting with the band scheduled to play at the wedding. After that, she needed to talk with the pastor to smooth some ruffled feathers, interview photographers, and a dozen other small things eating away at her time. But the doctor's appointment had floored her. She was having a boy. She didn't know why the gender of the baby had flummoxed her, but it had. Maybe in her grand scheme of things, she'd figured she'd be raising a little girl, and it'd be the two of them against the world, much like Greer and her mother. Except Greer would actually be present. A little girl? She knew girl things. She could handle that. A little girl would be just fine with one parent, a mommy. But she was having a boy, and she felt so damn guilty. Greer nibbled on her lip, thinking about the contract she'd made Asher sign, forsaking his parental rights. Would he be excited about a boy? Probably. She could see someone like him showing up at Little League practices and playing catch, and heck, a million other boy things that she'd have no clue about. Did Asher deserve to be in her baby boy's life? She was no longer sure the answer was no, and she hated that she'd done a 180 on her values simply because the man was a good kisser. No, that wasn't it, she told herself as she stared out the window at the busy streets of the city. She'd known Asher to be a great guy in the past. That was what had attracted her to him in the first place. She just hadn't grasped the depths that he'd fallen to when his life had turned upside down. And he was not just a good kisser, but a great kisser. She was closer to forgiving, but she wasn't there yet. Understanding, yes. Forgiving, no. Greer touched her mouth, thinking about his kisses. He was here in the city. Would he want to get together and take up where they'd left off? He'd left messages with her father's assistant, but she hadn't responded, because she wasn't sure what to say. She worried he'd think she was obsessing and following him to NYC since he'd been gone too long. Perhaps it was best if she didn't let him know she was here after all. Course of action decided, Greer paid the driver and got out of the cab, heading for the small, trendy bistro in Soho that was one of Gretchen's favorites. Inside the crowded restaurant, Taylor was easy to pick out. For one, even though it was summer, she was wearing a long red and brown Doctor Who scarf and had a backpack that looked like a cat hugging her. Her messy hair was tucked under a tweed news cap. She waved a hand excitedly in the air, ushering Greer over. Only Gretchen wasn't sitting next to her. A big, muscular man with tawny hair and a tan was poring over the menu. That was odd. "Greer, I want you to meet Locke." Taylor jerked to her feet, nearly upending the small table. "Whoops!" She pointed both fingers at the man at her side and pumped them back and forth. "I'm his guide to the city for the next few weeks." Locke got to his feet, a good deal more graceful than Taylor. He extended one enormous hand. Really, the man seemed to be enormous all around, and gave Greer a polite smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Chada Jansen." His voice was accented, European. Taylor put her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her fists, giving Locke an adoring look as he shook hands with Greer. "Isn't his accent wonderful, Greer?" Having grown up with a Dutch father and a native Indian mother, she was a lot less impressed with an accent, but Taylor's enthusiasm was hard to deflate. "You do have a lovely voice," Greer said politely, taking a seat across from the duo. "British?" "Bellissimi," he corrected. "It's a very tiny country in the Alps, but I think you must know that if you know Griffin. He is a cousin of mine." "Ah, of course." Griffin was in Hunter's circle of friends, and a name they'd been tossing about to step into the wedding since Levi had bailed. "Are you enjoying New York?" He flashed her a smile and glanced over at Taylor. "It's very different than what I've expected, but entertaining." Oh dear. Entertaining was what people said to be polite. "She's making you go to gaming meetups, isn't she?" "Something called a LAN party," he agreed, chuckling. "And we're playing Wordcraft later tonight." Taylor made a pained noise. "Warcraft, Locke, Warcraft. Oh my God, I will die of shame if you call it Wordcraft in front of my guildies." She raised her menu and hid her face from him, leaning in. "He called orcs porks instead. Can you believe it?" "The nerve," Greer teased. No one was quite as into games as Taylor was. Sometimes it was hard to get her to leave her apartment. Guild obligations, she'd say. But judging by the way she beamed at Locke, and the color in her cheeks, she had a new thing to obsess over, and that new thing was tall, European, probably played polo in his spare time instead of computer games, and was busy rescuing Taylor's scarf from her glass of water. "Is Gretchen coming?" "Of course. She's being a spaz over wedding stuff," Taylor grimaced. "Except I wasn't supposed to tell you that." "Oh no. A spaz? What kind of wedding stuff? Did we miss a deadline?" Gretchen, bless her heart, was a wonderful friend, but she'd been a fairly hellish client so far. She'd make a decision one day and completely change it 2 weeks later, which caused Greer endless amounts of work. The only saving grace so far was that Gretchen kept pushing her wedding further and further out because it had to be perfect. As of now, they were edging close to Christmas, which meant new themes and entirely new freakouts for Gretchen. Taylor waved a hand and it smacked against Locke's menu, sending it flying. "Oops." She grimaced as he leaned over to pick up the menu, nonplussed. "I'm sure you'll hear about it. What about your baby appointment? Did you have it today?" "I did." Greer patted her slightly rounded stomach. "Everything is shipshape." "When do you find out if it's a boy or a girl?" "I asked the doctor not to tell me," Greer lied. Telling others the gender of the baby before Asher seemed like a bad idea. "As long as it's healthy, and it is, I don't care." Taylor made an impatient noise in her throat. "You're better than I am. I'd be hitting up every fortune teller the moment I got knocked up to see if they could tell me the gender. I hate waiting." "It's fine," Greer began, when arms wrapped around her from behind and squeezed, and Greer found herself being hugged by Bridezilla herself, Gretchen. "Hello there," she said, awkwardly hugging her friend back. "God, I am so freaking glad to see you," Gretchen said, slapping a gigantic bag on the table. "Now, I have 7 different cake samples that I brought for you to try. I'm not happy with any of them, but the lemon one has potential. Except, I'm not sure that I should do lemon for an entire wedding cake, and if I only do it for 1 tier, I worry the other 6 tiers are going to be shit. I don't want a shit cake. And I tried to talk to the baker about adding more eggs to the recipe, but he got all huffy with me, and now he won't return my emails, and I am freaking out, Greer. Freaking out." Gretchen hauled small plastic containers onto the table and shoved them in front of Greer. "So you need to eat these and tell me what you think so we can freak out together." "Told you," Taylor whispered from behind her menu. "Have a seat, Gretchen," Locke said easily, and got up to pull the chair out next to Greer. "Aren't you a sweet overfed thing?" She reached up and pinched his cheek, then sat down and opened the first container. The sickly sweet scent of sugar wafted through the air. "You need to try these before we order, Greer. I'm serious. I can't function until I pick out a cake." Which flavor was Hunter's favorite? "He said he'd go with whichever made me happy, and since none of them do, that's the problem." Greer dutifully picked up a plastic fork and pushed her glasses farther back on her nose. "Let's get this taken care of then, shall we?" By the time lunch was served, all the cake samples had been tasted. Greer had agreed that lemon had the best flavor, though the others were by no means bad. Taylor liked vanilla, which earned her a scathing look from Gretchen. Poor Locke declared that he liked carrot the best, which sent Gretchen on another tirade because she refused to have carrot cake as one of her tiers. "No vegetables," she hissed at him, snatching his plastic fork away before he could take another bite. "I see. I believe I shall check with the kitchen and ask for some coffee, if you ladies will excuse me." He hastily got up from the table and raced away as Gretchen glared after him. "I'll go help Locke," Taylor volunteered, and got up. She stepped on her own scarf, detangled herself, then nearly careened into a nearby table as she tailed after the European man. The moment they left, Gretchen gave Greer a calculating look. "So, what do you think?" "I do think the lemon is quite tasty, but if you'd like, I can definitely speak with the baker." "No, silly, those 2. She wiggled her fingers after Taylor and Locke, who were standing at the counter and talking. Taylor was leaning in awful close to the big man. "Am I good or what?" "Ah, matchmaking. You planned it?" "Well, not truly. So remember I wanted to kill Levi for being a douche nugget and dropping out of my wedding? Hunter wanted to sub in Griffin, but Griffin actually asked us to invite Locke instead, as a favor to him. Apparently there's some stuff going down in the home country, and he needed an excuse to come to the States." She shrugged. "I wasn't too keen on it until I saw what a hunka burning love the man was, and decided Taylor needed to bag herself some of that." Greer smiled to herself. Count on Gretchen to matchmake in the midst of her wedding plans, as if she didn't have enough on her plate. "They seem to get along well?" "They do, though I think she's blown him off a few times to play her game, and I don't know what the hell's going through that head of hers." Gretchen gave Greer a puzzled expression. "Here I am, practically gift-wrapping the man and handing him to her, and she wants to go play games online." "She takes her games very seriously." "That man has serious buns. I mean, they're not as good as Hunter's, but whose are?" Gretchen got a dreamy look on her face. "You should have seen—" Greer held up a hand. "Stop right there. I don't want to know." "Party pooper." She looked over at Greer, and then peered at something past her shoulder. Automatically, Greer turned to look, and was surprised to see Asher in a pale gray business suit, making his way across the crowded restaurant to them. Well, that was odd. How did he know I was here? "I might have checked in on an online app,"
Gretchen said, patting her phone. And I might have mentioned you were here with me. Greer shot her a look. And then I might have tagged you on Facebook. And him. And then when that didn't get a response, I texted him. She gave Greer a sunny smile. You're welcome. She had noticed Gretchen reaching for her phone several times, but she'd thought it was to text her fiancé or to take notes on the cakes. You're the worst. Or the best. You be the judge. She gave Greer a sly wink. Just for that, I'm changing my vote from lemon cake to carrot cake. Gretchen's eyes widened. You whore. Greer chuckled and then took a nervous sip of her water. It wasn't that she was upset that Asher was here. After all, Taylor and Locke were here, and they'd discussed wedding stuff. It just made sense for another person in the wedding to show up and hang out. And Asher was good friends with Gretchen, and they were all in town. So why was her face feeling so very hot at the moment? Greer's cheeks felt like they were scalding. Maybe it was because, over the course of the last week, she'd had filthy phone sex with him. Repeated filthy phone sex. And now she was going to have to look him in the eye and act like nothing was weird. Taylor and Locke returned to the table with 4 coffee cups a brief moment before Asher arrived. Well, if it isn't the 3 prettiest ladies in New York, Asher drawled, taking a chair from a nearby table, flipping it around, and parking it next to Greer. He leaned in and gave her temple a brief kiss before straddling the chair. And Locke, Taylor chimed in. Don't forget him. I guess he's pretty, but he's not my type. Asher leaned into Greer and murmured, How was that kiss, by the way? An excellent greeting. One that made her hormones go haywire, but otherwise excellent. She tried not to smile like an idiot because Gretchen was giving her a knowing look, and instead slid her coffee toward Asher. You drink this for me. I'm avoiding caffeine. I'll make sure to roll it around on my tongue just for you. He gave her a sultry look before taking a sip. Oh, God, was she feeling awkward and flushed before? That was nothing compared to how she felt now. Greer was torn between wanting the floor to swallow her up and wanting to fling herself into his arms. Luckily, Taylor rescued her. You know what would go great with that coffee, Ash? Cake. Gretchen has samples, and she's trying to pick the best flavor. You should try them for her. Gretchen thumped the stack of samples back onto the table and offered Asher a fork. If you tell me that you prefer the carrot, I'm going to punch you in your dirty mouth. Despite the initial weirdness of Asher's appearance, lunch was wonderful. It was the first time that Greer felt she could truly relax in the last few weeks, and surrounded by laughing friends, it was invigorating. They ate lunch, then lingered for dessert, just so they wouldn't have to give up their table. Taylor had a terrible sweet tooth and worked on a fudge brownie sundae despite the endless bites of cake they'd had earlier. They sipped coffee, talked, and then fought over the bill. Greer barely paid attention as Asher put down his American Express Black and insisted on paying. At some point, his hand had migrated to a possessive clasp on her thigh under the table, and her entire focus had gone there. It was a shame she had to go back to Vegas tonight. She was looking forward to another kissing lesson. Though they were officially on week 2 now, weren't they? Which meant foreplay. Which got her all distracted again. When it was time to leave, the women hugged, and Gretchen gave Greer a list of notes so she could call the baker and discuss the cake situation on Gretchen's behalf. She assured her friend that she would, and tried not to feel guilty that she'd let her father's impromptu wedding usurp her time. Gretchen had said she didn't mind, and Greer was only a phone call away. Didn't make Greer feel better, though. She shouldered her bag and turned to leave when Asher's arm went around her shoulders. Where are you going, beautiful? Greer glanced down at her phone screen. I have to go to the airport and catch a flight back to Vegas, I'm afraid. That's why I didn't call you.
That, among a few other things. She stifled a small yawn. Her entire body was exhausted from the day, but she'd have time to sleep on the flight. Tonight? Asher shook his head, and when they left the bistro, he steered her right instead of left, away from the waiting taxis. I don't think so. You don't, huh? She should have been irritated at his presumption, but instead, her heart was starting to race, and Greer felt a surge of excitement. You've been yawning all afternoon, he told her, and leaned in to brush a lock of stray hair off her face in a tender gesture that made Greer's knees weak. You're carrying a baby, and you've been running yourself ragged. All true. I can't change any of that, I'm afraid. My schedule opens up once Vader's wedding is done, but the baby thing won't be fixed for, say, the next 18 years. At his grin, she felt another twinge of guilt. Would her baby boy have his infectious smile? You can stay with me tonight. His finger trailed down her cheek. Her heart fluttered. I have meetings in the morning. Cancel them, Asher said bluntly. Take time out for yourself for a change. Is the world going to end if the caterer has to wait a few more hours to talk to you? Well, no. Are meetings your only objection to spending the night with me? Her entire body went on alert. Hot, sultry flashes of the last week's dirty phone calls rolled through her mind, and her nipples pricked. She licked dry lips. She could turn him down, tell him she wasn't interested in pursuing things outside of the lessons he'd forced her into. But she'd be lying to him and to herself. I don't object to that. When his face lit up, she added, as part of our practice. Of course. I've been waiting all week for a chance to practice on you. His fingers curved to cup her chin, and he tilted her head back so he could kiss her. I'm surprised to see you here, though I'm absolutely going to take advantage of it. Then he stilled, concern flicking in his eyes. Why are you here? Is there a problem with Gretchen and Hunter? No, it's the baby. To her shock, his face drained of color. There's a problem with the baby? I misspoke, she said quickly, and felt even more guilt when obvious relief moved over his features. The baby is fine. I had an appointment with my obstetrician, and I wanted to keep it. I could have seen a doctor back in Vegas, but I like this one. And everything's all right? Asher's gaze roamed over her, as if he could assess her health visually. Is there anything I can do? I think you've done enough, baby-wise, don't you think? She meant it as a tease, but when he flinched, her guilt returned. So she blurted out the first thing she could think of. It's a boy, by the way. Asher froze. A boy? She nodded. His gaze went to her stomach, and then when he looked her in the eye again, she could have sworn his were a little wet with emotion. Damn. I know, Greer said softly. I'd thought it would be a little girl. Asher's voice was hoarse. Big dark eyes and dark hair like her pretty mother, but a boy. He rubbed his mouth and looked away. I know I'm not supposed to care because you don't want me to, but damn. Finding out the gender just makes it that much more real, you know? She knew. Oh, how she knew. I've felt the same way all day. Plus, an extra helping of guilt for the contracts they'd drawn up to cut him out of the baby's life. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. It's wonderful, Greer. Congratulations. A kiss on the cheek, a verbal pat on the shoulder. Was that all she got? Why did she care? She was the one forcing him out of the picture. Why wasn't any of this simple any longer? Why couldn't she just hate him and keep going the way she had been? She'd had her path laid out, and every time she was around him, it just got muddier. Greer sighed unhappily. "What is it?" He stepped protectively in front of her and glared at a man trying to walk around them on the busy sidewalk. His gaze moved back to her face, and then he scanned the street again, possessively looming over her. That little action made her melt inside. He was looking out for her, trying to take care of her in the only ways she'd let him. That cinched her decision for her. She put her hand on his lapel. "Take me back to your place?" Chapter 9. A boy. Asher didn't know if he should have been excited or devastated at the afternoon's events. He'd left his office and come running the moment Gretchen had texted him to let him know that Greer was in town. He'd missed seeing her, and the glimpse of her in the restaurant, laughing and chatting with her friends, and aware of him, he'd fucking fallen hard all over again. She was radiant, lovely and radiant and sparkling with happiness. And he was the fuck-up in the equation, trying to squeeze himself into her life, to take whatever crumbs she'd throw in his direction. He was fine with that. Then, he'd found out she'd been in town for a doctor visit, and he'd nearly lost control, imagining the worst. Greer miscarrying, Greer sick. But it was a normal checkup, and the baby was a boy. It wasn't that the gender mattered. He didn't give a crap. It could have had 2 heads and 9 arms, and he'd have been fucking ecstatic. It was that finding the gender out had taken things from, "This is happening at some point," to, "This shit is real, and it is happening now." And he was devastated at the thought of her cutting him out of her life after Stan's joke of a wedding. But then, she'd sweetly reached for him and asked him to take her home, and his heart had nearly burst. He'd take her back to his place, and then he'd pleasure her for so long and so hard that she'd never think again about leaving him. He wanted her dickmatized and craving more. So tonight he had to be fucking perfect, because everything rode on pleasing her. Greer was quiet and self-contained as they rode in the taxi together back to his place. He brushed his hand against hers, and was pleased when her fingers laced with his. The only sign of nervousness on her otherwise impassive face? Her sweaty palm. Hell, even that was adorable. He was nervous too. There was too much riding on this. He tried not to fidget as they entered his building and went up the elevator to his apartment. When he opened the door to his apartment, Asher immediately wanted to close it again. The place was clean. He had a maid that came in daily and tidied things up. And it wasn't as enormous or lavish as other apartments, because he didn't need the space for himself. What bothered him was that everywhere he looked, he saw old reminders of Donna's touch. The couch she'd insisted upon getting. The rug she'd wanted to cover the hardwood floors. The ugly vase she thought would make a great centerpiece for the gigantic wooden table that dominated his foyer. It felt wrong to bring Greer back here. He'd never paid a bit of attention to the furniture before now. Hell, he was a guy. He didn't think about furniture, period. But seeing Greer walk in reminded him that he'd changed mentally since he and Donna had split. But like the photo lingering in his desk, there were signs of her here, too. "Looks the same as it ever has," Greer commented, setting her purse down on a nearby end table. Had she been to his apartment before? He racked his brain, trying to remember. A holiday party a few years back. Shit. How long had he been overlooking the best thing in his life? How had he never invited her back in the years since? It's all going to change. She looked back at him, curious. Oh? Yeah, hiring a decorator on Monday. I'm tired of the look here. Feels old, outdated. like it was someone else's apartment entirely. Greer gazed about the room, nodding slowly. She stepped into the living area and ran a hand along the hideous leather sofa that was so damn uncomfortable but had cost a small fortune. It's nice, but I can understand wanting a change. What were you thinking of doing? Something more classic? What do you think I should do? She looked back at him, startled. Me? I'm not a decorator. No, but you have excellent taste. I've seen the weddings you put together. You have a good eye for classy touches. The look of pleasure on her face at his words, it made him hungry for more. He wanted that. He wanted to see that look when she was under him, when he told her she was beautiful, when her body was clasping so tightly around his cock. Something warmer, maybe? She crossed her arms over her chest and looked back at him. It's a little cold the way it's set up right now, but some warmer colors and a few softer pieces, and it'd be very cozy and homey. Unless you want the place to appear bigger? Nah, I like cozy. He especially liked the way she said it. I'm just one guy. I don't need a massive place. She nodded, and her hand went to her stomach briefly. My place is pretty small, too. The baby. He'd forgotten about the baby. Much as he wanted to drop to his knees and press his face to that gently rounded stomach, he forced himself to hold back. You going to upgrade once Junior arrives? She made a face at him. Not Junior. And I hadn't given it much thought. Actually, I haven't had much time to think at all lately. That's because your father's an ass. Greer gave him another ghost of a smile and wandered toward his short hallway, where his office and bedroom were located. She paused in the doorway to the master bedroom, then chuckled. Well, I suppose that answers my question before I ask it. What question? He followed after her, curious. As he rounded the corner, he saw his bedroom was just as he'd left it this morning. A mess. Yesterday's suit jacket was still tossed over a nearby chair. The bed was unmade. The ridiculous throw pillows that normally decorated it. Another Donna thing he'd always hated and simply tolerated. On the floor. On the left side of the bed, his laptop, several printouts, and a wealth of post-it notes were scattered. I was going to ask if you've kept busy lately, but I see you have. She looked over at him, and her lips twitched with amusement. Taking your work home with you? He rubbed his head, rueful. That wasn't the plan. I hired a CEO to take over the running of things, but he's having trouble jumping in and taking command. This last week has been nothing short of hellish. Guess all this means you haven't had much company lately? She delicately nudged one of the pillows with her shoe. Her voice was light, but she wasn't looking at him. Why would I want company? He said bluntly. All I want is you. Greer looked up in surprise, her face soft. It's true, he told her. You may not believe me yet, but that's fine. I'm good with waiting. You're it for me, and I don't care how long it takes. She bit her lip and glanced around his room, as if desperate to look anywhere but at him. We should probably talk, Asher. Oh, no. We should talk was usually the herald of something bad. He didn't want to talk. Tonight, he wanted Greer in his arms, and they could talk tomorrow. He missed her too much to let this opportunity slip past him. Did you really come up here with me to talk, Greer? And he gently tugged those large glasses off her face. She blinked rapidly as he pulled them off, reminding him of an owl, an adorably sexy owl. He eyed her, contemplating unwrapping her like a present. She was all buttoned up in one of her favorite blouses, and her hair was pulled back into a tight knot that he was just itching to undo. Well? No, she said softly. No, I suppose I didn't. Good. He continued to study her, drinking in the sight of her body. He loved that she was smaller than him, barely reaching his shoulder. He itched to hold her against him, to explore with his hands the curves that pregnancy was giving her. He had dreamed of her small breasts with their dark tips and... Asher? Why are you staring at me? I'm trying to figure out which part I want to unveil first. He rubbed his chin and circled around her, making a big show of examining her clothing. This is all part of my practice. I see. There was no mistaking the amusement in her voice. Do let me know if you need me to participate in any way. Oh, I will. He stepped directly in front of her and reached for the tight knot of hair at the back of her head. Can I undo this? She nodded, the expression on her face serious, intense. Greer didn't play in bed, he realized. She took everything as deeply serious as she did the other aspects of her life. He was fascinated by that, and determined to break through that rigid control a little. It was all right with him if she channeled that intensity into the bed. He'd love nothing more than that. Asher's fingers felt for the tie holding her hair back, only not to find anything. How do you keep this in place? Greer chuckled, the sound throaty and oh so wicked to his ears. I have a clip and several pins, actually. Do you want me to do it? The only thing sexier than him letting her hair loose was her doing it for him. Please do. He let his hands drop back to his sides and watched as she expertly began to unravel her tight hair. Pin after pin came out, and with each one gone, the black mass of waves grew a little looser. A thick lock escaped and hung at her jaw, torturing him with its subtle motions as she continued to work on loosing her hair. Then, with a single move, it was free, and her rich black hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back. Asher groaned at the sight. With it down, she went from lovely to utterly breathtaking. His fingers itched to drag through that long, luxurious mass, to spread it through his fingers and let it flow over his skin. God, you're beautiful. Her voice sounded as if she didn't quite believe him, but she gave her hair a little toss and ran her fingers through it anyhow. Easy to say that when I'm about to get naked with you. Easy to say it, full stop. Asher couldn't stop looking at her. Another flash of whiskey-muddied memory rolled through his mind, of Greer, with thick curls held back by a shiny headband, gazing up at him. Her low-cut costume. She'd had her gorgeous hair loose that night, too. Damn. Being drunk that night had caused him to miss out on all kinds of good things. Never again. As long as Greer was his to touch, he'd be sober so he could enjoy every second of it. Can I kiss you? He asked, brushing a silky lock of hair away from her face. Can I kiss you everywhere? Greer nodded and tilted her head up in anticipation of his mouth. As if he could resist that. With a fierce surge of pleasure, Asher buried his hands in her hair, cradling her head, and his mouth swooped over hers. Her soft lips parted under his kiss, a silent plea for more, and he was all too happy to oblige. Greedy for the taste of her, Asher plundered her mouth with his tongue, thrusting and claiming it the way he'd claim the rest of her shortly. She whimpered against him, and her hands went to his arms, curling against the sleeves of his shirt as if she needed support to remain standing. He loved how responsive she was. She didn't scream her pleasure like some women, or demand things, or even make filthy requests. But her subtle movements, her sighs, her ways of angling her body for his attention, the way she gasped. He knew what each one meant, and he hungered to wring more from her. He licked deeply at the sweet well of her mouth, and her tongue curled up to meet his with each taste of her. Greer's mouth was bliss. Sinful, utter bliss. And he could have kissed her for hours. Hell, part of him wanted to. She was deliciously pliant under him, giving no matter how much he demanded, and silently begging for more with each little stroke of her tongue against his. But he'd been away from her too long. The last week felt like an eternity, and his body was craving more than just kisses from her. Now that he had her in his arms and in his bedroom, she was going to get everything he had to offer, and he was going to make her realize that one drunken encounter wasn't what she should judge him off of. He pressed small kisses to her mouth, and then began to kiss and nip along her jaw. I'm going to strip you naked and touch every last inch of you. All right. She sounded so calm. It was almost as if he'd asked her to hand him the newspaper instead of demanding to take off her clothing. That made him pause. He kissed her mouth again, because really it was irresistible, and sucked gently on her lower lip. When he released it, he murmured, "You're not nervous?" He remembered quite distinctly that her first time was that drunken incident in the gardens. The memory of those words was burned into his brain. Should I be? The little smile touching the edges of her mouth was so damn sexy he couldn't resist kissing it again. This is your second time having sex, right? Most people are nervous for a while. The delicate little snort she gave was charming. I've already had a worst-case scenario, Asher. Bad sex in a public spot, no foreplay, no orgasm. She ticked each grievance off her fingers. Then you got me pregnant. Ouch. He really was the worst ever, and he was going to make it up to her, even if he had to spend the next 6 years kissing her bare feet. Or 6 decades, whatever it took. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just telling you the truth. She leaned in and brushed her fingers over his mouth, that small touch sending shockwaves straight to his groin. The way I see it, tonight can go 2 possible ways. I'm listening. Either you're as completely terrible as I expect, and we can practice until you get better, like I thought. Or you're amazing, and you've been lying to me this entire time just to get me in your bed. Well, when she put it that way, which do you want it to be? Considering I would rather not be the recipient of another round of truly terrible sex? She raised an eyebrow at him. Damn, you really do have a way of flattening a man's ego. She tapped his lower lip with her finger. Consider it payback for you being a jerk. Fair enough. He grabbed her hand and kissed her fingertips. But I intend on making you yell out my name tonight. Fair enough, she echoed, gazing up at him with such serious eyes. You're welcome to try. Oh, I'm going to try all right. It's my new goal. He kissed her fingertips again, liking that she visibly shivered at the small caress. Make Greer lose her mind and scream my name out. One of her elegant eyebrows arched. Do I seem like a screamer to you? What can I say? I'm a man that loves a challenge. He clasped her hand in his, and then lowered their linked palms to her side so he could lean in and kiss her. And I intend on having a lot of fun trying. You'll forgive me if I point out that you should try and make this fun for me, too? Oh, it will be. But Asher only grinned at her. Let her be full of reluctance and doubts. They'd be gone by the time he was done with her tonight. He wasn't leaving this bedroom until she was an utterly boneless, sated mess. who had screamed his name at least once. And to start out, he needed to get that adorably skeptical look off her pretty face. "I did promise you foreplay, did I not?" "You did." "We should probably start with undressing then. May I?" He released her hand and put a finger to one of the buttons on her blouse, right under the high collar. No sexy low-cut flashes of skin for Greer. She was all business clothing-wise. He kind of loved that. She was like his own sexy teacher fantasy to undress. Except, well, she was a wedding planner, but he didn't care. It was Greer, and that was enough fantasy for him. This time, she visibly swallowed, and then nodded. "Of course. This will go much faster if we're undressed." "Didn't realize you were so eager." "The sooner we're naked, the sooner we're done." "Greer, my sweet love, I do believe you could give classes on how to easily shatter a man's ego," he teased, and undid the first button. The hint of creamy brown skin underneath made his dick twitch in response, and he moved immediately to the second one and undid it, too. The barest hint of cleavage was revealed, and he had to bite back a groan. He glanced up at her face and noticed she was watching him with a peculiar expression. "What is it?" "Your sweet love?" Damn, had that slipped out? Time to own it. "What would you do if I said I was in love with you?" "Call you a liar?" "Then call me a liar, because I am." He leaned in and kissed the tip of her nose to take the gravitas out of his statement. "You're a liar or you're in love?" Such a dubious woman, and such delectable breasts were being revealed to his swiftly unbuttoning fingers. "Why don't I show you which one I am?" He brushed aside the filmy fabric of her blouse, revealing black lacy bra cups and breasts that were far more generous than he remembered. He groaned. "Fuck." "What?" He watched as she visibly stiffened a little. "I was expecting beige or white, but seeing you with a sexy bra..." He shook his head. "My dick was not prepared." Her small, throaty little laugh made his entire body hum in response. "My breasts seem to have blown up like balloons over the past month or two. I had to buy some new lingerie and figured I might splurge on something pretty." Was she blushing? Oh, fuck. Were her nipples hard through the lacy fabric? He dragged a knuckle over the tip of one breast and loved that she sucked in a breath. Loved that he could feel the tiny, hard peak through the fabric. "Were you thinking of me when you bought this?" "So arrogant," she whispered. "That's not a no." She bit her lip, and he knew he had his answer. And damn if that didn't do all kinds of urgent things to his body. The need to push her down on the bed and claim her for his own was surging through him, but he forced himself to return to slowly unbuttoning her blouse and revealing more satiny skin. All of this was his, and he planned to enjoy every last inch of her tonight. He planned to make her enjoy it too. It would mean nothing to him if she didn't. When her blouse was finally opened, he tugged it down her shoulders and tossed it on the floor, then gazed his fill at her. She stood proudly, almost as if daring him to comment on her gently rounded body, her stomach starting to curve outward. Her slacks had elastic panels at the waist, no doubt for the growing baby, and he saw a few darker stretch marks peeking out from under them. She was lovely, though. Her skin was a delicate shade between bronze and umber, and paler on her belly than on her face. He found that fascinating, just like the tiny beauty mark on one shoulder that peeked between the cascading locks of her dark hair. He circled around her, wanting to drink in the sight of her in her bra. Her back was mostly hidden by that waterfall of thick hair, and he grabbed a handful of it and pulled it gently over her shoulder, exposing the back of her delicate neck and the lines of her spine. God, you're pretty. He hadn't realized she was holding herself rigid until she seemed to visibly soften. He guessed Greer didn't get a lot of compliments, and resolved in that moment to make sure she always felt beautiful around him. He leaned in and gently kissed that dainty mole on her shoulder. She shivered, and he continued to kiss his way across her shoulders, pressing his lips against her skin over and over again. When he got to her nape, he dragged her thick hair into his hand again and held it up as he leaned in and kissed the back of her neck. A full-on tremor rocked through her. I do believe you have a sensitive neck, Greer, he murmured, and touched his tongue to her skin. I guess I do. Her breathing had quickened. I like that. He kissed it again, then began to move his way forward, licking and sucking at the side of her neck. His arm went around her waist, and he pulled her back against him, and she fit just perfectly there, tucked against his front. It was as if she were made for him, and this way he could make love to her neck as much as he wanted. Tilt your head for me, sweetheart. She did, and he nipped at her luscious skin, then tongued the spot. Her body shuddered against him, and he couldn't resist reaching up and cupping one of her breasts. A little moan escaped her then, and he rubbed his thumb back and forth over her hard nipple, toying with it over and over again. Fuck, she was so sexy it was making him wild. He wanted to drive her insane with lust. He wanted to show her that he could give her pleasure, so that when she looked at him, she quivered with need instead of just giving him that endlessly patient look. Her head tilted back until she was pressing against him, and then she arched her back, the motion thrusting her breast against his hand. You like it when I touch you, he murmured, gently pinching her nipple through the fabric. A wordless little moan was his response. He could tell she liked it, though. Greer's signals, subtle as they were, told him everything. It was in the way she wriggled against him, the way her breathing quickened, and the soft sounds she made instead of saying, yes, more. She didn't have to ask. He'd gladly give her more. Asher's hand slid away from her breast, though he didn't miss the gentle noise of protest she made in her throat, and moved to the waistband of her sensible slacks. You're quiet, but I think you do like it when I touch you, don't you, Greer? You like my hands on you? And he slipped his fingers into the waistband. He could feel her suck in a breath, felt her body tense against his. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she tilted her neck a bit more so he could continue to kiss it. Oh, he'd do that all right. He'd do that and more. He pushed a bit further, hand moving into her panties. There were the curls shielding her sex, and then he touched her folds. She was soaking wet. Asher groaned. Fuck, you're so damn wet, Greer. You like it when I touch you? Her shuddering breath was the only response he got. That was all right. He'd make her respond, wouldn't he? He knew how to touch her to make her body sing, and he'd show her that right now. His fingers slid over the wet seam of her pussy, gliding and stroking through her slick folds. His soft, sweet Greer. Touching her was paradise. He could stay here for hours and just let his fingers play over her body, endlessly teasing her. But he wanted to do more. He wanted to give her more than just teasing. He pushed his fingers a little deeper and sought out her clit. The tiny bud was stiff, and her entire body jerked against his when he grazed it. She moaned and reached backward, her hand going to the back of his neck, her other moving to press over his hand. He paused, Was she going to make him stop? But instead of pulling his hand away from her, she pressed his fingers back against her clit, encouraging him, guiding him. Fuck, that was hot. Asher groaned and rocked his aching cock against her backside. He pressed a finger against her clit and then tapped it, testing her response. He noticed that her body grew tense against his when he circled her clit with a slow, wet fingertip, and that her fingers tightened against him when he did. He switched to circling strokes over and over again and felt each little shock as it ran through her body. "Can't wait to bury my face here," he breathed into her ear, and then nipped it. "You're going to coat my face with your juices, aren't you?" Her entire body shuddered against him, and she gave a small, wordless cry, her eyes squeezing shut. Had she come already? That was damn sexy. He wondered how many times he could make her come in one session of lovemaking. Only one way to find out, he realized with a grin. She kept trembling against him, so he continued to glide his finger against her clit in leisurely circles, saying filthy things into her ear as he nibbled on it. How he was going to use his tongue right where his fingers were. How he was going to drink in her taste. How he was going to lick her for hours until she was screaming for more. Her lips parted, and she whimpered long and loud, and then eventually pushed his hand away, her orgasm finished. He pressed a kiss to her temple. "That was sweet," he murmured, cupping her mound. He loved how gloriously wet she was, and how he could hold her so possessively against him. He itched to find that small, sensitive clit again and wring another orgasm out of her, but he had more plans for her body, and he wanted her naked. "How am I doing so far?" Greer's shuddering breath told him everything, but then she said, "Adequate." Aha, a challenge. He did love a challenge. "I can do better," he told her, and slid his hand out of her pants. Her fingers were wet with her juices, and he brought them to his mouth, hungry to taste her flavor. Delicious. "Is it?" She sounded breathless, or maybe titillated, or both. He'd take either one. "Mm-hmm." He licked her juices from his hand, pleased that she watched. "I'd offer to share, but I'm a greedy bastard." Her cheeks heated. "I'm not sure I want to taste myself, thank you." "You'll taste yourself on my mouth after I lick that sweet pussy of yours." He loved the look on her face as she blushed. Oh, he was so going to do everything he was promising and more. Greer was delightful to tease, and even more delightful to touch. "Now, though, I want you naked." She nodded. He released her, pleased when she swayed on her feet, as if boneless from her orgasm. She righted herself a moment later, and then unzipped her slacks, dropping them to the ground and neatly stepping out of them. Her panties were as delicate as her bra, telling him that she'd been thinking more about their relationship in the last week than just their phone calls. It made him have hope that she wouldn't hate him for the rest of her life. Asher watched as she daintily stepped out of the panties, and his mouth watered at the sight of her ass, beautiful and tight. Her hips were lovely, her skin smooth and her curves soft. He wanted to run his mouth over all of her, especially when she turned and he saw the dark thatch between her legs. He wanted to bury his face in those curls and claim her as his own again. "You're lovely, Greer. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm going to keep telling you that until you believe it. I'm the luckiest man in the world because I get to have you right now." She smoothed a hand through her long hair, then drew some of it over her breast as if to hide herself. "I looked better naked a few months ago, before this." Her fingers skimmed over the gentle swell of her stomach. Impossible, because now you're rounded with my child and mine in all ways, he thought, but didn't say aloud. I think your body looks gorgeous just like this. Her mouth twitched with amusement. Because of these? She cupped her breasts and jiggled them. God, had he thought his cock couldn't get any harder? He was clearly wrong. The sight of her clasping her own tits was making his balls tighten, need throbbing through him. Because of those, he said, and filled his hands with her breasts, caressing her. And because of these, he continued, sliding his hands down to her hips. Then he went back to her stomach and traced his fingers over it lightly. And because of this. Her expression grew soft. Asher. He couldn't help it. He knew he was supposed to not care about the baby, but fuck that. She was beautiful, and she was his, and it was his son she was carrying. He leaned in and pressed a kiss to her belly. You need to get naked too. He looked up at her and grinned. I can do that. Do you want to undress me, or shall I do the honors? I want to do it. Again, she surprised and pleased him. He liked that his Greer was both curious and eager. Shy, yes, but absolutely willing to try things. A man couldn't ask for more. He got to his feet and took a step backward, then extended his arms out to his sides. Do with me as you like. I'm all yours. A wicked little smile curved her face. God, that was cute. She threw her shoulders back, that glorious hair cascading down her back as she moved toward him. Her hands went to the front of his jacket, and she fisted the lapels and dragged him down to her height and pressed her mouth to his. Asher groaned again. Heaven help him. Was she going to turn into the seducer in their game? His cock might not be able to handle it. She broke the kiss, and then nipped at his mouth, imitating his actions from earlier. You're quite a bit taller than me, you know. Want me to get you a stool? She chuckled, the sound throaty. It made his cock throb with need. Very funny. She jerked at his jacket, sliding it down his shoulders, and then turned around him, slowly tugging it off. She studied him, and he knew there was no hiding the erection that strained at the front of his pants. Hell, he didn't want to hide it. In his fevered fantasies, he wanted her to get curious about it and explore him like he had her. But she moved back to his front and began to undo the buttons on his dress shirt, her body close enough to his that his erection brushed against her with every movement. When she pulled his shirt open, it revealed his white undershirt, and she gave him a teasing look. So many layers. You dress quite demurely, Mr. Sutton. I don't like to flash cleavage during board meetings. Laughter pealed out of her, and he was utterly enchanted. Had he thought she was beautiful before? She took his breath away, especially when she smiled and shook her head, clearly amused by his joke. Just makes it a bit more effort for me. Let me know if you get tired, and I can take over. She snorted and tugged his undershirt free of his belt. If I get tired, you will be the first one I let know. Her hands pushed his undershirt up, and he knelt so she could pull it over his head, leaving him bare from the waist up. He rubbed a hand over his chest, scratching at a bit of dark chest hair dusting his pectorals. Want to pause and admire the scenery? Do be quiet. Her hands moved to his chest, and she trailed a finger over one nipple and then down the center of his chest to his happy trail. I'm concentrating. Am I distracting you? I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry about any of this. I like you putting your hands on me. Feels like I've been waiting forever for this moment. She gave him another quieting look. Asher chuckled. He tended to ramble when he grew nervous around her. She was just too damn distracting, with all that gorgeous skin and luscious hair. And those tits. He couldn't forget those tits. Hell, he wanted to reach out and caress one right now, but he was pretty sure she'd smack him down with another quelling look. Plus, she was getting a lot closer to his dick, and he wanted her to touch him there. He couldn't help it. He was a guy, and they thought with a little head downstairs. Nothing wrong with that, especially when her fingers were stroking his happy trail and playing along his stomach muscles. She was heading in the right direction. She peeked up at him through dark lashes, and then a wicked smile curved her mouth. "You're just dying for me to do this, aren't you?" And her hand grazed along his cock. "Fuck. You know me too well." "I do," she said thoughtfully. "I've always known you well." And her hand stroked up and down his groin once more. That sobered him. Not her touch, though that was fucking amazing, but her quiet statement. While he'd been wrapped up in his own little world for the last few years, she'd been watching him from afar and loving him, and he'd thrown it all away. "Never again," he promised Greer silently. "I never will hurt you again." "Am I an ass if I say I'm glad?" His fingers stroked down her arm, ever so slightly. "I suppose not." She bit her lip and then began undoing his belt. A moment later, her hands went to the fastenings of his slacks, and then she pushed his zipper down. His cock was jutting out from his boxers, the head leaking so much pre-cum that the fabric was sticking to his skin. He was aching for her to touch him. His entire body was tense with need. Hell, if she didn't touch him again, he didn't trust himself not to pin her to the bed and start dry humping her, slacks and all. When she looked up at him again, uncertain, he closed his eyes and groaned out a single word. "Please." "All right." A moment later, her small, soft hands pushed his pants down, tugging his boxers with them. His cock sprang free, and then she was caressing his aching cock with her fingers, letting them dance lightly over his skin. He nearly came right then and there. "Your skin is so hot right here," she murmured. Is it okay if I touch you like this?" "I think I'd fall to pieces if you didn't." Her warm chuckle made his entire body jerk. He wanted those smiling lips and that breath on his cock against his skin. His mind went to dark, erotic imaginings of her getting to her knees and dragging her tongue along the vein on the underside of his shaft. Can I taste you?" Oh, God, she was killing him. Asher's hands clenched into fists at his sides. It didn't matter that he was standing in front of her with his pants around his ankles, dick in the air. He just knew he would die if she didn't do as she'd asked in the next moment. "You can put your mouth anywhere on me you want, Greer." But he was sure as shit going to open his eyes for this next part. When he opened his eyes, she was studying him with that intense expression on her serious face, like she wanted to make sure she got things right. "Trust me, sweetheart, you can't fuck this up," Asher told her. "It'll feel good no matter what you do." She nodded and then reached one finger out to graze the head of his cock. He clenched hard in response to her touch, his balls drawing up tight. As he watched her finger moving on his skin, more pre-cum beaded on the head. He was dangerously close to blowing his load, and that couldn't happen. Not yet. Not before he pleasured the living daylights out of her. She dragged her finger through the droplets of pre-cum, spreading them on the head of his cock. Then, with a sly look at him, she put her finger to her mouth and sucked it. And holy hell, he was going to remember the sight of that for the rest of his damn life. He'd never seen anything so erotic. Salty, she murmured. 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 So are you. Hell, he sounded as raspy and rough as a chain smoker, and had about as much control. Can I? Her cheeks flushed as she peeked up at him again. Can I touch you like you did me, to make you come? Yes, yes, yes. Ah, God, where was his restraint? If you do that, Greer, we're going to be done before we start, and I have far too many plans for that sweet body of yours. The soft smile curved her mouth again. I keep forgetting that your stamina is terrible. Well, hearing that helped him come down from the ledge a little. Jesus, time to stop playing and get to work pleasuring the fuck out of his woman. He shucked his pants and stepped out of them, then moved forward and pulled her against his naked frame. I promised you foreplay, didn't I? Get your fore ready to be played, woman. Chapter 10. Greer was rapidly having to reassess Asher's sexual prowess as he pressed kisses to her neck and moved their twined bodies ever so slowly toward the bed. He'd been playing her all along. It was clear that the man wasn't unskilled in the slightest. It was also abundantly clear to her that she wasn't mad about his little game. It had been done to get her back in his bed and prove to her that he could give her great sex. And, okay, there wasn't really a downside to that. Actually, it wasn't just great sex. It was mind-blowing so far, and he was just now mentioning foreplay. Heaven help her. They'd have to scrape her off the ceiling by the time he was done. She'd already orgasmed fast and hard, and that one single orgasm had been better than endless years of self-pleasure, all combined. Masturbation felt good, of course, but having a man bite and lick at her neck while he stroked her clit... Dear God, she'd nearly melted into a puddle in his arms. The orgasm she'd had was on steroids, bigger, harder, and more powerful than any she'd ever had before. His hands on her changed everything, and it was probably safe to say that he was going to ruin her for masturbation for the rest of her life. Her own hands couldn't do nearly the things his could. And now she'd be craving him like an addict. She really should have told him to stop for her own peace of mind. But she didn't, because she wanted more of those intense, mind-shattering orgasms. She wanted the full package, the foreplay, the penetration, the home run at the end, everything. The backs of her knees bumped against the edge of the bed, and she nearly fell backward, wobbling against him for support, and dragging her attention back to the moment. What are you doing? Pushing you back into the bed so I can have my wicked way with you? He wiggled his eyebrows at her like a cartoon villain. You could just ask, she said, her tone pert. Not that she was mad. She wanted him to have his wicked way with her, too. God, did she ever. I could. Greer, could you please lie down for me so I can tongue your pussy for the next hour? Her entire body shivered at his words. She dropped to the edge of the bed, her knees weak. She couldn't seem too eager. Will it help you practice? The terrible man licked his lips as he gazed down at her. Very much so. Oh, sweet Lord, have mercy. I thought we were going to do foreplay, she said faintly. Oh, don't worry. I'm not forgetting about those pretty breasts of yours. He tapped a hand on her shoulder. Now, lie back for me. Any particular way? Even as she asked, she eased herself backward, feeling oddly self-conscious, though she did her best not to show it. This couldn't be the most flattering angle of her now plumper pregnancy body. She swung her legs onto the bed and curled them slightly, resisting the urge to squeeze her arms together so her breasts would look fuller. You look beautiful just like that. Asher gave her a saturnine smile and moved onto the bed next to her, then propped himself on his side so he could gaze down at her body. Now, let me have a moment just to admire things. Take all the time you want. She was rather proud of how confident she sounded just then, not rattled at all at the thought of the man she'd been in love with for years staring down at her naked body when it wasn't at its most attractive. He propped up his chin on his hand for a long minute, gazing down at her face. What? She asked, when he didn't move to do anything. Asher shrugged. I just like looking at you. Damn it. She felt a surge of pleasure at his words. She should have been mad at him, remembering that night in the gardens when he did her wrong, and did her wrong so badly. But all she could think about at the moment was the bright blue of his eyes, the way he gazed down at her so covetously. She loved that feeling. She wanted it to go on forever. For a long time, he just gazed down at her, and the longer it went on, the more utterly aware of him Greer was. Her nipples prickled, aching and hard. Her skin felt intensely sensitive, even though he wasn't touching her, and she felt her pulse surging, seemingly centered right between her legs, as if she could still feel the orgasm from earlier. He reached out and gently brushed locks of her hair outward from her face, spreading them like a halo around her head. You're incredibly beautiful. Do you know that? Her traitorous heart thumped. If this was just him practicing his seduction, she didn't want to get too flattered. I'm pretty sure every man tells a naked woman in his bed that she's beautiful. No, he doesn't, Asher said bluntly. Just take the damn compliment, all right? All right. His hand went from her hair and smoothed down her shoulder. He leaned in and kissed her skin, his lips moving over her in a tender way that gave her goosebumps. He gave her shoulder a second kiss, even as his hand skimmed lower and then brushed over one of her nipples. Greer sucked in a breath. Just that small caress had sent a riot of pleasure through her body. I love your reactions, he murmured, brushing his lips over her shoulder again. Love the way that just the changes in your breathing tell me everything I need to know. Like when you start breathing faster, it tells me you want more. His hand cupped her breast, his skin scorchingly hot against hers. The gasp tells me that you're surprised at how much you just felt, and that tells me you're particularly sensitive right there. His thumb rubbed on the underside of her nipple, and liquid heat surged through her body again, even as she arched into his touch. Oh, God, that felt amazing. Such a small touch, but it felt 10 times more intense when he did it than when she'd done it to herself. And when I scream your name as you think I'm going to? He idly circled one of her nipples with his fingertips, teasing her with small, maddening circles. That tells me I've done my job right. I won't accept anything less, you know. I have a lot to make up for. Hence, the foreplay practice. Oh, God, He was lightly tugging at her nipples, making them stand taller. Surely that shouldn't have felt as good as it did. Surely he'd put his mouth on her soon and lick and nibble at all the places he was touching. Please, she silently begged. I'm going to be honest, Asher said, pressing another kiss to her shoulder before starting to slide down the bed, kissing his way ever so slowly toward her aching breasts. Even if I didn't need to practice, I'd still want to touch you, still want to make you scream with pleasure. And her traitor heart fluttered all over again. She watched, holding her breath, as Asher got up on his elbows and continued to kiss further down her body, careful not to lean his weight on her. Greer's hands went to the pillow behind her head, and she dug her fingers into the pillowcase as he moved to her breasts, his mouth hovering over one taut peak. Please, please. Slowly, achingly slowly, his lips parted, and she watched as he leaned in and gently took the tip into his mouth. A hint of teeth, a flick of tongue, and Greer whimpered. She watched, utterly fascinated and aroused, as he rubbed his lips over one nipple, teasing it before sucking on the tip. He'd lavish attention on one breast, toying with the tip, caressing the globe of her breast, and then nipping her before tonguing the sensitive skin. Then he'd move to the other breast and repeat the action until her entire body was pulsing with need and her breath was coming in short, sharp little pants of arousal. She couldn't help herself, any more than she could look away from his mouth moving over her skin. Asher looked up, eyes sultry, his mouth wet from the attention he'd been lavishing on her breasts. I bet your pussy's wet for me again, isn't it? She sucked in a breath, her mouth working silently. The yes on her lips died in silence. She didn't even have to say it. He knew. The possessive way he grinned at her, then slowly dragged his tongue over one aching nipple. Oh, the terrible man knew how aroused she was. She was so wet she could feel it just by pressing her thighs together. Quiet, he teased. There was too much going on. She couldn't coherently speak, not without saying too much. She just bit her lip and gave him a challenging stare. Guess I'll just have to find out for myself, won't I? And Asher began to kiss lower down her belly. Her breathing sped up at that. Oh, God. He was going to go down on her? She'd already orgasmed once and was primed and ready for the next one. She'd kind of thought that they'd just go straight to the sex now. She was fine with that. Truly she was. Her body ached to be filled in places that she'd never even ached before. She felt empty and wanted his body covering hers. She wanted him pressing into her, and she wanted to see if she could have an orgasm from that. But the wicked, wicked man just flicked his tongue over her belly button and kept going south. Wait, she blurted. Asher lifted his head, brows furrowing. What is it? What are you doing? He tilted his head, giving her an odd look. Well, I thought it was pretty obvious, but okay. Right now I'm kissing your belly, and I'm going to move lower and kiss your pussy until I have you screaming. Maybe we should just, His eyes narrowed. What? Get on with it? Get on with it? He sat back on his haunches, and his hands went to his hips. His cock thrust proudly from his lap, and she wanted to stare at it, or, touch it. But the look he was giving her was pure frustration. Greer Chada Jansen,
Do you or do you not have an aversion to oral sex?
No aversion. I've never had it, so I can't imagine that...
Her voice trailed off.
No aversion, she said quickly.
Do you or do you not like the thought of my tongue on that sweet pussy of yours, of me licking that tasty little clit until you scream? She bit her lip. Her entire body was already quivering with need. She felt like she was going to come apart at the seams as it was. If he tongued her like he was saying...
It's too much, she whispered.
His angry expression softened. Too much what, sweetheart? His hand idly stroked her thigh as if trying to comfort her. For some reason, that made her relax a little more.
Everything's so intense.
The smile returned to his mouth. Do you trust me, Greer?
I shouldn't.
His smile turned rueful. You shouldn't after our previous experience, but that wasn't the question. Do you trust me? He enunciated the last sentence, each word punctuated by a tiny thump of his finger against her thigh. In bed, right now, do you trust me to give you another orgasm?
She felt breathless at the thought. Exactly how many was the game plan tonight?
He chuckled. As many as I can give you before I lose my own control. His hand went to his lap, and he stroked his cock idly, and her mouth went dry at the sight of that. How did this feel for him, lavishing all this attention on her body without getting a single thing in return? Yet...
I just don't want you to waste your time if you don't have to.
His eyebrows went high. Did you just call oral sex a waste of my time?
I just meant that I'm already...
Asher leaned forward, and his hands went to her thighs before she could even say the words. I promised you foreplay and orgasms, and you're going to get them, damn it. Waste of time indeed, he muttered. And with one swift motion, he pushed her neatly clasped thighs apart. Oh, she was wet. She could feel it the moment her legs came apart, and the cool air brushed the tops of her thighs. She was soaked, actually, to an embarrassing degree. She'd never been so aroused. And it was clear he knew she was wet, because he groaned at the sight of her spread thighs, and his lips curved in that mouth-watering little grin of his. If you'll excuse me, sweetheart, I'm about to dive in and waste my time for a little bit.
Asher.
He leaned in, and then his mouth was on her flesh. A sharp squeak erupted from her throat, and then she fisted her hands in the pillow behind her head again. Oh, God, oh, God. He wasn't going slow like he had with her breasts. He'd delicately made love to those. He was devouring her pussy. His tongue stroked over her folds, brushing over her clit and sending shock waves through her body. She heard his groan of pleasure, and then felt him part her folds. You are so fucking sweet, Greer. So delicious. I can tell right now I'm gonna be down here for hours, sweetheart. She whimpered. Her breasts ached, her nipples tight, but it was nothing compared to the sensations crashing through her from his mouth on her sex. He pushed one thigh up until her leg was bent, and then moved it over his shoulder. The other one quickly followed suit, and then, dear Lord, she was straddling him as he buried his face between her legs and tongued her for all he was worth. And oh God, it was incredible. Greer pulled the pillow out from under her head and bit down on a corner, because his mouth, oh God, oh God, oh God, was everywhere. He was licking every inch of her,
and just when she thought he was slowing down, he'd stroke his tongue over her clit, making her entire body jerk in response. Tension began to build in her body, and she moaned as he dragged his tongue over her clit again in the most deliciously frustrating movement ever. His head jerked up. Was that a moan? She shot him the finger, still biting down on the edge of the pillow. Asher gave her a delighted look, utterly pleased with himself. Clearly I must be doing something right to squeeze that out of my lovely but silent Greer. I'll just have to redouble my efforts. Oh, God, she was going to die of pleasure overload, she thought, as she watched him lean in again, and then his mouth disappeared between her legs. She felt his tongue flick over her clit again, and couldn't resist a second moan when she realized he was watching her as he licked her, as his tongue moved over her clit. Her hips bucked when he pressed his tongue hard against her clit, and then began to slowly stroke. This time, he wasn't leaving her clit and letting his tongue dance away to torment other parts of her. His attention had moved there full time, and he licked and sucked at the already sensitive bud, constantly teasing it. She felt a finger push against her core, and then he was stroking one thick digit inside her, even as his mouth clasped over her clit again and he sucked. Another one of those hateful groans escaped her, and she bit down harder on the pillow, her breath moving in and out of her nose, making her sound like a bull about to charge. She didn't care. His mouth was the only thing that mattered anymore, and when he dragged the tip of his tongue in a circle around her clit, and then thrust into her again with his finger, God, when he added a second finger and started pumping into her harder, pleasure built in her body like a tidal wave, until every brush of his tongue on her flesh was scorching her and sending endless shock waves through her body. She barely realized she was undulating in time with his finger thrusts, or that one of her hands had gone to his head and was clinging to his hair, holding him in place as he tongued her. Her legs knew she was about to come before she did. They tightened over his shoulders, and suddenly her entire body felt as if it were stiffening. Her groans turned into whimpers, and then she tried to push his head away because it was too much, and she was going to shatter and explode, and oh God, he wasn't moving his head away, but tonguing her with even more enthusiasm, his fingers pumping into her even faster. And then she came, biting down on the edge of the pillow, a muffled scream rising in her throat. Her entire body clenched, and she felt her pussy spasm around his fingers even as he thrust into her. He was murmuring something against her flesh, something about how sexy she was, and how her taste was amazing, and how wet she was, and to keep coming for him. But it was all lost behind the dull roar of the blood rushing through her body as the most intense orgasm of her life seared through her. And then seared through her again, and again, because with each ripple of orgasm he wasn't stopping, but pushing her harder, making her come even more until her entire body felt wrung out, and her head was pounding, and still he licked her. Her legs jerked with every rasp of his tongue over her sensitive clit, and still he didn't lift his head. She unclenched her teeth from the corner of the pillow. Asher, she breathed out, his name turning into a little whimpery gasp when he kept licking her. Asher, stop, please. I can't take any more. I'm going to die if you make me keep coming. His chuckle was pure male satisfaction. That was fine. Let him be satisfied with himself. Job well done. She certainly had no complaints. Her entire body felt like a nice, quivery puddle of well-licked goo. Her eyes closed, and she ran her hands down her body as he set her thighs down and moved back up on the bed next to her. When she opened her eyes, His face was inches from hers, his lips reddened from his efforts. "Want to taste yourself on me, sexy?" His face was flushed and sweaty, but his eyes were bright, and she could feel the jut of his cock against her side, as insistent as ever. And she wanted to please him, especially after the effort he'd gone through to shatter her entire world twice now. So she lifted her mouth for a kiss, and when his tongue swept into her mouth and his hand caressed her face, holding her against him, Greer lost herself in the kiss. He tasted like Asher and, well, that musky taste had to be her own. A blush scalded through her, but she didn't know why. He nipped at her lower lip, and then began to press small, attentive kisses to her face. "I'm the luckiest man alive right now, Greer." She was the most boneless woman alive. He lifted one of her arms and placed her hand against the back of his neck, indicating that he wanted her to hold on to him. She did, and he stroked his hand down her arm, caressing her skin, and then moving lower to tease her breast. Her nipples responded instantly, and to her surprise, another hot, dark surge of pleasure moved through her tired body. "My Greer," Asher murmured, and then his big body settled on top of her. He pressed another light kiss to her mouth, and then his hand slid to her thigh, pulling her legs apart so he could settle in between them. A moment later, she felt the hard press of his cock against her pussy. His mouth claimed hers in another deep, intense kiss, even as he pushed into her. Greer gasped against his lips, startled. It didn't hurt, but she'd been unprepared for the intense feeling of fullness, of stretching, of possession, of being completely owned by him. "Did I hurt you?" His tongue flicked against her upper lip as if coaxing her. "I'm fine," she breathed. "Then can I move?" He nudged his hips, and she felt him press deeper into her, and she realized that he wasn't quite in all the way yet. At her nod, he moved his hips against her again, and the feeling of pressure and fullness continued to grow until she felt as if she were being impaled by something much larger than the cock she'd handled earlier. But then he paused and began to kiss her again, pressing his lips over her face, her neck, and her ear, over and over again. After a few moments, the tight feeling went away, but the sensation of being owned, she felt that more than ever. He pushed into her again, a small stab, and she made a soft noise in her throat. The sensation of him thrusting into her was like that night in the gardens, except not. This time, there was no invasive feeling, no uncomfortable rasp of dry flesh shoving into hers. She was wet and slick, and when he stroked into her again, it felt good deep inside her belly. He began to pump slowly into her, his movements careful, and his gaze on her face, watching for her reactions. And she, well, she wasn't quite sure what to do, so she ran her hands over his biceps and tried not to blush as he stared down at her with that intense, possessive look on his face as he stroked his cock into her. "Should I be doing more?" she asked after a moment. His laugh was harsh, brief, as if he were about to lose his breath. "I think if you did any more, I'd bust my nut too early." He buried his face against her neck, and when his tongue brushed against her skin, that ripple of pleasure returned to her body, and when he thrust once more, it seemed to ripple even deeper inside her. Oh, she wanted more of that. Her arms tightened around him, and she gingerly lifted one hip, trying to meet his next thrust, to increase the friction between them. "That's right, sweetheart," he gritted. His hand went to her hip, and then he was holding her against him at the angle he wanted. When he thrust into her again, it was harder than before, but it also hit her body in different spots. Again, that elusive ripple of pleasure returned to her belly. "Fuck, you are hot, Greer. I want you to come with me." She nodded, but when he started to thrust harder, that ripple didn't return. Was she doing something wrong? Her brows creased with worry, and she held tighter to him as he pounded into her. It felt good, but it wasn't the intense explosion like before when he'd slipped his fingers through her wet folds. It was more elusive, and she'd be damned if she knew how to find it. "I don't think I'm going to be able to," she told him, smoothing her hands over his shoulders. A fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his gorgeous body, and she couldn't stop touching him. She wanted his weight bearing her down, covering her. She wanted to run her tongue all over him and watch him lose control. But that could wait for another day. "Don't worry about me," she whispered. "I already came twice." A growl escaped his throat. "Fuck that." He pressed a quick, hard kiss to her mouth. "Get ready for number 3. "Asher, I don't—" His hand moved between them, and then she felt his thumb push between her folds, sliding down to rest against her clit. Her voice died, because in the next moment he thrust. And she felt everything like a rocket blast through her body. All the pleasure from earlier, plus the deep ripple inside her belly. It returned full force, and she clung to him, her nails digging into his shoulders. "That's right," he rasped in her ear. "You fucking take that pleasure, sweetheart. It's all yours." All she could do was cry out his name and cling to him as another orgasm exploded through her, fierce and instant. Every movement of his hips, every thrust of his cock pressed his thumb against her sensitized clit and made her body explode with sensation. She lost all sense of where she was. Her world didn't exist beyond the hard, spearing thrust of Asher's body into hers, the maddening rub of his thumb against her clit, and his skin and voice all around her. She might have been biting his shoulder and crying out things like yes, and please, and more, and right there, and oh fuck, but it all sort of blurred together. He pounded into her furiously, and she loved every moment of it, even when she was screaming his name. And then, somewhere in that blurry abyss of pleasure, he stiffened against her and called her name out. And he murmured something like love and mine, and then she felt his entire body tremble with the force of his orgasm. He pressed between her thighs hard, body stiff, and she clasped him against her and licked at the skin she'd bitten. And then he collapsed on top of her, and oh mercy, it felt incredible. His weight on top of her was almost as much of an aphrodisiac as anything else. She loved it. Eventually, he sucked in a deep breath and then exhaled. "Damn, sweetheart." Yeah, she kind of felt like that too. Wrung out, depleted, replete, awed, all of the above. He turned his face to hers and pressed a few quick kisses on her mouth. "Let me get a wet towel so I can clean you up. Be right back." And then he was pulling his gloriously damp, sweaty body off of hers, and she felt a keen sense of loss. He could have stayed collapsed on top of her forever and she wouldn't have minded, because in that moment it was just him and her, and it had felt as if he belonged to Greer and no one else. She'd loved it. She hadn't realized how hungry she was for it until it had disappeared again. But he returned a moment later, his big body flushed, his cock still reddish and stiff. She propped up on her elbows, frowning. Did you not? She let the question trail off. Asher looked down and then grinned at her. Well, that's flattering, for a change, I might add, since you love to stomp my ego. He winked and toweled himself off. But it takes a few minutes for the works to go down. Doesn't deflate like a balloon. Oh, of course not. How silly of her to even ask. She made a noise that was more of a meep than anything else when he pushed her thighs open. But he wasn't going to try and wring a fourth orgasm out of her, it seemed. He gently cleaned her thighs and her sex free of her juices and his own leavings. And that was kind of sweet. And it was weird that she was disappointed that there was no fourth orgasm on the horizon, because really, she wasn't sure if she could take another. But her body seemed damn willing to try. Once she was cleaned up, he tossed the towel into a hamper and then slid back into bed. Asher pulled Greer against him and spooned her body against his. His mouth went to the side of her neck, and he pressed a few idle kisses there, and his hand went to one of her breasts, cupping it as if to say, I own this. And again, she didn't mind that at all. At this moment, she liked being owned and possessed by him. Greer, sweetheart. Remember when you asked if I was either a liar or in love? Vaguely. Her mind was pretty mushy at the moment. Did you decide which one it was? She thought for a moment. Her heart ached at the thought, but she willed it silent. Pretty sure you're a liar. She felt him stiffen against her, and felt as if she'd said the wrong thing, like she'd hurt his feelings, and that sucked. He hurt you too. You can't forget that just because he gave you one night of good sex. You have to be stronger than that. She didn't want to be, though. She wanted to go back to the starry-eyed girl who loved a wonderful man, even if he'd never noticed her. Because back then, she'd have done anything for Asher, and she'd have never hurt him for the world. I don't lie about everything, you know, he said after a moment, and then smoothed her hair aside so he could kiss her ear. She murmured, unwilling to commit to a response. Seemed like everything she said hurt him one way or another. Like when I said I'd have you screaming my name when you came? That definitely wasn't a lie. He nipped at her ear. Though the biting was a nice plus. I could do with more of that. Greer smiled and turned around in his arms to bite him again, maybe on his nipples. Maybe there was room for a fourth orgasm after all. Is it time for me to have my wicked way with you, then? Have mercy, woman. Let a man catch his breath. But the gleam of challenge in his eyes told her that he wouldn't need long. This was good. Playful Asher was good. Playful Asher couldn't be hurt by what she said. Or didn't say. She'd just have to coax playful Asher to the forefront a bit more. Chapter 11. Greer woke up completely disoriented, to light kisses on her neck and shoulder, and familiar fingers teasing her nipple. Morning, Asher murmured, pulling her closer to him. What time is it? She smoothed her hands down his arms, fighting a yawn. He'd kept her up late last night, and she wasn't quite alert yet. Sometime after 9. He thumbed her nipple, even as he leaned in to kiss her again. She should have been back in Vegas already. Her phone was probably blowing up, and she'd missed her meetings, and her tight timeline was going to be shortened by another crucial day she didn't have, and she didn't care. Asher's mouth covered hers, and when he pressed between her thighs, she opened for him and didn't think twice about phones or her father's wedding. It was well over an hour by the time they'd made love again, and Greer had showered. She was still yawning as she wrapped a towel around her hair. "I don't suppose you have a charter plane on call, do you, Asher?" she called out from the bathroom, rubbing a hand on the mirror to see her reflection. "I really should head back soon. I've got a million things to do." Even as she said the words, she hated them. For a brief, shining moment, she didn't want to go back to Vegas. Heck, she didn't even want to return to her own cozy apartment here in the city. She wanted to crawl right back into bed with Asher. It didn't matter if they had sex again, though she was certainly game for it if they did. She just wanted to spend time with him, and to touch him, and have him touch her back. To feel like someone in a relationship, instead of a woman whose normally quiet life seemed to be coming apart at the seams. Greer pulled the towel off her hair and stared at her reflection. She wore no makeup, and her face was a little raw around the corners of her mouth from kissing, and stubble burn. Her hair was a tangled, wet mess, and her eyes were red from lack of sleep. But she knew that Asher found her sexy. Strange and impossible, but would he be trying so hard if he didn't? She realized that she hadn't heard his response to her question about the charter plane, and wrapped the towel tighter around her body and peeked out of the bathroom. "Ash?" He had his laptop in bed, amidst the tangle of covers, and was typing furiously. An intense frown of concentration marred his face. "Ash?" she asked again. He looked up at her. "What?" "Sorry, it's just—" He rubbed a hand down his face and groaned. "More work shit. My new CEO has no balls. He wants to schedule another meeting with the department heads in EMEA. EMEA? Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's not necessary, but he's emailing me wanting to make sure I'm on board with things." His head went back as if he was staring up at the ceiling, but his eyes were closed. It was the posture of someone completely defeated. "I'm going to have to be here for another day, maybe 2. "Oh." She was disappointed, of course, but she understood. Sometimes business called, and he had a billion-dollar multinational corporation. "Of course. Don't worry about the charter plane thing. I'll just fly coach or something." "Wait, what? You're leaving?" He leaped from the bed, and she saw he was still as naked as when she'd left him. Her cheeks pinked at his naked body approaching her, and Asher put his arms around Greer and nuzzled her neck. "I don't want you to go." She chuckled. "I don't want to go either, but I've really and truly got a ton of work to do." Asher didn't release her. He slid his hands down her back and cupped her ass. "What kind of work?" "Well, I have a lot of meetings." His face lit up. "I have this thing called a phone and a laptop. You're free to borrow them. And stay in my bed." Greer rolled her eyes. But the idea wasn't a bad one. There were a lot of meetings and fiddly things to be done, but she had her notes in her email, and her email was on her phone, and her laptop was in her bag. She could work remotely and just catch up on things tomorrow. Theoretically. There wasn't a way for anyone to catch up at this rate, but the lure of staying in New York, and in his bed, was awfully tempting. "I'm not sure." "Stay," he insisted, his hands moving over her skin. "I'll take you into my office and show you around the digs. We can go have lunch together, and then we can come back here and I can have you for dessert." That is the worst line, she teased. Ah, but is it effective? It seemed it was, because she decided to stay. The rest of the day was busy, but wonderful. He made her breakfast as she ironed her sad, wrinkled blouse and slacks and put them back on. At least she lived in the same city, and not too far from his apartment. They could run over and grab her a change of clothing before heading into his office. After breakfast, they cabbed out to her apartment, changed clothing, and then headed downtown. Greer typed emails and texted responses frantically with every spare moment, but she didn't regret her decision to stay. No matter how much Bunny and Tiffy were freaking out because Greer wasn't there to answer questions about fittings and test makeup in person. At Asher's office, Outsource Everything, things were quiet but busy. He led her into a conference room next to his office and brought her a laptop so she could work while he attended a meeting. After the meeting was done, they regrouped to head to lunch, and Greer found herself giggling into her soup and sandwich as Asher told her a frustrating anecdote from the meeting itself. It seemed that Asher had been running things for so long that he didn't know how to pass control off to his new CEO, something she pointed out to him. The man kept going back to Asher because Asher had never given him full control and constantly stepped in to handle situations. He didn't like hearing it, but he didn't disagree with her either. After lunch, he brought her back to his office, and Greer's thorny heart softened a little when he reached for her hand, holding it as they got into the elevator together. "You want a tour of the place?" he asked. There was such boyish enthusiasm in his face, how could she possibly deny him? Of course. So they toured the building from the cafeteria on the first floor to the Human Resources Department, to the call center that was buzzing with incoming calls. The place was busy but organized, and it was clear to Greer as they walked through department after department that Asher knew every inch of the company. He'd put in endless hours to make the place a success, and it was finally paying off for him. "He could be broke and you still wouldn't care," a niggling voice whispered in her ear. "You're just as lovesick over him as you were before." She wasn't, was she? But when he reached for her hand and smiled at her as he led her through to the next area, she suspected that she was only kidding herself. And heck, if she was kidding herself about that, why not go the full court press? She stifled a yawn behind her hand. Tired? Asher noticed it instantly. She nodded, thinking maybe I should stay overnight again, if you don't mind. I can fly back tomorrow with you. The pleased look on his face made her tingle with happiness. This was how things should have been before. Of course, there was no reason why she couldn't enjoy things as they were now. Did it mean she had to stick her head in the sand a little and ignore any misgivings? Maybe. Did she care? At the moment, no. 1 week later. Asher, you ready for some practice tonight? Greer, are we still pretending it's practice? Asher, I'm pretty sure I could bone up on my skills. Greer, stop, seriously. Asher, should I send you a picture to convince you of my all-consuming lust, sweetheart? Greer hid her phone as Kiki entered the dining room, just in case Asher was going to carry through his threat and send her naughty photos. Morning, Kiki. Instead of her normally bright and effusive greeting, Kiki just smiled and sat down across from Greer in her regular seat. She was dressed in a plain gray t-shirt and jeans today. No bikini, and no sight of her trademark blue anywhere. Strange. You're not sick, are you? Greer asked. They didn't have time for anyone to be sick,
The wedding was in a week, and each day grew busier than the last. Kiki shook her head and pursed her lips, then peered at the door to make sure no one else was coming in. When she was satisfied, she looked over at Greer. She bit her lip and leaned in. I'm having some misgivings, she whispered. Uh-oh, Greer's heart sank. Kiki was the most sensible and easygoing of the triplets. If she had cold feet, who knew what the other two were thinking? Lots of brides tended to panic before the wedding, so that wasn't so unusual. Greer handled that all the time. But this was a different kind of wedding, and Kiki only had a 1 in 3 chance of actually becoming the bride. She was right to have misgivings, because one girl would end up married to Greer's father, and the other two would just be dragged through the mud. Knowing Stein as she did, she doubted he'd give up his other 2 girlfriends just because one was now a wife. It wasn't an ideal situation for any of the girls, but she'd assumed that they'd thought things through. Guess not. What do you mean, misgivings? Kiki's expression was troubled. She picked up a pen and a pad of paper and began to doodle on it slowly. Doodle. It's not that there's a problem, really. The dresses are nice. I'm really happy with how things are turning out. It's classy, just like you said it would be. Her smile was polite. I'm worried. Do you not want to marry Stein? She thought for a moment and then shrugged. It's not that he's a bad guy. I really like Stein, and I like living here. She gestured at the room, indicating the Dutchman castle. It's just that I never really imagined it to be permanent, if that makes sense. And now there's a chance for it to be permanent, and, well... Her lower lip trembled. If I win, that means my sisters lose. Greer nodded sympathetically. It's hard, I know. The entire situation is... unique. It's awful, Kiki said bluntly. He's pitting me and Bunny and Tiffy against each other, and not telling us which one he's going to marry. We've been tiptoeing on eggshells for the last month, worried about saying the wrong thing and killing our chances at the altar. It's hell. Poor Bunny's so stressed out she's been doing yoga 3 times a day, and Tiffy keeps buying stuff to distract herself. She's turning into a hoarder. And you? Greer asked, curious. Kiki licked her lips and looked away. Tell me, are you sleeping with Asher? The conversation change was startling. Greer blinked and then adjusted her glasses. Of course not, she lied. We're just working together on the wedding. I won't say anything, Kiki said. I know something's up. I've seen the way he looks at you. I guess that's one of the reasons I'm freaking out. I wish Stein would look at me like that. Or one of my sisters like that. Then I'd feel better about the whole thing. How does Asher look at me? Kiki's expression grew wistful. Like you're the best thing in the world, and he'd do anything to have you. Oh. Greer's stomach fluttered, and she felt her nipples tighten imperceptibly at the thought of Asher's possessive glances. Others had noticed? She wasn't sure how she felt about that, but it wasn't making her unhappy. And what did that say about her? Flustered, Greer pulled out her seating chart and tipped it towards Kiki. There's nothing going on, I promise. And as for your feelings, lots of brides get nervous before their wedding. You have a more unconventional wedding, so your nerves are going to be a little stronger than most. You think so? Oh, poor Kiki. She sounded so sad.
But what could Greer do? Tell her not to marry Stein? Not only would she be working against her father, the father she'd always desperately wanted to impress, but she'd be torpedoing her own wedding that she'd spent so much time organizing. And brides did have cold feet, and often changed their minds a dozen times before still showing up at the altar, all smiles. Most of the time, the panic was for nothing. Most of the time. I know so, Greer assured Kiki. It's all going to be fine. Gretchen. So, we're besties, right? Greer. Of course. Gretchen. Can I be your date to your dad's wedding? Greer. You want to go to my dad's wedding? Gretchen. Hell yeah. Gretchen. It's going to be a train wreck. Gretchen. I shouldn't have said that. Gretchen. I'm sure it's going to be a very nice wedding, but dude, I want front row seats for the bridal roulette. Gretchen. Greer, hello? Gretchen. Oh, come on. You know I'm just teasing you. We're still friends, right? Love you. Kisses. Can a girl help it if she wants tickets to the craziest wedding of the century? Greer. I'm not getting you tickets. There's no tickets. It's a wedding. Gretchen. Damn. Chelsea. Hey, so this is weird, but Gretchen wanted me to ask you something about the wedding. Greer. Not you too? Chelsea. Not me what? Greer. Oh, you mean Gretchen's wedding? Sorry, I'm getting my weddings mixed up. What's up? Chelsea. She wanted to know if she could get tickets, and if it would be tacky to place a bet on which bride because it's in Vegas. Greer. Tell her she is dead to me. Chelsea. Smiley face. Her friends were jerks. Funny, but still jerks. Actually, okay, they weren't jerks. It wasn't their fault she was totally stressing and losing her mind over this wedding. Greer peeked out the window in her room and frowned at the line of cars parked outside the gates. Already the paparazzi were showing up, and the wedding still wasn't for 2 days yet. All afternoon, a helicopter had been flying overhead, and every time she left, she was trailed by someone following her, desperate to get details of the wedding. She'd known it'd be a media frenzy, but she'd had no idea it'd be this crazy. Her father's wedding seemed to have captured the attention of the celebrity-loving tabloids. There wasn't a day that went by that some new magazine didn't have a new lurid tidbit about the wedding, or bridal confessions, or anything else to catch the public's eye. 2 of the triplets were eating up the attention. Kiki just seemed more tense as time went on. Her father? Her father was extremely pleased. He didn't give 2 shits about the wedding itself, but the attention it was getting? He loved it, because it was good for business. Already he was planning a honeymoon issue of Dutchman magazine and some video sales. Of what, she had no clue, nor did she want to know. And Greer? Well, other than being utterly stressed by the pending wedding, she was happier than she'd ever been. Being with Asher was just as she'd dreamed it. No, better, because she'd never imagined she could be so happy. When they weren't together, they were constantly texting or sending silly notes to each other. When she had free time, and sometimes when she didn't, he'd swing by the castle and pick her up, so she could enjoy a nice quiet dinner somewhere. Most of the time it was back at his hotel room. And they practiced. A lot. God, did they ever practice. They'd practiced so much that Greer's head felt as if it were in a permanent fog of bliss. The sex was incredible. Granted, her standards had been pretty low when she'd agreed to the deal they'd made, but the reality kind of blew her mind. He insisted on making her come more times than once each time he had her in his bed, and one night
he'd held his promise about licking her pussy for hours. Yeah, that had been a really good night. It was more than just sex, too. It was the way he touched her and held her. It was the way he talked to her about his day and asked for her advice on his business, as if she knew anything about outsourcing. But she liked that he asked her anyway. It meant that he valued her opinion. Asher had proven to be sensible when it came to the wedding, too. Whenever the triplets thought up something new they wanted, he sensibly talked them into a much easier alternative, or out of the idea altogether. He was at every wedding meeting she conducted, and even though Bunny had done her best to flirt with him the entire time, he only had eyes for Greer. So, yeah, getting knocked up by a drunken man at a party, it might have been the best thing that had ever happened to Greer. She touched her stomach as she considered that, reviewing the endlessly changing placard of seating arrangements. Tiffy had shown up this morning with a laundry list of people she wanted out of the wedding and new people she wanted in, and expected Greer to make it happen. She was doing her best, but it meant rearranging a lot of the seating. She couldn't have the mayor of Las Vegas sitting next to the head of a pornography video company, could she? Or did it depend on if they brought wives? Most of the etiquette books didn't give examples for that sort of thing, alas. The baby. Okay, so the baby was awesome, but it was also a real kink in the situation with Asher. Sometimes when she was lying in bed with him, she wondered why he was suddenly so interested in her. She worried it might be the baby. But if that was the case, why had he signed his rights away? The paperwork was done and filed with her lawyer. The paperwork bothered her, too. It didn't seem right to force Asher to give up his child. If he wanted to be in the baby's life, did she have a right to prevent it? Did she even want to? If her baby had a chance of a loving father, how could she possibly say no after her cold, mostly forgotten upbringing? It worried her. She wanted the best for her baby, and what if the best was two parents? I swear, I'm trying to think of you and not what I want, she told it silently. Just because I was mad at Asher, you shouldn't be forced to be fatherless. She wasn't even mad anymore. Did that evening in the garden still hurt her? Of course. But he'd sure made it clear that her pleasure in bed was his priority. She was willing to forgive, and he'd been so attentive and loving over the last few weeks. It was almost like they were a real couple. She just really wasn't sure what they were. Friends with benefits and a baby on the way? What happened after the wedding? What then? She was afraid to ask. Such a serious look on your face, called a familiar voice from the doorway. She looked up and smiled at Asher. Just planning some wedding stuff, she lied. Her brain should have been fully in wedding mode, but she couldn't stop thinking about him and the baby and how their puzzle pieces fit together. Did you finish your to-do list? Mostly. Mostly? The wedding is in 2 days, Ash. What have you forgotten? Your suit? Is your suit not ready because— The suit's fine, he told her, striding into the room. No one else was around, and so instead of sitting down at the large castle table, he came to her side and leaned against it, his leg inches from her hand. You look tired. I'm not tired. It's just busy right now. Actually, I'm probably going to be busy up until they leave for their honeymoon. She'd booked 4 tickets just in case her father wanted to bring the trio with him. That means there's probably not much time for— Playtime, he supplied. He reached out and tugged a lock of hair free from where she'd tucked it behind her ear. Is this you letting me down gently, sweetheart?
No, not at all. I need to focus for the next few days. That means I can't stay at your place tonight. Mostly because she tended to let him distract her away from any work she should have been doing, and when she spent the night, she tended to sleep late. Real late. I'm sorry. We need to focus. Everything has to go off without a hitch or I'll never hear the end of it. Of course, he murmured, rubbing the lock of hair between his fingers. He certainly knew how to be distracting. What did you say you haven't finished on your list yet? I'm just struggling with the whole best man speech part. Because my father's not given to sentiment? She could understand that. Stan was a hard man to like at times. Filling a speech with his greater qualities might not be the easiest of tasks. Something like that. Just keep it brief and clever, and I'm sure it'll be fine. She stacked her charts. You can always practice it on me. He chuckled, and she realized what she'd said too late. Why, Greer, are you telling me that I need to practice my oral skills? He leaned in and tugged her hair free of the clip she wore. He'd gotten really good at releasing her hair, and every time he did, it led to sex. Her entire body flushed with arousal at the thought. God, what was it about being around this man that made her seem like she was a horny teenager ready to have sex at the slightest suggestion? And why did she love it so much? She bit her lip and peeked up at him. Now that you mention it... Her finger went to his slacks, and she idly traced a fingertip along the front pleat. You have needed a lot of practice lately. Woman, he growled low in his throat. Where's your room? I'll show you, Greer breathed. She clutched the charts to her chest to hide her hard nipples and got to her feet. Follow me. I'm all yours. She took his hand and led him down one of the back halls of the castle, towards the staff quarters. Luckily, they didn't run into anyone, or Greer would have been embarrassed at being caught in a booty call. She got to her room and opened the door, then shoved him inside. She followed him in a second later and locked the door. His body was stiff, anger on his face. You're kidding me, right? She glanced around. Bed made, computer on desk, clothes in suitcase still neatly stored on suitcase rack. This is your fucking room? Asher turned and glared at her. Your father lives in a damn castle with 3 blonde nitwits, and he keeps you with the staff in this hole? He gestured at the small bedroom. You don't even have a full-sized bed. I've seen car seats bigger than that bed. She wasn't going to argue over this. Flustered, Greer ran her hands through her hair, smoothing it. I'm only here temporarily, and my original room was on the 2nd floor with the rest of the girlfriends, but people kept wandering in when I was trying to sleep. My father's guests are often drunk, and I didn't feel safe. I like it here. It's cozy and out of the way. Asher just shook his head. He's fucking ignoring you. I'm starting to hate the man. Well, save that for after the wedding, perhaps, or it might make your best man speech awkward. She moved toward him and tugged him toward the bed. There's still plenty of room here to practice, if you ask me. I just don't get your father, he growled, even as he allowed her to pull him down onto the mattress. You're the best thing he has in his life, and he's throwing away your relationship. Ash, we've never really had a relationship. Vader doesn't know how to care for people. I accepted it long ago. Well, mostly. The child inside her still yearned for birthday to-dos and a father that remembered she existed. He's your father. It should mean something to him, damn it. He leaned in and kissed her fiercely. You matter. I don't care what he thinks. You matter. His passionate words made her heart thump wildly. Of course it mattered. Asher had grown up in foster care, and in his own words had escaped as fast as he could. To him, parents were important because he'd never truly felt as if he'd had any. She'd had 2 messes and grown up being all she needed for herself. Maybe that was why she'd insisted she could do this on her own. But now, it felt wrong. She was going to talk to her lawyer in the morning, get the contract changed. If Asher wanted to be in the baby's life, in whatever capacity, she'd welcome it. No more revenge or making plans out of anger. There were 3 lives affected by the baby, and he deserved a say. "You look so serious," Asher said, cupping her face in his hands. "I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings with what I said about your father. He's not a complete dick. Actually, I can't even say that. I know he's a complete dick." Greer chuckled and began to unbutton Asher's shirt. "I know he is, and I'm not upset. I was just thinking." "About what?" "About how I should get some practice, too." She wet her lips and gave him her most distracting look. "I mean, I think you've got a few things down pat, but I'm pretty sure I could use a little experience of my own." And she kept unbuttoning and continued to his pants when she was done with his shirt. His eyes watched her hotly. "You want to do that?" Of course she did. He was incredibly sexy, and she loved touching him. She grew bolder with every time they had sex, but this was the first time she'd been bold enough to ask to do this. He'd spent endless hours lavishing attention on her body. Now she wanted to play a little with him. "Do you mind?" Asher chuckled. "Asking if I mind if you give me a blowjob is like asking if I mind if you give me $1 million. She wiggled her eyebrows at him and slid off the side of the bed onto the floor, where she knelt on the worn throw rug. $1 million blowjob coming right up. Well, actually, since I'll be practicing, it'll be more like a $1.50 blowjob. If you're doing it, it's priceless." She looked up to tease him at the words, and then realized he was utterly serious. Oh, a rush of affection surged through her, and Greer smiled up at him. Just when she thought she knew the man, he blew her away with a quiet statement. She wanted to make this good for him. All right, all those years of reading Cosmo magazines had to be good for something. She knew the basics, just lacked practical application. No teeth, lots of licking and sucking, and the occasional nut jiggle. She could do this. Greer carefully unzipped his pants and pulled the fabric aside. His cock was already straining against his boxers, forming a tent in the fabric. "Poor thing," she murmured, "all trapped and just wants out." "Are you being playful?" Asher asked, his voice incredulous. "Fuck, that's so hot." His hand went to her hair, and she thought he was going to stroke it, but he knotted his fingers in a fistful of it instead, holding her head. "You are the sexiest thing I have ever seen, Greer. You know that, right?" "I do." He told her constantly, repeatedly. Either he really did think she was sexy, which was nice for the ego, or he just liked to pile on the lies. She preferred to think it was the former. Smiling, she pulled down his boxers carefully and freed his shaft. His cock was interesting. She'd seen porn on the internet, who hadn't, and thought she'd seen her share of dicks. They weren't the best-looking of features, really. But there was something about Asher's that she found incredibly appealing. His skin was smooth, the head thick and mushroom-like at the top. He was long and slightly curved, and there was a thick vein on the underside that she wanted to touch and see if he was sensitive. Really, she just wanted to play with all of him. And this was her chance. With a quick glance up at him, she curled her hands around his shaft. He felt thick and heavy in her hands, and the skin here felt warmer than the rest of her body. Softer, too, even though it covered something incredibly hard. She traced a finger around the head, then trailed along his shaft. "I'm going to put my mouth on you." "I'm totally fine with that." His hand tightened in her hair. "More than fine. In fact, I'm going to have to demand it." "No need to demand." She curled her fingers around his shaft and parted her lips, letting her mouth descend. The first taste of him burst on her lips as tart and salty. It was shocking, really, but curious. She wanted more, and she flicked her tongue over the pre-cum, lapping it up. At his groan of encouragement, she grew bolder. Her tongue explored more skin, and her hand caressed his shaft and even down to his sack, experimenting with touches. He made more sounds when she toyed with the head, so she spent a lot of time caressing and licking it, coming up with new ways to try and please him. "Suck me," he murmured after a moment. "Take me in your mouth and suck." Oh, right. She'd gotten so distracted with the velvety texture of his skin and licking him that she'd forgotten about the other part of the blowjob. Eager to please, she slid the length of him onto her tongue and closed her lips, sucking hard. His mutter expletive was exceedingly gratifying. She could do more. She did. She took him deeper, working him with her mouth and her tongue until his shaft was stroking into her mouth as if he was fucking it. Most of the movement was hers, but she found that his hips were moving in subtle little motions as if it were impossible for him to stay still. She tried to take all of him into her mouth and down her throat a bit, but only succeeded in triggering her gag reflex. She released him with a cough. "Sorry." "Don't apologize. That's fucking hot, sweetheart." Okay. She went back to lavishing attention on his cock, happy that her efforts were pleasing to him. Her tongue glided up and down his length, and she stroked him with her hand, trying to figure out the magic combination that would push him over the edge and make him come. Touching him like this was arousing to her, too. She wanted to do more than arouse him, though. She wanted to make him utterly crazy. What could she do? Her hand brushed over his balls, but she didn't have enough experience to tell which touches there were the right kind, so she tried a different tactic. Dirty talk. After all, he liked it when he talked dirty to her, and it made her all kinds of turned on. She figured it was the same for him. So she traced her fingers over the head of his cock. "You're so big and hard, Asher. I don't think I can fit all of you in my mouth." And she demonstrated by trying to deep-throat him and failing. She returned to licking every inch of skin that she could. Too thick, too delicious. "Oh, fuck. Are you dirty talking to me, Greer?" She dragged her tongue over the head of his cock. "Maybe." In the next moment, she was on the bed on her back, and he was between her legs. His body covered hers with a speed that was astounding. He gave her a fierce kiss, and then thrust hard into her. Her smothered laugh turned into a cry of pleasure as she held on to him for dear life as he pounded away into her. A moment later, she'd come, raking her nails up and down his back and hissing out his name between her teeth. He came too, but a lot noisier than her. And then, when he'd collapsed on top of her in that delicious way, he pressed a kiss to her cheek and then her neck. Dirty talk. Hot damn. I love you, Greer. She said nothing, just stroked his back. She was pretty sure the words were nothing, just sweet utterances muttered after an orgasm. But they were still nice to hear, and it made her even more resolved. Tomorrow, she was going to call her lawyer and fix things, because she was pretty sure she was in love with Asher. Again. Chapter 12. Mr. Sprigham, please, Greer said into the phone and shifted in her seat near the dressing room. It's Miss Chada Jansen, and I need to discuss a contract with him quite urgently. Everything all right? Kiki called out. Just fine, Greer told her. Make sure that you're pinned in all the right spots. They were back at the dressmaker, with Bunny, Tiffy, and Kiki being fitted one last time for their wedding gowns, since the wedding was tomorrow. They'd all three decided on the same gown, a bodice gown with a sweetheart neckline and sweeping satin skirts. The trains were dip-dyed a pale version of each girl's signature color, so the audience would know who was going down the aisle. The bodices were encrusted with rhinestones, and the bouquets would also match the color of the triplet. Kiki fidgeted with her veil and frowned in the mirror, gazing at Greer. More cold feet? She didn't have time to ask. A voice answered on the other end of the phone. Sprigham speaking. Richard? Hello, it's Greer. Do you remember the parental rights contract we worked on a few weeks ago? I've changed my mind about it. To her surprise, the lawyer snorted into the phone. Greer frowned. Richard? Sorry. Go on. Why did he sound amused? I've just been having second thoughts. I don't think it's something I should force him into. I see. Why did this conversation feel so bizarre? I'd like you to contact Mr. Sutton's lawyer and see what we can do to cancel things. I do hope it won't be an issue. Oh, I can assure you that it won't. His dry tone was unmistakably snarky. Greer had had enough. All right, what's going on? Is this a joke, Miss Chada Jansen? I can't imagine that it is, but I have to ask. Why would it be a joke? Because the entire thing's been a clown show from the start. Sprigham's dry voice sounded more irritated than amused now. First, they had the nerve to send over that contract with all the holes in it. Big loopholes, I might add, and none in your favor. She frowned. I don't understand. Well, I fixed it because that's my job. I ensured your end is ironclad and had the documents couriered over. They lost them. Twice. His office is either extremely incompetent or the courier is. When she was silent, he continued. I inquired about the contract last week, and do you know what his lawyer suggested? Her stomach was twisting into worried knots. No, what? That I let him know how much I'd be willing to take to overlook a few clauses. Again, clauses not in your favor. She gasped. My thoughts exactly, her lawyer said dryly. And when I said that what he was suggesting was illegal, he said I'd heard him wrong, and the contract would be on my desk in a few days. Guess what? It's still not there? She felt sick. Bingo. What does it mean? It means that whoever you are determined to keep from having parental rights from this baby is equally as determined to try and weasel their way out of things. And now you're calling me and asking me to forget it? I just find that awfully convenient. She did too. Her stomach clenched in misery. Something about this wasn't adding up. Asher hadn't mentioned anything with the contracts, and he was careful not to mention the baby. Unless he was planning on doing something awful? Surely not. This all had to be a misunderstanding. "Let's put it on a back burner for now," she told Springham. "I'll make a few calls and find out what's going on. Keep me posted." She hung up, staring at her phone. Asher's latest text showed on the screen. Asher: "Hey, baby, do you and my baby feel like having seafood tonight? I can make reservations at this sweet little place I think you'll like. Let me know. I know you're busy, but I'm determined to kidnap you and practice my way with you." Smiley face. That did not sound like the text of a man about to screw her out of parental rights. She didn't understand. "It's awful!" one of the triplets wailed, diverting her attention. Distracted, Greer looked up to see Bunny pouting at her reflection. Her breasts were overflowing the cups of the gown's bodice. "I can't go down the aisle looking like this." "Then you shouldn't have been eating so much coconut ice cream," Tiffy said, turning and admiring her butt in the mirror, oblivious to the dressmaker trying to pin things in place. Greer tucked the phone into a pocket and got to her feet. Her own problems would have to wait a bit longer. "This is why we're here," she soothed the distraught bride. "So last-minute things can be fixed. What if we added a ruffle of lace to the top?" The dressmakers got to work, and Greer didn't get a chance to think about the lawyers or Asher for the rest of the afternoon. The girls insisted on last-minute changes to all 3 dresses, and Greer ran interference between the triplets and the dressmakers, all of whom were stressed. By the time she got into the back of the Dutchman sedan with Kiki, she wanted nothing more than a hot bath and to be left alone. The moment the car pulled up to the driveway, though, her phone buzzed with an incoming text. Asher again. "Asher, they must be keeping you hopping. How about I grab some takeout and head over there? Or do you want to meet here for more privacy? Let me know. I'll wait on you." Troubled, she thought about Springham's words earlier. The contract Asher's lawyer wanted her to sign was a terrible one, and now that they had modified it, the correct contract kept disappearing. And bribery? It was too much to be believed. Except Asher's strange little deal with her to spend time together for the next month to practice sex. It was clear the man didn't need an ounce of practice, and she'd happily gone along with it because she thought she got what she wanted out of the situation. In other words, him. Something wasn't adding up, though, and she couldn't figure it out. She didn't text Asher back, not yet. She needed to turn things over in her mind for a little longer, to mull on the situation, to come to a logical conclusion, because nothing so far seemed logical in the slightest. Greer headed up the stairs to her room, and her phone buzzed yet again. "Vater, my office, please." Her father? What now? Quelling the guilty feeling in her stomach, why did it feel like a trip to the principal's office? She'd done nothing wrong. Greer turned around and headed back downstairs to her father's study. He looked up as she entered, frowning. "Shut the door behind you." She did, and then sat down across from him. Is everything all right? Was he getting cold feet now, too? Stein narrowed his eyes at Greer. "I hear Bunny is too fat for her dress." Good Lord, was this what he was worried about? "We added a concealing ruffle to the top of her gown, and she's fine. This is why last-minute alterations are necessary." "I hired you to keep things running smoothly, Greer. Why did you let one of my brides put on weight?" Taken aback, she was silent. He wasn't serious, was he? "She's an adult, Vater. I didn't watch what she ate. I assumed she was old enough to feed herself." "Well, you assumed incorrectly." He flipped a page of one of the magazine proofs spread out on his desk. "Tell her to fast until the wedding." With so much going on? "I'm not sure that's a good idea." He waved a hand. "We have the girls in the magazine do it all the time. If she wants to have a chance to marry me, she'll fast." There was so much about that statement that bothered her. One thing in particular stuck out, though. "You haven't decided which one you're going to marry yet, Vater?" The sound he made was derisive. "Does it matter?" Well, she imagined it mattered quite a bit to the girls. "I think it does. Do you love them?" He gave her a dismissive look. "As long as they're not fucking that asshole best man, I don't care what they do." Asshole best man? Asher? You don't like Asher? I don't understand. Did you two have a falling out? We never had a falling in. He frowned at a proof and picked up a magnifying glass, leaning over the picture. Then he offered it to Greer. Do you think her labia should be photoshopped? Like she cared? Why is Asher your best man if you hate him? Her father nudged the picture at her again. This is important, Greer. What do you think of this woman's genitals? She wasn't going to get an answer until she gave him what she wanted, was she? She looked down at the picture. She's fine. I think I'll have them photoshopped anyhow, just to be safe. Asher? Stein turned another page. Asher, Greer repeated. Why is he your best man? Stein glanced up at her briefly, then went back to the pictures. It was part of our deal. Your deal? What deal? What on earth was going on? He put down the magnifying glass and gave her an exasperated look. Greer, I'm very busy right now. She slapped a hand over the pictures, covering them. Tell me what deal you had right now, or I'm walking out that door and not coming back. Stein gave her a cold look and pried her fingers off the glossy page. No need to be dramatic. We made a business deal, he and I. He is going to give Dutchman magazine an influx of cash, and in exchange, I'm going to allow him to be my best man. That was the most nonsensical thing she'd ever heard. Why does he want to be your best man? Ask him. The wedding was his idea. Alarm bells sounded somewhere in the back of her mind. Wait, what? You didn't want to get married? If I didn't want to marry your mother, why would I want to marry one of those interchangeable idiots? I don't know, she stammered, and they're not... Look, Greer. Her father took on the patient tone that she'd heard him use when business dealings weren't going his way. Sutton offered me the money if I would put on a fake wedding for him. It's been a great idea, and we both get what we want. And what is it you both want? She wanted to hear him say it, to see if it sounded as terrible aloud as it did in her mind. Stein sat back in his chair. I wanted to save Dutchman. It's very difficult being a paper magazine in these digital times, Greer. I needed the money to make new investments, but I don't even know if those will be necessary. The wedding with the girls has brought new attention to the company. As for what he wanted, her father shrugged. I suppose he wanted to put on this ridiculous wedding so he'd have a chance to be close to you. It had been what she suspected, but hearing it said aloud somehow made it 10 times worse. Her father had zero respect for any of the 3 girls he was lining up to marry, nor had he bothered to tell Greer that the wedding was a sham, and that she'd be working her ass off for nothing. Not for nothing, a cynical voice said in her mind. You gave Asher exactly what he wanted. She had. She'd eagerly jumped into his bed, and now he was trying to get his hooks in her baby. And she was an idiot, because being around him for a few weeks and being romanced, she'd fallen for all of it. The betrayal hurt, and it hurt worse than the time in the gardens, because she'd let her guard down again. She'd known he'd hurt her in the past, and she was still willing to give him another shot, to let him be the man she'd always wanted him to be, to prove to her that he could love her, because she wanted it so desperately. "Hot damn, I love you, Greer." He'd whispered that to her just last night. How could she trust anything he said? The lies were just cascading around her left and right. She got to her feet, feeling shaky. "Tell Bunny I want her fasting starting now." He picked up his magnifying glass and peered at the photo proofs again. Greer stared down at her father. Did he not care that she'd been manipulated? That she'd been working night and day on the wedding that was nothing but a stunt? And no one had bothered to tell her it was a stunt? Did he even care about her at all? "You tell her," Greer said softly. "I quit." "You can't quit." He didn't look up from the proofs. "I just did. You lied to me. I'm very upset, Vader." Her voice was calm, but her hands were clenched at her sides to stop them from shaking. She was so upset she wanted to cry, and throw things, and maybe throw up. "I'm quitting. You can finish planning your wedding yourself, since it's all fake." Stein looked up, real panic on his face. "You can't quit, Greer. We've 2 days before the wedding." She paused. He really did look upset, but she had to ask, "Are you upset because I'm unhappy? Or are you upset because I'm quitting?" He hesitated. That little hesitation was all it took. Fuck you! Fuck you for not respecting me or my time, and fuck you for not respecting those girls you're dangling the marriage carrot in front of. They're people, Vader. They're people, and they deserve to be treated like people, so fuck you. I'm done here. She turned and stormed out of his office, stormed up the stairs, stormed into her room, threw her clothes into her suitcase and shoved all of her things into it as quickly as she could. She was leaving Vegas, leaving Asher and his games behind, leaving Kiki and Bunny and Tiffy and her father to do whatever the hell they wanted to. If they wanted to get married still, she wanted no part in any of it. She felt so used, like less than a person, completely unimportant. Greer had realized, staring into her father's face, that he didn't care about her. To him, she was like one of the triplets, disposable and convenient. It didn't matter that she was his only daughter, and that he should have loved her. He didn't know how to love anyone. But she'd known all her life that Stein was at heart an asshole. To have it confirmed hurt, but it wasn't surprising. Asher's betrayals had gutted her, though. She didn't know why he'd choose to manipulate and use her, but she guessed it had to do with the baby. Aching hurt bloomed through her chest, and she wheeled her suitcase down the steps, letting it thump on the hardwood. Every thump was like a fuck you to the world. Fuck you to her father. Fuck you to the wedding. Fuck you to Asher. Fuck you, Asher. Fuck you. By the time she got to the bottom of the stairs, someone had come out of the kitchen to see what was going on. Marta stood there, wiping her hands, concerned on her lined face. "Mija, what's wrong? Why are you leaving?" Greer tried to think of a nice, calm answer. She stood in the hallway and thought, and her lower lip pushed out and trembled, and then she was crying. "My poor mamacita." Marta enfolded Greer in her arms and led her to the kitchen, rubbing her back. "You come sit with me and tell me all about it." Something was wrong. Asher had texted Greer all night, only to get no response. He'd known she was busy, but she normally made time for his texts, taking a few moments here and there to send him sweet, funny notes throughout the day. Today had been nothing but silence, and it worried him. Was she sick? Was the baby okay? As long as Greer was okay, he could handle anything, even if she'd miscarried. It would destroy him, but he loved her too much to let her go. His hands clenched on the steering wheel as he drove up to the Dutchman castle. Just let Greer be all right. Nothing else matters. Greer's practical little rental wasn't in the driveway. That wasn't surprising, but it sent a shiver down his spine anyhow. He went to the front door and banged on it a few times. He could hear voices inside and chaos. Someone was sobbing. Someone else sounded as if they were screaming. It made his heart feel as if it were encased with ice. Something was really wrong. When no one opened the fucking front door, he jiggled the lock until it opened and let himself in. "Hello?" he called, storming into the house. There were boxes everywhere, and folding tables lined the foyer, and every inch of wall space. The crying was coming from the dining room, where Greer normally held her meetings, and he headed that way. Just let Greer be all right. Inside the dining hall, he saw the triplets and a few other people he didn't recognize. The long table they normally sat at was trashed, every inch of it covered in papers and what looked like the remains of a bridesmaid's gown. An older woman in an apron stood hugging one of the girls as she sobbed into her shoulder. Asher stared at the chaos. "Where's Greer? Is she all right?" Someone started crying harder again. The others were silent. "Where is she?" He clenched the back of the chair in front of him to keep from flinging it at someone's head. "Tell me she's all right." "She quit," one of the blonde triplets sobbed. "She quit and we're getting married in 2 days." "And my bridesmaids' gowns are ugly," wailed another. "How can they go down the aisle looking like big purple idiots?" She ripped at one of the sleeves on the dress spread on the table. "And I don't know who to call to fix it." "She quit?" he repeated. Please, God, let that be the only problem. Let her be safe and healthy. She's all right? She left, the woman in the apron spoke up. She gave Asher a judgmental look. She packed her things and went home to New York this afternoon. What? Why? The woman's eyes narrowed. Because you lied to her. Greer went off the grid for the next 2 days. No television, no internet, no email. She'd left instructions at the front desk of her building that no one was to be let in to see her. Her phone was turned to silent, and her texts were muted. She didn't want to hear a thing about the wedding. She didn't want to know if it was canceled or if it had gone off. She didn't want to know which of the triplets he'd married. She didn't want to hear a single solitary thing about her father or his best man. Instead, she went to the corner store, bought all the Ben & Jerry's ice cream and potato chips they had, and sat on her couch and watched Netflix. She watched every episode of Outlander. She watched all 6 seasons of Breaking Bad. She ate all the chips and most of the ice cream. She might also have puked all the chips and most of the ice cream, but it didn't matter. What did it matter when no one in the world loved you? She slept on her sofa and cried herself to sleep each night, feeling unloved, alone, and miserable. Asher had lied to her and was using her to get to the baby. He didn't love her. He didn't want her. All those sweet things he'd whispered, all the times he'd touched her, lies, all of them. The day after the wedding, she ran out of food. She splashed cold water on her face, ran a comb through her snarled hair, and changed out of her ratty depression pajamas and into her favorite jeans and t-shirt. And then grew even more depressed when they were too tight. Her body was changing, and the reminder of it was a good thing, she supposed. It was time to get her head out of the sand and time to move on. The first order of business? She looked around her small apartment, now messy with empty ice cream containers, discarded chip bags, and a nest of blankets on her couch. She needed a new place, someplace with enough room for a baby. Maybe she'd call Hunter and have him set up arrangements with one of his real estate agents to help her search. Maybe near the park. She liked the park. Greer picked up her phone. The screen rolled with dozens of text messages. She deliberately ignored them, swiping right without reading a single one. She didn't want to know, didn't care. She started to dial Gretchen's number, and then hung up. Maybe Chelsea or Taylor, her other friends in the city. But she hung up on those before the call could go through. If she talked to them, they'd want to know what was going on with the wedding. By now, they would have heard that either the wedding had gone off or it hadn't. And Greer didn't want to explain why she didn't know anything about it and why she'd left. Maybe she'd go to the park and walk instead, clear her head. She grabbed her keys and her purse and headed out the door. In the lobby of the building, she smiled at the doorman, Clark. He nodded over at one of the couches in the waiting area, and she looked over. A blonde was there, her legs curled under her body, a bright blue workout bag clutched in her lap. Tears streaked the makeup on her face, and she sniffed loudly. Oh, no. Greer stared. That blue bag? Blue was Kiki, but Kiki was the sensible one, wasn't she? Kiki? The blonde's head whipped around, and she lit up at the sight of Greer. You're here! Then she burst into new tears, grabbing tissue out of the box on the table. Hi, she said, and then began to bawl even louder. Oh, crap. Greer delicately sat down on the lobby sofa next to Kiki. What are you doing here? You're not in Vegas? Kiki shook her head, her shoulders moving with suppressed sobs. Poor Kiki. If she was here, then... Which sister was it, Tiffy or Bunny? She reached out and touched Kiki's knee sympathetically. All of the triplets were sweet, if flighty, but she liked Kiki the best. I don't know, Kiki wailed. I left too, and I don't have anywhere to go. Her bawling reached new heights, and she mashed the tissue against her eyes. So I came here, but they wouldn't let me see you, and I've been here for hours and hours. Greer bit her lip and cast a sympathetic look at the front desk. He gave her an aggrieved nod as if to say, Yup, hours and hours. You want to come upstairs and have some tea, Kiki? We can talk there. The crying woman nodded and got to her feet, clutching her bag to her chest. Greer led her to the elevator and then back up to the apartment she'd so recently escaped from. I'm sorry, it's a bit of a mess, Greer said. I've been having a hard time, too. Kiki nodded, wiping her nose with a ball of Kleenex. I'm glad you did. When you left, I realized that I could too. She gave Greer a miserable look. I felt trapped. I didn't know how to get out, so I just ran. I was worried he was going to pick me, you know? And then I was worried he wouldn't. She swiped at new tears. Greer picked up her blankets from the couch and moved them aside, then handed Kiki her box of Kleenex. She'd needed her fair share the last few days herself. Curling up next to her on the sofa, Greer gave Kiki a sympathetic look. Did you want to marry Stein? Kiki exhaled slowly and then shook her head. I think he was fun to date at first, you know? All that money and power. But he's kind of nasty when he's mad at someone, and he would get mad all the time for no reason. I just couldn't be married to that. I don't want to be a trophy wife, you know? The other day in bed, I asked him what his plans were for his wife, whichever one of us he picked. And he said he didn't see why things had to change at all. Her face crumpled, and she started wiping at her cheeks again. That's when I knew he wasn't taking things seriously, that it wasn't going to end up being a real relationship. He doesn't want a wife or a partner. He wants someone he can occasionally fuck, hand $50, and tell her to go buy herself something pretty. She shook her head. I don't want that. What about your sisters? A small, watery laugh escaped Kiki. On that, we disagree. My sisters would be perfectly fine with just a fat wallet and a husband that doesn't care what they do. I want the fairy tale, you know? Oh, did Greer ever know? She'd wanted it too. I want what you and Asher have, Kiki continued. You guys just look so in love. It's a lie, Greer said flatly. He's just a really good pretender. He told me what I wanted to hear, and I believed it. Kiki looked up from her tissue, surprised. Really? He seems to adore you. Seemed being the operative word. A sad knot formed in Greer's throat. He was just faking it. I don't know. I've seen guys fake being interested. Your father, for one. She grew pensive. Asher just always seemed so into you, even when you hated him. I caught him looking at you with this soft look on his face, and I thought, gosh, I wish someone would look at me like that. She sighed. I'm sorry if I'm dropping my problems into your lap. It's okay. Greer reached out and squeezed Kiki's hand. Oddly enough, hearing Kiki's problems had made hers seem less significant and more confusing. She'd been wallowing and moping, terrified that Asher didn't love her. But hearing Kiki's confessions and knowing Stan Jansen like she did, she realized that Kiki was right. There was a difference between pretending to care for someone and genuinely trying to please them. And Asher? Greer was naive, but she didn't think he'd go to such lengths for her if he didn't care on some level, which just made everything that much more confusing. I'm sorry to show up on your doorstep, Kiki said with a sniff. I didn't have anywhere else to go. Of course you can stay here. I certainly don't mind. Even if it's for a few months? She twisted her hands in her lap. I was thinking about going back to school maybe. Cosmetology or cooking or something. Just something that doesn't involve marriage to someone that still wants to sleep with both my sisters after the wedding day. And she began to cry again. Greer patted her awkwardly. Kiki did have a point. What about Bunny and Tiffy? Why didn't they leave? Kiki's mouth twisted. They didn't care. To them, if Stein said he loved them, it was enough. But I know it didn't mean anything to him when he said it. They were just words, you know? Words to shut us up. Her jaw trembled. I need for love to be proven to me, you know? Anyone can say the words. I know, Greer whispered. Oh, did she ever. Chapter 13. Greer settled Kiki in her guest bedroom. The normally bubbly blonde was full of tears and misery, and by the time she'd lain down for an afternoon nap, Greer was exhausted just from trying to comfort her. With Kiki's unhappiness in the forefront, she couldn't think about her own issues, and she desperately needed to think. She wrote a quick note to Kiki, explaining that she'd gone for a walk and would be back soon, and then left. The park would have to wait for another day, but just getting out of the apartment and stretching her legs was a nice change. She walked down the block to her favorite corner store and picked up a few things she was out of, including more tissues. As she paid for the items, she saw a tabloid at the checkout stand. The Dutchman Wedding, Heaven, or Hell? Oh, good Lord, already? She hesitated, then slapped a copy of the tabloid on top of her groceries. I want that, too. 5 minutes later, she was down the street and her nose was buried in the paper. She'd said she wouldn't read the tabloids, but seeing it in front of her face had changed her mind. The bride was radiant in purple-trimmed white. Tiffy, then. She looked so happy and beautiful in the photos. There was one photo of Bunny looking sad, but in the next photo she showed off her own commitment ring that Stein had given her on the same day. Count on her father to find a way to soothe ruffled feathers without requiring more than opening his wallet. There was a small corner blurb about flowers and the catering, and how the wedding was beautiful and surprisingly elegant. Well, that was nice, she supposed, though the surprisingly thing grated on her nerves a bit. Then again, it was a wedding with a surprise bride, so maybe Greer was being too sensitive about things. Under a picture of the happy couple eating a piece of cake together, there was another large blurb. Runaways was the title, and went into detail of Kiki's flight and theorized as to why she'd left just hours before the wedding. The tabloid also mentioned that the best man was missing and speculated that possibly the two of them had run off together. Seeing as how Kiki was up in Greer's apartment, yeah, that was a big fat no. There was no mention of Greer. No mention of the hours she'd put into the wedding, the long, hard work she'd done for her father. He hadn't thanked her in his speech, instead simply gushed about his new bride. Her father was good at pretending when it came to business, and to him the wedding was nothing but business. It didn't even hurt. Well, okay, it hurt a little. Mostly, though, she found it sad. It was like Kiki had said. She needed love to be proved to her. Greer was the same way. Now that she'd had time to mentally go through some of her thoughts, she knew the situation wasn't the same as her father's pretending. There was more to her and Asher, but what it was, she didn't know. He'd told her he loved her. But he'd also tried to get her to sign a bad contract. He'd set up a sham wedding to spend time with her. But most of the time was spent pleasuring her and making her happy. After all, she realized, she'd seen Asher at his worst that night at Gretchen's party. He didn't have to try if he just wanted to get laid. Like her father, he could snap his fingers and pretty women would come running just because he had money. He'd gone after Greer, pursued her. But she didn't trust him, not after what she'd found out. Love had to be proven. All right then, she'd have to figure out a way to test him. Thoughtful, Greer tucked the tabloid under her arm and continued walking. The idea hit her late that night when she was lying in bed, sad and miserable and alone. After all the nights spent in Asher's bed, it was still strange to sleep alone in her own, and she had a hard time falling asleep. She'd been thinking about Asher and how confused she was over whether or not he truly loved her like he'd said, when she'd remembered Donna. Donna of the prior relationship, betraying Donna, who'd nearly tanked his business and broke his heart in one fell swoop. Donna, the high school sweetheart, who had been Asher's only love until now. Donna of the flaming red hair and vivacious personality, who was nothing like Greer. She picked up her phone, curious. Another wave of text messages filled the screen, all from Asher. Asher, sweetheart, please call me. Asher, I'm worried about you. Asher, don't do this, Greer. Don't cut me out, please. Asher, talk to me. Let me know what's wrong. Asher, I came to your building and they won't let me in to see you. I'm calling Hunter on Monday to buy the damn building if you don't answer me soon. I'm serious, Greer. We need to talk. I need to know what's freaking you out so I can fix it. Asher, please, sweetheart, just call me. Let me know you're all right. The texts made her heart ache. She'd been doing her best not to read them over the long weekend, because reading them just reminded her of what a good thing she'd thought she'd had with Asher. For that brief, happy window of time, she'd been so happy. She'd thought that maybe, they could have a future together. Maybe they could be the little family she'd always dreamed of. Now, she didn't know what to think. Lies had been piled on top of lies, and she deserved to know the truth. Her baby deserved it too. Again, she thought of Donna. Did Donna still live in NYC? Greer couldn't remember. Her last name was a strange one, Sunshine. Greer had thought it was a silly last name, but it also made it easy to remember, and even easier to Google. She found her within moments, and paid a fee on a telephone lookup website to get her private phone number. Donna was the key to all of this, Greer realized. If she knew for sure that Asher was done with Donna and was serious about her, she could look past all the ridiculous lies and the made-up wedding. Though, really, thinking about that still made her furious. And she could at least be friends with him if she understood what he was thinking, if she could understand where he was coming from. Something, anything. She stared at Donna's phone number, hesitating over sending a text. What could she say to her that wouldn't sound like she was a crazy person? We have a mutual ex, and we need to talk because I don't know if he's my ex. Hey, did Asher ever make other people put on a fake wedding just so he could spend time with you? Did you guys ever pretend to practice sex even though he was really good at it? Anger burned in her belly, and she put the phone down. Strangely enough, the thought of Asher with Donna, Asher touching Donna, filled her with fury and jealousy. She didn't want to bring Donna back into the picture. What if she did and Asher forgot all about Greer again? But if she didn't, how could she ever be certain of anything Asher told her? His lies were mixed with his truths. Remember when you asked if I was either a liar or in love? Her heart hurt. She knew he was a liar. Why was she so determined to hope that he was also in love? Was it just the baby? Was this her trying to feather her nest? She put the phone down and closed her eyes, trying to picture Asher as a father. Every time she thought of him, though, she thought of his teasing smile, the wicked look in his eyes just when he was about to thrust into her, the way he kissed her neck, the way he held her and they just talked for hours while in bed together. It wasn't that she wanted a father for her baby. She wanted Asher for herself, always had. Maybe she always would. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Greer picked up her phone again and texted Donna before she could chicken out. Greer. Hi, Donna. It's me, Greer Chada-Jansen. I used to be one of Asher's roommates back in college. Are you still in NYC? I hope so. Can we set up a time to talk over lunch? I need a favor, and I'm hoping you'll help me. I'll make it worth your while. She met Donna at a small, anonymous coffee shop in Brooklyn the next afternoon. Well, sort of. Greer got there early and knew instantly when Donna arrived. Dressed in a cool, summery white dress that showed off every line of her body, Donna drew the attention of everyone in the cafe. Greer, on the other hand, was wearing a plain t-shirt and leggings, since her jeans were a little too tight to be comfortable this morning. Plain and boring, that was Greer. She knew it even as Donna's gaze skimmed over the cafe's customers, looking for Greer. Seriously? Did the woman not remember what she looked like? Was she truly that forgettable? Greer raised a hand into the air when Donna's gaze moved over her again without recognition. Yes, apparently she was that forgettable. Greer? Donna sauntered forward and extended her arms. Oh my goodness! When you said you and Asher had been dating, I thought you were the blonde one, not... She paused. Not the brown one? Please, sit, Greer said, determined to keep the conversation above board. She needed Donna's help, like it or not. Thank you for meeting me. I have to admit that I have an ulterior motive, Donna said, with a swing of her big, bouncy red hair. I've been trying to contact Asher for a few weeks, and I can't get a hold of him. You have? She kept her voice mild, even though her hands clenched on her cup. He's mine, she wanted to growl. You had him, and you fucked away your chances. Donna gave an aggrieved little grimace. I just moved back to the city and can't connect with him. Do you know if he's lost his phone? He didn't lose it. He's been in Vegas with me. Okay, so she felt a little catty pointing that out. She also wanted to point out that she was having the man's baby, but that would probably make Donna turn and run, and again, he needed Donna. She just had to keep reminding herself of that. Oh, Donna tilted her head. So what's this about, then? I want you to help me see if Asher's feelings for me are legitimate. Donna's eyes widened. I don't understand. I love Asher, and I thought he loved me, but now I'm not so sure. She swallowed hard, taking a moment to compose herself. It was difficult to lay herself bare like this, when everything inside her screamed for her to protect herself, protect the baby, not to let anyone know how she was feeling. She cleared her throat and continued. Asher says he cares for me. I don't know if I can trust him. I want you to meet with him and ask him to reconcile with you. I want to see his reaction. Donna's jaw dropped. You want to see if he'll try to get back together with me? Greer nodded. Throwing Donna, his first love, in his face would prove to her if he truly wanted Greer or if it was just an act to get to the baby. It was underhanded and wrong, and she didn't know what else to do. How will this work? Instead of calling her a dirty rat or threatening to call the cops on her like Greer had envisioned, Donna looked intrigued. I thought you might record him, or wear a microphone or a baby monitor, something, I don't know, something where I could hear your conversation. Greer twisted her hands in her lap. I know it sounds crazy, but I just have to be sure. And what do I tell him? Hi, Asher, I know I fucked things up between us 2 years ago, but I've turned over a new leaf? Actually, that didn't sound too bad to Greer. Whatever you need to tell him, just make it believable. It should be believable, Donna said with a sniff. Like I said, I've been trying to get in touch with him for the last week. It's funny that you should ask me to do this. She let her words trail off delicately, and a tiny smile played on her mouth. Oh no, Greer's heart sank. You want him back? I do, Donna said, and crossed her legs delicately, adjusting her skirts. Honestly, that's why I'm entertaining this. If he's with you, then I guess we're done. She shrugged. But if he has feelings for me, I'd like to know. I'd like a second chance. Because of his money or because of who he is? Greer asked flatly. Donna tilted her head and frowned at Greer. That's a crass question. It was a truthful one. Did it even matter, though? If she threw Donna at him and he chose her over Greer, then what did it matter if Donna wanted him for his money? Wouldn't he deserve that after how he'd treated Greer? But it hurt, because she still loved him despite everything. I'm sorry, Greer said, even though it galled her to apologize. I'm just touchy at the moment. It sounds like we both want the man. This is the only way to see which of us he truly wants. Do you agree? I do. Donna gave another toss of her glorious hair. Geez, the woman shook her mane more than a show pony. How had Greer not remembered that? And whoever he wants is whoever he gets. Provided he apologizes and gets his head out of his ass, yes. All right, and the other will give him up, no questions asked. Donna's smug little smile told Greer that she wasn't too worried about losing. So, how should we do this? Can I compare phone numbers with you? Like I said, I can't seem to get a hold of him lately. Sure, he's been texting me constantly for the last week. And oh, it felt good to pull out her phone and scroll through the list of endless text messages she'd gotten from Asher recently, if only to see the smug perfection on Donna's face fade a little. They set up their plan. Donna would text Asher and tell him it was regarding Greer and ask him to meet her in a public place. She'd place her phone on speakerphone so Greer could hear everything that Asher said. That was all. It seemed ridiculously simple and outrageously sneaky, and by the time Donna left, Greer was upset and unhappy and ready to throw up all the hot chai tea she'd drank at the cafe. She opted for a cab home instead of the subway and laid down in the back seat the entire time, sick to her stomach and worried about what she'd just done. Over and over, her phone buzzed with texts, and each one was like a little mental shake. What have you done? What makes you think Asher will understand what you just did? Won't he be mad? What if he hates you? What if he does want Donna back, just because you shoved her in his face and he realized how beautiful she is? Logic told her that if Asher cared for her, it wouldn't matter. Logic told her that Asher could be mad about her being sneaky, but it was just payback for him being sneaky. Logic told her a lot of things that made sense, but it didn't stop the nervous pounding in her heart, or the worry that she'd somehow fucked everything up. Was she going to end up like her mother, unloved and alone and miserable while trying to raise a child? Watching the man she loved move on to someone else? God, now she was just making herself crazy. "Here you go," the cab driver said. "Thank you," she murmured, and paid him, and went into her building. It wasn't until she got into her apartment and kicked her flats off that she dared to look at her phone. No texts from Asher. Gretchen. I'm looping all my bridesmaids in on this text conversation because I feel we should all be on the same page, and that page is the cabbage soup diet. Taylor. The cabbage soup diet? Bronte. Shakespeare says, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Gretchen, it doesn't matter what you look like. Gretchen. I'm hearing blah, blah, blah from all you normal-sized girls. Chelsea. Wait, are you telling me to diet? Seriously? Gretchen. You guys, I'm on day 3 and I've already lost 4 pounds. This is great. And no, you skinny bitches can suck it. I need to diet. I'm just sharing my joy. Audrey. Can you take me off this loop? I'm at work and I don't need my phone going off constantly. We'll email you later, sis. Kisses. Gretchen. Fine, I took her off. Doesn't anyone want to hear about the miracle of this diet? Chelsea. I assume it involved cabbages and soup? Sebastian just told me I'm not allowed, and I have a bout on Friday and need my protein, so I'm out. Gretchen. Only one day is cabbage soup. The first day is all fruit and the second is vegetables. Taylor. So why can't this be called the fruit, vegetable, and soup diet? Chelsea. More like cabbage poop diet. Taylor. Ha! Taylor. And are you really going to stay on nothing but fruits and vegetables until your wedding? Gretchen. I don't know. Greer's the bridal expert. Greer, where are you? Do you know of any good crash diets for pre-wedding bloat? Oh, God. Right now, she did not want to be talking about food or diets or even weddings. She curled up miserably on her couch and texted them back. Greer. Guys, can you take me off the loop too? I'm sorry. I'm just struggling right now. Gretchen. Oh no, what's wrong? Taylor. Do you need a drive-by delivery of pizza and or chocolate? Chelsea. Sad face. Do you need me to elbow check someone? Bronte. The antidote for 50 enemies is one friend. Gretchen. Seriously, do you have a book of these, Bron? Bronte. I'm good at memorizing. Smiley face. Gretchen. Anyhow, spill it, Greer, or you're going to have a bunch of women show up on your doorstep. Taylor. OMG, we can be her squad. Chelsea. Yes, squad goals. Greer laughed despite herself. Her friends were insane, but it felt better knowing she had a posse of people she could pour her heart out to at any time. She thought for a moment, and then texted back. Greer. You know how the whole 2 wrongs don't make a right thing exists? I just did wrong number 2, and I'm feeling terrible about it. Gretchen. Spill the beans. We need deets. Greer. It's too much to text. Let's just say that Asher bribed my dad to get him to put on a wedding so I could manage it and he could be around me. So now I'm sending his ex to spy on him and see if he wants to be with me. Greer. I guess that wasn't too much to text after all. Chelsea. You sent Donna?
Taylor. Wait, he put together the whole wedding thing just so he could be around you? Greer. Yup. Taylor. I don't know if that's sweet or crazy. Gretchen. OMG, I am so pissed at him. Does he know how much I have needed you in the last month? I am kicking his ass. I had to taste my own damn cakes. There is no cake on cabbage soup diet. Bronte. I also think it's kind of sweet. But I married a manipulator of my own, smiley face. Chelsea. Aw, I was kind of hoping Bron would have a quote about liars being great in bed or some shit. Bronte. I'm mostly familiar with the classics, and I don't think Aristotle said a lot about liars being great in bed. Taylor. Socrates? Gretchen. Can we focus on the wounded party here, i.e. me? I've been without my wedding planner for the past month because your dad's wedding is a fucking fake? Greer. It is apparently being done for publicity and the fact that Asher bribed him. Taylor. Aw, for you? Gretchen. Taylor, shut up. This is still not cute. Chelsea. So, you're throwing Donna at him? Greer. I have to know if he really wants me. Chelsea. I just worry you're going to get hurt, Greer. Greer. I'm already hurt. I just need to know if the wound is survivable. Chelsea. Sad face. Greer. I can't trust what he says, not right now. This is the only way I'll know. I give him what I think he wants the most, and if he gives it up to be with me, then I know he really wants me. Taylor. This sounds like it's going to backfire spectacularly. Greer. Yeah, it does, which is why I'm having a nervous breakdown. Taylor. That does it. I'm on my way over with pizza. Greer. Don't you have a raid or something? Chelsea. She always has a raid. Taylor. I'm making Locke play my tune. It's going to be awful, but I told him if he fucks up bad to pull the cord out of the router and pretend a power outage. Coming over with pizza. Greer smiled despite her misery. Her friends were awesome. She really was lucky to have such wonderful support. Count on them to cheer her up when she was down and have her back no matter what terribly shady things she was up to. The screen flickered and a new text rolled in. Donna. Hey, it's Donna. The plan's on. We're meeting tomorrow for lunch. He wanted me to call him tonight, but I'm keeping our agreement and insisting we meet in person. You going to be there? Oh God. This was really moving forward. Greer stared at her phone, panicking. Had he answered so fast because it was Donna, or because of Greer's name? She hoped this wasn't a mistake. It felt like a mistake, but it was too late to change course, wasn't it? She agonized for a moment and then typed her answer. Greer. I'll be there. Greer should have guessed that Donna wouldn't play fair, but it was still a little shocking to see her rival show up in a pale blue sheath dress with a low-cut V in front that showed off more cleavage than Greer owned. Her hair was even bigger today, no doubt from a salon blowout, her makeup flawless. She looked dewy and fresh, despite the summer weather. And Greer? Greer's hair was in a fat braid over one shoulder, and she wore no makeup. Her glasses were smudged and kept sliding down her nose thanks to the heat, and her tank top and capris were a hideous maternity version of sailor chic that made her look more like a dumpy prisoner than a sassy yachter. She didn't care, really. If Asher had been after looks alone, there were a million hot girls in NYC that he could have banged without following her to Vegas. It made Donna look as if she was trying too hard. That made Greer feel better. If Donna thought there was no competition, would she have gone to such lengths to get dolled up?
They were in front of the same small cafe they'd met at yesterday. It seemed like the right place to have the meeting, but to Greer's chagrin, the place was nearly empty today. She'd have to sit far in the back and Donna in the front. That meant she wouldn't get a chance to look at Asher, and for some reason, that was disappointing. "All right," Donna said, pulling a blinged-up phone out of her purse. "I'm going to put you on speaker and then put the phone on the table face down so he can't see that it's on. I'm also going to put you on mute so you can't speak up and ruin things, okay?" "That's fine. I'll wear headphones so there's no chance of him hearing noise feedback, too." She held up her earbuds, demonstrating. "I don't want him to know I'm listening." Donna nodded. "I'm warning you now, though. I want him back, and I'll do whatever it takes to get him back. So be prepared to hear some things you don't want to." Her look was confident. "I don't know that I want to hear any of this. I just know that I have to find out the truth. And if you want him so badly, why did you let him go in the first place?" "Whatever," Donna shrugged, the same unconcerned smile on her face. For a moment, Greer wanted to punch her, not for being smug, but for being such an awful person, for betraying Asher and nearly breaking him, and now deciding that she wanted her discarded toy back like some spoiled child. Whatever indeed. "Let's just plan our seating, all right, in case he shows up early?" Greer sat in a very back booth, hunching her shoulders and pulling the menu up to obscure her face. The table that Donna had chosen was directly in front by the windows. There would be no missing her, and no need to head to the back of the restaurant. Greer's chosen seat had her back to the two of them. Her phone rang, and she put in her earbuds. "Putting you on speaker," Donna murmured, and then set the phone down. Greer put her own phone dutifully on mute and listened to the soft sounds of the cafe. Napkins rustled and forks clanked against plates, but through it all she could hear the soft rustle of Donna's dress and her light, sweet humming to herself, like this was a party or a fun reunion. This wasn't fun for Greer. Her entire body was trembling with anxiety. There were so many things that could go wrong. She was spying on him like a big snoop, and she knew if he ever found out, he'd be upset. Heck, she would be if someone did this to her. It didn't matter that he'd concocted all kinds of lies to get closer to Greer and the baby. What she was doing was equally wrong, and that didn't sit well with her. Worse, what if he saw Donna and immediately fell in love all over again? Donna was beautiful, and everything Greer was not. Graceful, showy, extroverted, sophisticated. Hell, she even hummed sweetly. Greer couldn't sing for shit. She'd grown up in Titty Mag Central and knew more about nipple alignment post-boob job and asshole bleach than any human probably should. All she brought to a relationship was a fat wallet and some dubious connections. And a baby. But the baby was a question mark because she didn't know that Asher even wanted one. He didn't need her money, just like she didn't need his. As minutes ticked past, she grew increasingly nervous. A cafe employee walked past and gave her an odd look, and it made Greer worry. Should she leave? If she was on speakerphone, there was no need for her to be in the same establishment. What if he saw her sitting here and realized he was being spied on? That she was eavesdropping? Maybe she should go next door. She got to her feet, and as she did, she saw Asher enter the cafe. Oh. She quickly slid back into her seat, but not before she got a good look at him and drank in his features. God, he was gorgeous. His hair was slightly tousled and a little long, as if he hadn't had a chance to cut it. His face had looked pale and strained, and he hadn't shaved. His suit was immaculate, but she didn't care about that. Asher had looked tired, weary. Was he worried over her? Her heart clenched. Or was something else wrong? Asher! Donna's coo got Greer's attention, and she clutched her phone in her hands, hunching over it in the booth like Gollum with a ring. Oh my goodness, look at you! I haven't seen you in forever. Donna. His voice was abrupt, and that made Greer's heart sing a little. I didn't know you'd moved back to the city. What's this about? I did, but don't change the subject on me. Don't I get a hug? I haven't seen you in 2 years. There was a massive rustle of fabric that indicated that Donna was moving, and Greer desperately wanted to turn around and peek at them. Was Asher going to hug Donna, or was he going to blow her off? We didn't exactly part under friendly circumstances, Donna. You leaked private information about my company to a rival. That was a mistake. Donna's voice grew sad. I'm ashamed to admit it, but it was a big mistake, Asher. Haven't you ever made a mistake you regretted? Greer froze, clutching her phone. That question had hit too close to the mark already. Her hand strayed to her stomach, and she thought of the baby. What would Asher say? Was Greer a mistake? None I've regretted quite as much as being with you, he told Donna coldly. Ouch. Okay, well, that wasn't super helpful for Greer. It had to have hurt Donna. That's why I wanted to talk to you today, Asher. Donna's voice had taken on a teary edge. I made mistakes, and they cost me your love. I want you back. I want what we had back. That's what this urgent meeting was about? You told me it was about Greer. Her heart thumped wildly, and she clutched the phone tight in her hands. Please love me. Please love me. Please love me. Please don't be the asshole I'm worried you are. It is, to an extent. I want to know what's going on between the two of you. I want to know if there's still a chance for me. There was an achingly long pause, and then Asher spoke. I'm in love with her. Greer silently fist-pumped in the booth. Hot tears of happiness sprang to her eyes. There was no reason for him to bring her up unless it was the truth. Whatever else was going on, she could believe in that. Oh. Donna's broken little voice barely registered over the phone. I see. You probably don't. He sounded almost amused, cold. Actually, you're right, I don't. Donna's voice strengthened, and Greer's hands got sweaty with nervousness on the phone. What is it about her that you've fallen in love with? Because I'm not seeing it. Is she rich or something? And just like that, her gut clenched. This was difficult to hear, hurtful too. Donna had warned her, but every word was like a dagger in her chest, and she dreaded Asher's response. What was he going to say? It's just the baby. There's not much else to it. Oh, God, she might shatter into 1,000,000 pieces if she heard those words come out of his mouth. She didn't want to listen, but she pressed a finger to the earbuds anyhow, trying to increase the volume so she wouldn't miss a word. You wouldn't understand, Donna. Try me? His sigh of irritation made Greer's shoulders hunch defensively. She's the only person in my life that has ever completely and totally had my back. Oh, that wasn't what she expected to hear, nor had she expected to hear the soft note in his voice as he spoke. Hot tears poured down her cheeks. She'd had his back? When? How? She'd always loved him, but lately... What do you mean? Donna's voice had resumed its sugary note. I mean that looking back, I see a lot of things I was too blind to see in the past. Greer's always been there for me. When I needed a friend, she was the first to extend her hand. When I needed money, she sent me a loan. She saved my business. She saved me. She's given me so much of herself, and I've given her nothing but grief, but I'm determined to change that. Greer gasped. He knew about the money, but she'd been so careful. She swiped at the tears running down her face. He'd never said to her, So it's gratitude? Is this like a pity fuck? I know it's hard for you to believe, Donna, but I'm actually interested in Greer as a person, not just as a wallet. I love her. She makes me happy, happier than I've ever been. I love you, Donna said, voice pleading. I made you happy. Don't you feel anything for me anymore? Actually, yes. I do feel gratitude toward you. Because if you hadn't made my life so miserable, I would have been too blind to see the greatest thing in my life standing right in front of me. Okay, she was going to openly start sobbing right about now. Greer pressed a napkin to her mouth to quiet herself, but the tears kept rolling down her cheeks. You're an idiot, Donna said, and there was a wealth of hurt and anger in her voice. I guess you've given up thoughts of reconciliation if we're back to calling me an idiot. He sounded amused. That was fast. You think she has your back? Your sweet little Greer will always support you? There was another rustle of fabric, and what sounded like stomping feet. You want to know the truth, Asher? Come with me. Oh, no. Greer stared down at the phone in her hand. Don't do it, Donna. Don't. There you go, said a triumphant voice, just as Greer pulled the earbuds out of her ears. Donna stood at Greer's booth, extending a triumphant hand at the guilty party. Asher was there with her, a hint of a frown on his face. Greer just swiped at the tears on her cheeks. Donna waved her rhinestone-crusted phone in the air. You've been on speakerphone the entire time. How's that for trust? The look on Asher's face darkened. He looked at Greer, then at Donna. This was all a setup by the two of you? No, Greer said quietly. If by setup do you mean we want you back? Donna put her hands on her hips. I thought I did. Asher looked back at Greer again, as if daring her to deny what had happened. She couldn't. She licked her lips, anxious, and quietly turned her phone off and stuck it in her purse. Asher. He grabbed her hand and tugged her forward. Come with me, Greer. We need to talk. Yeah, they did. Greer nodded and slid out of the booth. She couldn't help but notice that Asher grabbed her hand again the moment she was standing. So, what now? Donna asked. She tossed her beautiful red hair. What about me? Asher leaned into her. You can go fuck yourself. Then he tugged on Greer's hand. We're leaving. Chapter 14. Asher was furious, and he knew he didn't have any right to be. Seeing Greer there with Donna and realizing they'd pulled a trick on him, realizing that he'd been going on and on about how Greer had always been there for him, only to find out she was deceiving him right under his nose, it pissed him off, and he knew that made him the world's biggest hypocrite, but he didn't care. They needed to have a private discussion, and not in front of Donna. So he clasped her fingers in his and pulled her along in his ruthless march onto the sidewalk. Greer's small hand was clammy in his as he dragged her through the crowded streets of New York. "Where are we going?" she asked after they swerved through a tangle of people. He didn't know that either. His brain was a jumble of anger at the situation, and relief at seeing her again. He wanted to pull her against him and kiss her until she was blue in the face, just because she looked healthy and whole and he'd found her. He was so damn glad he'd found her. And yet, he wanted to bend her over his knee and spank her for leaving him without a word. He wanted to spank her again because she'd been deceiving him. "Your apartment?" she suggested delicately, when he stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and people began to swerve around them. He put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close to protect her. Even in his anger, he didn't want her to be shoved or hurt. He noticed that she moved instinctively closer to him, and it helped cool his anger a bit. Asher nodded. "My apartment." He moved to the curb and raised a hand, flagging a taxi. When one stopped, he opened the door for her, and she got in. The moment he slid in next to her, her thigh brushed his, and a rush of memories came crashing back. His anger and frustration at her disappearing without a trace again. His misery when he realized he'd somehow fucked up again and she was ignoring him. His frantic need to find her again, only to be turned away at the door to her building. Hours staring at his phone, willing her to text him back, just to get nothing in return. On impulse, he pulled her against him and cupped her chin. "You can be mad at me later, but right now I'm going to kiss you." She gave him a puzzled look from behind her glasses. "What?" He silenced her with his mouth. No excuses, no explanations, just a meeting of lips and a quiet reassurance to him that she was there and she was his. She didn't fight or protest. She melted against him. Her arms twined around his neck, and she leaned into his body, her tongue stroking against his, and he felt a surge of fierce, possessive pleasure. Whatever was going on between them wasn't too broken for her to kiss him. He'd take that small victory. He continued to kiss her, licking at her sweet mouth with deep strokes, until the car stopped. She stared up at him, dazed, a look of drugged pleasure on her expressive face. "Upstairs," he said, between kisses. "We'll finish this upstairs." Of course, by the time he'd paid the cab driver and they'd taken the elevator back to his apartment, his head had cooled a little. He watched her, noticing the guilt in her expression and the way she fussed with her glasses to deliberately avoid eye contact. Yeah, someone was definitely feeling a little awkward at being caught. As well she should, he thought with irritation. What she'd done was a shitty thing. He shut the door to the apartment and watched as she stepped into the foyer. "So, you want to tell me what all this is about?" "Not particularly, but I suppose I should, shouldn't I?" She nervously tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I asked Donna to meet you and throw herself at you to see how you'd react." Just the thought made his head want to explode. "What the fuck, Greer?" "I knew it was stupid," she continued, in that calm, even voice. "I just didn't know what else to do. I wanted to know how you really felt about me, and that seemed like the only way." He raked a hand through his hair. Fuck. She'd pushed his ex in his face just to see how he'd react. She'd fucking tried to trap him. Anger surged. Why didn't you fucking ask me how I felt? How's that for starters? He threw his hands up in the air. Or how about listen to me all the times that I tell you that you're beautiful and I love you? First of all, she said, stalking a few steps away. Gone were the nervous movements. Greer looked angry. At him? He was the one who should be angry. Men will tell a woman anything and everything to get in their bed. And second of all, ask you? She laughed, and the sound was bitter and unhappy. All you do is lie to me, Asher. How am I supposed to trust what you say to me? I lied to you? He thought back to all the times he'd kissed and held her in bed and told her how beautiful she was, how sweet-tasting, how much he liked touching her. Did she really think those were lies? The wedding? She spat, crossing her arms. The lawyer? Oh, fuck. He felt the blood drain from his face. I can explain. I'd certainly hope so. A hurt look crossed her face. Are you trying to steal my baby, Asher? What? No! The thought was the furthest thing from his mind. He was shocked she'd think that. Then what was with the contract? Your lawyer trying to bribe mine? Writing in loopholes that would make the contract null and void? Fuck. This was blowing up in his face. He'd done it and hadn't given a damn about the consequences. But seeing her in front of him, hurt, worried, and scared, no wonder she'd run. Greer, sweetheart. He reached for her, only to have her jerk away. Okay, yeah, I'm an asshole, and I told my lawyer to give you the contract you wanted, but to make it crap. Why? The look she gave him was incredulous. His jaw clenched, and his nostrils flared. Because I want you, he gritted out. I want you and the baby both. I don't want you walking out of my life. I love you. I wanted a chance to prove it to you, and you wouldn't give me that chance any other way. That's why I made the lawyers come up with bullshit clauses. That's why I went to your dad and bribed him to put on a ridiculous wedding. Because you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I couldn't think of any other way to get close to you. Her angry expression softened. Her big brown eyes shimmered with tears, and a moment later she ripped off her big glasses. Stupid lenses fogging up. She sniffed and crossed her arms again. It was a real low blow to bribe my father and make me do all that work for nothing. I know. God, I know. I was just desperate. I went to him and tried to have him call the wedding off once I saw how those 3 idiots were running you ragged. He took a daring step forward and brushed the tears off her cheek. Seeing her cry was breaking his damn heart. He actually refused and tried to blackmail me, said he'd expose everything if I didn't go along with it, and I was just so afraid of losing you when I had you again. She gave a watery chuckle. So, my father truly wanted to get married? Once he saw how much money it could make him, yes. Figures. She shook her head sadly. My father is such an asshole. I never mattered to him. It was just his stupid company. Greer sighed. Someday I'm going to realize that he's never loved anyone. Wanting your father to love you isn't a flaw, Greer. You just happen to hope that he's a better person than he is, and it sucks when you find out he isn't. He pulled her against him, and was gratified when she went into his arms. His hands stroked up and down her back, and it was pure pleasure just to hold her. So, how much did he shake you down for? Asher chuckled. I offered him an unspecified amount.
though my original idea was the $5 million I thought he'd loaned me, until I found out it wasn't him after all. You hid your tracks pretty well." He felt her stiffen. "When did you find out?" "The evening of the big Prospectus Businessman of the Year party. I went to him to thank him, and he had no idea what I was talking about. I figured out then that it was you." She pulled away from him, a look of horror on her face. "So, you went after me because you felt obligated?" Holy hell, he was just saying all the wrong things, wasn't he? "Of course not. I love you. I think I realized I loved you when I saw you that night. And saw that I was pregnant. And realized that when you hated me, I'd lost everything, and you'd been right there the entire time, and I'd been too blind to notice it." He reached for her, trying to pull her against him again. "Hearing that you gave the money to me and never said a word just made me realize that you were the one that had always been there for me. And I'm a selfish bastard, because when I realized I'd lost you, I wanted you back and didn't care how I made it happen." She eased a little, and he tugged her closer. "You want me to get my checkbook out? Write you a check for $5 million? I will right now." "No," she said in a glum voice. "I just wanted you to want me for me. Not because of the baby or my money. I do want you. If those other things didn't exist, I'd still want you." He dropped to his knees and put a hand to her stomach. "When we get married, and I'm marrying you at some point, you know, we can keep separate accounts if it'll make you feel better. Or you can have mine. I don't care. Prenup, no-nup, whatever you want. Money doesn't matter to me." His fingers lightly touched her stomach. "But I can't pretend this doesn't matter." Her lower lip quivered. "So, you do want the baby? You're not just saying that?" "I love you, Greer. I want you and our baby." Her eyes filled with more tears. "I love you too, Asher. I always have. I'm so sorry about Donna." He pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry about the fake wedding and the fake contracts." She pinched his side. "That was pretty lousy of you. Did it have to be a fake wedding? I worked my ass off for them, you know." "You're a wedding planner. I couldn't think of any other way to force you to be around me than to be in the wedding itself." He stroked her soft, gorgeous hair. God, it was like a dream having her in his arms again. She felt perfect against him, like she belonged there. Hell, she did belong there. "I was wrong to do it." "You were." "I made mistakes." Her cheek pressed against his heart. "I've fucked up 1,000,000 times, I admit it." "Like getting me pregnant?" Her voice was soft. "Nailing you in the gardens was my favorite mistake," he admitted. "It woke me up and made me realize you were there all along. It gave me you and the baby. How can I regret any of that?" "I'm glad too, in a weird way." She looked up at him. "I hated you, and hated that my life was out of control and that I was so stupid. But it did bring us together." He grimaced. "Best, worst first date ever." Greer chuckled. "You're lucky I'm a forgiving sort." "I'm beyond lucky," he said, and caressed her lovely cheek, her lovely face. He traced the backs of his fingers along her jaw. "I love you. If you can forgive me for being utterly blind for so long, I want you and the baby both in my life. Forever. Always." Her eyes shone with tears, but there was a bright smile on her gorgeous face. "I love you too."
I never want you to leave me again. I won't. He lifted her into his arms, not even for a change of clothing. Her mouth quirked, and she looped her arms around his neck to support herself as he hauled her into the air. Can I go to the bathroom by myself at least? We'll discuss bathroom privileges if you're a good girl. I'm the best girl. God, hearing her say that sent a bolt of lust straight to his groin. Fuck yeah, you are. Her dark eyes grew liquid with heat, and her fingers lightly pushed at the back of his head, encouraging him forward for a kiss. Like he needed urging? He captured her mouth with his, and then Greer's hands were all over him. She made a little hungry noise in her throat that drove him crazy, and he groaned and blindly began to maneuver their twined bodies toward the couch. Fuck the bed. The couch was a lot closer. When his leg found the couch, he carefully leaned forward and tipped them onto the cushions. Here? She gasped against his mouth. Here, he agreed. Good idea. She ripped at his shirt, her hands frantic. Damn, this woman was sexy. He was the luckiest man alive. He tugged at her leggings, trying to rip them down her legs, even as she twisted against him. It was like they were in a race to undress each other, and he was determined to win. You should probably get off me so I can take my clothes off, she said breathlessly, even as her hand moved to his belt and began to undo it. Fuck that, he told her, and hauled her leggings down her thighs. He got them to her knees and figured that was good enough. Her panties went next, and then he grabbed the bunched material and hauled her legs into the air. This seems like a pretty sweet situation to me. She giggled and tried to pull at his clothing, but her trapped legs prevented her from moving. She wiggled, her beautifully brown bottom enticing him along with the expanse of rounded thighs. I'm stuck. You are, aren't you? He deliberately pressed her knees forward until they were practically on her breasts. It exposed even more thigh and her sweet, slick folds to his view. Is this hurting you? No, she wiggled again. Good. He slid a hand to her sex and rubbed the gleaming wetness between her thighs. She jerked against him and moaned hard, her hands flying to the couch cushions as if to anchor herself. You're so wet already. How is that possible? Kissing you, she breathed, and rocked against his hand when he fingered her again. Kissing you does it for me. I love it when you touch me. She gave him a soft look. Love you. He groaned. His heart felt like bursting in his chest. He'd never been so damn happy in his life. I love you too, sweetheart, he said, voice hoarse. His hand went to his pants, and he finished undoing his zipper, freeing his cock. And I'm going to take you hard and fast right now. Yes, because I can't wait. Me either. Her hands gripped the cushions, and then she arched when he stroked her pussy again. Please, Ash, please. He couldn't wait to claim her. In one swift motion, he pushed her knees forward again, her legs pinned between his chest and hers. It left her pussy wide open for him, and he fitted the head of his cock against her slick entrance and nudged at her core. She was hot and wet for him, and he pumped into her in a swift motion. Greer cried out, her eyes closing, a look of intense joy on her face. God, you're beautiful. He thrust into her again, going deep. He loved touching her, loved fucking her, loved the hot clasp of her body around his cock. My Greer, my sweetheart. Yours, she breathed as he pounded into her. Make me yours. He would. He surged into her over and over again, making sure to grind down against her with every thrust so he rubbed her clit. He adjusted his movements until he felt her quiver against him, felt her body tense against his when he bottomed out, and knew he was hitting the right spots. Then he began to pound into her fiercely and relentlessly. She clawed at the pillow behind her head, keening, and then moved it forward to her mouth to bite it, a sure sign she was about to come. He felt her pussy clench hard around him, contracting. And then she cried out his name behind a mouthful of pillow, and he felt her body spasm, felt her milking his cock and drawing him tighter inside her. It was too much, too fast. With a hoarse shout, he came, emptying himself into her with hard, sure strokes. Lights danced behind his eyes from the intensity of his orgasm, and he was filled with fierce pleasure and an intense sense of rightness. When he came to his senses, he grinned down at her. I'm sorry that was so quick. I'll do better next time. She shifted underneath him, her face adorably flushed, hair escaping from her tight braid. I think that sounds like a plan. She arched her feet. Let my legs up at least? He backed off of her and admired the view. Her thighs were deliciously damp, her pussy swollen from his ministrations, and she looked juicy enough for him to eat. He thought for a moment, and then grabbed the bunched-up leggings at her knees and used them like a tether, hauling her forward into his lap. Her eyes flew open. What? He turned her over and put a hand on her rounded little bottom. I think I'm going to spank you for the stunt you pulled today. I did that for love. And I'm going to love spanking this plump little bottom of yours. He ran a hand over her buttocks. She turned and gave him an arched eyebrow glare. Only if I get to spank you next for all the stunts you pulled. That seemed fair to him. Epilogue. Greer was adjusting the spray of baby's breath twined into her braid when one of the tailors on hand at Gretchen's wedding handed her a note. Meet me in the green study. It's important. A. Important? She wasn't sure if this was another one of Asher's, let's pretend this is urgent information to get Greer to come make out with me, notes, or if there truly was something important. In the last few months, the man had come to realize that she would always show up if he sent her a note, no matter how busy she was, and he'd started to use them for dirty sexual things. As if she'd complain? She loved being the center of Asher's world. Her life was better now than it had ever been, and she didn't know when she'd been so very happy. Kiki had taken over renting Greer's small, sensible apartment, with a discount, of course, as she went to culinary school, and that had let Greer move in with Asher to his slightly bigger apartment. They were looking for a new place, but between trying to find the perfect location in the city and the perfect house for their baby, it was slow going. That was fine. They still had a few weeks. Greer tucked the note into the bodice of her empire-waisted gown and hoisted herself out of her chair. She seemed to be more belly than body lately, but Asher always made her feel beautiful. He loved everything about their child and had been more excited than she was when it had first started to move. He constantly came up with lists of names that he wanted her to consider, and she was pretty sure he'd purchased a tiny baseball bat and glove already. The man was so excited about their baby that it made her glow with happiness. Smoothing her bluish-purple dress, Greer put a hand to her huge belly. I think I'm going to go take another pee break before it's time to go down the aisle. Next to her, Taylor was playing with the straightening iron on her hair. She was dressed in a gown of the same pale color, but a different cut. In the next room over, Gretchen was panicking at her sisters, as she had been all morning. Some people got a slight case of bridal nerves. Gretchen had a hurricane full of them. Taylor put down the iron and started to get up. You need someone to hold your skirts? I'm good. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'll be back soon. It's not like I can run away. She patted her belly and felt the baby kick in return. Will do, Taylor said, and then frowned fiercely into the mirror as she tried to flat iron a limp stray curl. Greer slipped out and moved into the hallway. It was surprisingly quiet, given that it was Gretchen and Hunter's wedding day, and the wedding itself was going to happen in less than an hour. Hundreds of people had descended upon Buchanan Manor, but no one seemed to be in this particular hall. Perfect. She vaguely remembered seeing a green study several doors down. It wouldn't be downstairs. Asher was very careful not to make Greer take stairs at this stage in her pregnancy. She suspected in another week or so he'd try to carry her everywhere. The thought of him toting her heavily pregnant body around made her smile, and she was still smiling as she pushed open the door to the green study and saw her beloved standing there. Got your note, she announced. He turned around, utterly gorgeous in his tuxedo, and took her breath away. His hair was freshly cut and impeccably styled, and the cravat at his neck outlined just how perfect his jaw was. God, she was a lucky woman. His eyes widened at the sight of her, and he wiped his mouth. Holy fuck, look at how beautiful you are. I'd twirl, but it'd be more of a waddle, she told him, dragging a hand through her voluminous skirts. Her dress was the pale bluish purple that matched Gretchen's favorite blue girl roses, and was made of a silky material that skimmed her body like water. Her shoulders were bare, and a tight bodice kept her now bountiful breasts in check. Her hair was pulled into a long braid, dotted with small flowers, and she had to admit there weren't a lot of days that she felt beautiful at 8 months pregnant. But today was one of those days. You're utterly gorgeous. He moved toward her and put his hands on her breasts. Look at these beauties. They're just dying to escape and land in my grip. She smacked his hands away playfully. You said this was important. What is it? I wanted to see you and get my inappropriate boner taken care of before the ceremony. I knew if I waited to see you in your dress during the wedding itself, I'd get major wood. His hand rubbed the front of his slacks. I'm right. The sight of you like this has me so damn hard. Well, put that thing away, she said, teasing. I'd offer to give you a hand job, but I'm afraid you'd wrinkle my dress. Can't have that, he murmured, leaning in to nip at her ear. His hands went to her shoulders, and he sent pleasant little shivers through her body with a soft touch. I suppose I might have had another reason to bring you here, other than to ogle you. What's that? What do you think of the name Juniper? She made a face. That's awful. Why Juniper? I thought we could name our kid after where he was conceived. His tongue flicked along her earlobe and, oh goodness, her nipples were getting hard. She needed to tell him to stop or else she was going to have headlights through the entire ceremony. Of course, she didn't tell him to stop. It felt too darn good. Then we would need to name him Concrete Bench, or maybe Hedge Maze, Greer teased back, then slid out of his arms. Don't get me all turned on before the wedding, love. He groaned and pulled her back against him again, this time just holding her. "I'll be glad when this is all done. So you can make out with my ear at your leisure?" He pressed a kiss to the side of her head. "So we can focus on our own wedding." Greer stilled. This wasn't the first time he'd brought up a wedding for them. They'd moved in together, and as far as Greer was concerned, they were a couple and a family. She'd never asked for more. But Asher had hinted at it, and today he was bringing it up again. "You want a wedding?" "I do. I want you to be my wife when the baby's born, when little Thornbush is born." She ignored the Thornbush part. "If we do a wedding, let's not go crazy like this, all right?" Between organizing Gretchen's chaotic wedding and the fiasco of her father's wedding a few months ago, she was a little weddinged out. "Let's just do a justice of the peace ceremony." Now, how will that look for a wedding planner?" he murmured against her skin. "Smart," Greer told him. "She knew what she wanted, and she went after it." "You make an attractive argument." His hand rubbed her arm. "How about tonight?" "What about tonight?" "We get married tonight?" She was shocked. "You want to go ahead and get married this fast?" "What do I want to wait for? You're everything I've ever wanted, sweetheart. I want you to be completely mine, and being here today has just emphasized that fact. You're mine, and I want to see you wearing my ring." She turned around and looked up at him. "There are two problems with this plan." Disappointment flickered in his eyes. "What is it?" "One, there's no ring." She waved her empty finger at him. "And two, New York has a waiting period of 24 hours after you get the license." The smile slowly returned to his face. "So what you're telling me is that we need to go ring shopping tonight and tomorrow we get married?" Greer smiled. "I do believe that's what I'm telling you, yes." As he pulled her in for another kiss, Greer suspected her life couldn't get any more perfect. She had the man of her dreams, a baby on the way, and the family she'd always wanted. She was surrounded by love. Nothing else mattered. This concludes The Billionaire's Favorite Mistake by Jessica Clare. Narrated by Gillian Macy. Copyright 2016 by Jessica Clare. And was produced in the year 2016 by Jessica Clare.